Welcome back to the Rhythm City Casino and Resort. We've got day number 2 action. Rocket League is coming at you. My name is Ethan Dolan, probably better known as Nelhad, and I'm joined by Grant CFO. How are we feeling today?
I'm feeling great and ready for day number 2 of the NECC Hometown Series here in the Quad Cities and Rhythm City Casino and Resort. We saw a phenomenal day 1 yesterday. A lot of great teams here to showcase their skill, and only 6 were able to come to day 2. We're starting off the day with NTC versus Buena Vista, and I think this is going to be the closest series of day 2.
I agree completely. These two teams feel pretty evenly matched. It may be a cold, rainy morning outside, but I anticipate that these Rocket League teams are gonna heat it up in here on the floor. Very excited for that. I think if you approach the stage, you better have some UV gloves because it is gonna be some hot gameplay, Grant. As you said, Timberwolves will be taking on Buena. If we take a look at the bracket here, the winner of this will go on to play our top seed, Illinois Wesleyan. And then after this, we're going to be taking a look at Lebanon Valley taking on St. Ambrose. That's the Dutchman on the Bees. And the winner of that will take on the very impressive Empire State.
And not only that, but Lebanon Valley is already an impressive team that St. Ambrose have got to go up on. And I've talked to Gator Millen a little bit, the coach for St. Ambrose, about this. He's like, who we playing? I said Lebanon Valley. He's like, ooh, that's going to be tough. They already know what they are in for. Lebanon Valley, I think, was one of my top 4 picks to come into today. They're looking very strong. Their offense is solid. And it's just, I mean, we had 4 very different series, and I picked one on Valley. Starting us off with a fresh clock for the first game of the day.
And here we go, and ooh, a shot already rocking things off here. NTC trying to score early and often. They're not going to find it. Not a Jewel battling out in the corner. Here's Koi Boy. Blast, that sub from yesterday, taking it away. So still has to kind of work into the fold here. Ryan Hoggs taking it, but there's NTC. Oh, they clear towards goal, Grant, and they find one early.
Yeah, this is an early goal. You talk about starting hot on an offense, and Blast certainly blast their way through the smoke as well. I think at that point that is planned pyrotechnics for the Timberwolves.
Yeah, the T-Wolves really taking things to start things off here. We know how they ended yesterday. They did end up losing a game after starting off 3-0, and here they are. Dilmac, who was a big hero yesterday, had some very clippable moments, passing it off to Koi Boy. Gets challenged in the corner, gonna take it away, but there is Dilmac once again. It's hit back, Blast in the vicinity. Koi Boy, you see rotating back here. Not a Jewel. Beautiful center, and Sky gonna find the back of the net.
I love the work that happened all the way on the defensive side for the Beavers, making sure that the ball didn't get to midfield and then eventually having the time to take it away from the sidewall and run down the sideline, bring it around front, and tie the game 1 apiece. More stuff like that, we're going to see a lot more of the Beavers in the lead, but we have to turn our attention towards the Timberwolves. We talked about these players a ton last time. I was actually shocked to see Blast starting things off. We saw Dilmac going crazy yesterday. Dirtiest player in all of the hometown series today, no doubt about that. He's nasty. You don't know what they're gonna do. And we also talked about Koi Boy setting up these passes and being the waiter. I think it was Koi Boy, if I'm not mistaken. Of course it is. You can't be mistaken. Blast picking up their second goal of the game. We're just under a minute late.
Back-to-back for Blast, and that's how you want to get things going as someone who didn't play every game yesterday, who said subbed in, or at a minimum had a username change, which seems a little more unlikely between games. Koi Boy dribbling this one off, 3:40 to go, already a 1-point lead for NTC developing. Koi Boy finding it in the corner here, the defense won't get it and can't quite find the angle, can't find a teammate looking for a pass here, but Blast keeping the possession alive. Dilmac chasing this one off to the sidewall, but there is Sky, and EVU may finally find a little bit of room.
We can only hope for it. Blast fighting out as well. EVU have held down their walls pretty darn well. We just have to hope that that continues for them as they are looking for that equalizing goal to tie us up. Dilmac Sending one out to the left side. Koi Boy picking it up. Has a 1v1. No flick there. Sky, easy challenge. Would have loved to see that flick get over, as I'm sure all the NTC fans in the crowd today would have as well. Sky, left side. Koi Boy meeting it there. Double, advancing further. Floating dangerously in front of net. All three pushed up on that near post, leaving a lot of room to do some passing plays. They're just not effective. It's winded up in the hands of the offense once again. And Dilmac is just barely able to save it out. Uncontested backboard. Nobody around for it. And that was plenty of time for Jewel to take it to the side.
Buena Vista's finally found some defense. They gave up 2 early goals to Blast, but they've got to find the offense as well. They've started to clamp up just a bit. Oh, and they spoke too soon. Blast can't find it. The follow through from Koi Boy doesn't get it either. And there's the aforementioned defense. Can they find some offense? Transition game gets cut off by Dilmac, who's dribbling, looking. There's the dish, the follow through. Koi Boy can't find the angle, but here is Blast, the hero so far, looking for the hat trick. Not going to happen. Dilmac can't get it to go either. This possession getting pretty crazy. Buena Vista's got to find a clear, and they do.
At this point, Buena Vista had been struggling, just throwing themselves at the ball. And this was one of the struggles we noted from the day prior today. We talked about this defense struggling a little bit, struggling to keep calm under pressure. They were at that point throwing themselves at the ball, just trying to do anything they could to get in the way and stop that goal from happening. Sky for the Beavers, taking one out midfield. Jewel with a connection. Dilmac in pursuit. Off the corner, though, it's right back to BVU. Blast to the side, has another touch for themselves. Got it around one, but one waiting behind. Koi Boy takes it around, and nothing to come of it yet. Beavers doing a good job of holding down these sidewalls. Again, the thing we talked about that led to that first goal was making sure that no traffic from the sidewalls was allowed through. Now one more touch for Koi Boy, looking to go under. Didn't need to touch it again, but they get a go for it anyway.
Koi Boy, as he said, doesn't need the second touch, guides this one beautifully. Sky, they think they have an angle. They're a little bit slow to it. They go just a tish over, and it results in a third NTC goal. I'll tell you what, these boys from Wausau, Wisconsin are putting on an absolute show here in the first round of the bracket. They want more. They want IWU, and they may just get them. They don't find the goal right there. Here's Blast. Feels backflip right there. 50 seconds on the clock. There's still a 2-goal lead to Dilmac. Can't convert, but yeah, good dish from Koi Boy yet again.
We know Dilmac wanted to do something better with that and at least get a shot on net, but instead it just passed back to a teammate that already played, or already passed to him. It kind of reminded me of like some schoolyard game. I can't remember exactly what it was, but you'd play it in the classroom and it's like, okay, you can't pass the person next to you and you can't throw backsies. You can't do that. That's exactly what happened there. Maybe that's just the reason for this rule and why it didn't work. I don't know. I'm just speculating at this point, but 23 seconds on the clock remaining as the Timberwolves holding a commanding 2-goal lead. But as we know, no lead is safe in the game of Rocket League as the Beavers are building. Can't get up to it quick enough. They had the speed to get to the ball, just didn't have the height to make the angle happen. Time winding as 10 seconds ticks away. Jewel with the clear, and it's not enough for the Beavers. They will fall one game as the Timberwolves lead the series 1-0, 1 goal for the road, and it's Blast for the hat trick.
A big goal for the road. That's got to feel so good for Blast. You know, they come out, those first 2 goals, put your team up, and you get to end it as well. Really bookending the series. Opened us up, closed us out. Blast with a complete performance. NTC with a complete performance across the board. Grant, what has to be done on the other side? Because Buena Vista, they looked a little bit lost out there. They got that early goal in offense, right, to go down 2-1. But other than that, they couldn't keep anything going. They would put something together for a second, and it would fizzle. They would put together offense for a second, and it would fall apart.
I just love how conveniently, whenever you think about offense, I think about defense, and vice versa the other way around. What I'm talking about is their defense right now. Again, they are panicked. They are throwing themselves at the ball. We saw that last goal that went in. Ryan was just stuck there. He was like, well, all I can do is just double jump and hope for the best, and the best did not come for him. They need to get their hands on these boost pads. They need to get those little boost pads when they can't get the big boost pads. You have to go for that, and you have to control that game, because when you're not, things like this happen. I think there were 10 shots last game from NTC. That's a lot of time to spend on defense. That's a lot of shots to defend. And when 4 of those are going in, that is a deadly conversion rate. But the Beavers trying to start strong. They're unable to because Dilmac shuts them down at the door. Looking for another. BBU unable to get the height again on the ball. Dilmac from the corner pushing it out. and has some more to work with. One long clear downfield as Koiboy the only one in pursuit, but it is just enough. Sky caught out of position. Jewel, tough read, still keeping the corner occupied. Looking to push through are the Timberwolves, though.
Blast continuing to contend in the corner here, and I gotta say I've been very impressed with their play all land long. Said got subbed in and has been doing a lot since then. Dilmac playing this one out of the corner. The defense rallying over. Koiboy trying to find something with it. They'll play it back to Blast. Has a good ankle and is able to sustain things. Koiboy up and at him. Here's a shot. Oh, the Dunklin's gonna find it, but Dilmac on the back end gonna get an easy board.
This was a tough one to defend for sure. Koiboy, I mean, you thought that was going to go in. You had 2 commit, though, for Buena Vista. This is that panic that I'm talking about. It's so dangerous. You need to have unrelenting trust for your teammates, or things like this are going to happen more often. And the Beavers cannot afford to let this happen, Ethan. They cannot let this go in. They need to stay strong and calm. Here's an attack on offense, though. This might be their first. Sky immediately shut away as they tried to enter. Ryan, 250s, putting it to the corner. Jewel taking it up, looking to go down. Blast is there first, though. No shot on target. Could have been a good goal as VVU struggling on the boost game again, using only scraps to get up to each ball that comes their way.
BVU still looking for their first goal this game and may have it here. Not a Jewel going to get cut off. Ryan Hogs going up. There's Dilmac. Sky taking it away. Playing into the corner. Koiboy up and at him. Good hit to the side wall. Here's Blast in pursuit. Blast has a full head of steam. Has a demo, but comes up empty-handed on the goal.
Coming up just a bit short are Buena Vista. They still stand strong on the defense. Thank goodness the post was in the way for that. Dilmac with a carry and up, trying to go through, can't get there. Crossbar instead. Sky, oh, crossbar again for the Timberwolves. They're trying so desperately to build upon their lead, and it's just not happening for them. Dilmac, one last line of defense, has the turnaround off the half flip, gets stuffed. Buena Vista still trying, still building. Koiboy has another opportunity, open net for a little while, can't find their way through. Jewel with the pinch way downfield. It's an open net if they can get there quick enough. Dilmac had to get there with just enough boost to keep her going. Sky, one more. Koiboy looking to bounce. Offside wall, Jewel wants to come there, and Ryan has a shot, put it behind a Dilmac with a carry and sweep out.
And NTC still clinging to this 1-point lead. Grant, Buena Vista, they've had some great offensive possessions, but they haven't found the back of the net. And with 2 minutes and counting, things are getting a little bit short for them, a little bit thin. The double commit, that's not going to be great. Blast looking for it, but he can't get a handle on the ball either. Dilmac trying to pass out to Koiboy, but they're just not on the same page. And there is Koiboy, exactly 2 minutes to go. Dilmac plays it out of the corner, a good touch back to Not a Jewel, and they get a solid touch as well, but they're going to pay dearly for it. Blast up, another demo. Can they find a goal off this power play? The center, but nobody's home.
This is just unfortunate. The power plays, like you said, certainly coming the way of the Timberwolves, and they are unable to convert when the time comes. Dilmac trying a 4th time to get a goal. But again, the occupation of this corner for Buena Vista is really, really benefiting them. They would love to keep doing this, but what you're talking about, producing offense, Koiboy's going to be there for an early stop. Sending it midfield, though. Nobody from the Beavers around. They need to camp around midfield. They're instead resorting to the sides. Yes, pun intended, by the way. And it's not working for them. They need to wrap around and get through the middle. They need to be there when these attacks are coming, when these passes are coming, because NTC can do that all day long, and even solo plays. Koiboy is disgusting.
NTC was knocking at the door time after time after time after time, and you knew eventually that Buena Vista was going to have to open it and let Koiboy in for a goal, and it finally happened. The Timberwolves, they are relentless. They are not going away. You can play defense for as long as you'd like, but they are going to get there in the end, and with 50 seconds to go, Buena Vista realizes the stark reality that they're in. They're down 2 goals. They're down 1 game. Their land hopes are slipping, and Sky sees how big the moment is and says, you know what? Big time moments require require big-time performances.
Well, you talked about it slipping away. How about this one slipping by Dilmag there, mere inches away off of an unfortunate flip there. I think they caught the post, might have been bumped by their teammate. Either way, two push to the corner is not something you want to see ever, because you're going to see goals forfeited immediately after it happens. Dilmag carrying around, though, long air dribble carry to the corner. Sky in pursuit. Not a full rotation. It's tough for Koiboy, but they were able to get a little bit of it. Wrapping around, blast met by Sky. Dilmag looking to get the corner, unable to. Jewel, long clear down, it's just off target. Sky can't follow up. They had the rebound, but need another refund. Waterfall, no. Backboard instead. Sky keeping it in play. Blast forced to play it up to the backboard. Jewel is there, still back awkward, but they got it anyway. That was a low quality touch that keeps them in the game. Beavers still looking to get one. One more and it's stuffed by the defense. Koiboy certainly making a group effort possible for the Timberwolves to take the second game.
Don't mess with boys from Wausau. I'll tell you what, that defense, they built a wall right there, Graham. This is a best 3 out of 5, and if you're Buena Vista, you can't afford to fall down 0-2 to a team this talented. The reverse sweep is such a tough feat. We have yet to see it here at this land grant. It's more than an uphill battle. I like to say that you are trying to dig yourself out of the grave that you dug. It's straight 6 feet. It is all vertical. There is no give to that hill.
It is unfortunate, and it's even more unfortunate for me as a caster in my predictions. So I said this one was going to go the distance, but I don't think it's looking like a good day for Buena Vista, unfortunately. They could fall early, and they could fall in a sweep. We've seen just sweeps on stream every single time. I'm getting sick of it. I think the audience would like to see a close series. I think everybody at home would like to see a close series. So let's hear it for the Beavers. They got to bring it back. It's got to be a reverse sweep, at least a game 5. We'll have to see, but they're going to need to start quick, and they need to start strong. But so far, they're going to have to battle out of their defense first.
I don't think that anyone cheering for NDC wants us to go the distance. That's just me. I think my Wisconsin citizenship might be taken away. We'll see. Koiboy's perspective here is gets a big demo, and they may have a bit of a runaway goal here to open things up. There's Blast. Good touch, but not a Jewel. Gets back there. Here's Dilmac tossing it up. They don't find the aerial. Good play by Sky and Grant. I am looking at Sky to carry this Buena Vista team. They have been so good in so many big spots. They need to just be a little bit bigger. If they can lean on Sky for offensive production, I think they may have a chance to push this series a little bit farther.
I think I'd agree with you. They spent a lot of time on the defensive end, and they've been the one to initiate the first touch when they need to get the ball out. But we haven't really seen them on the offensive side. I think you're right there. Koiboy trying to keep the defense strong for the Timberwolves. They occupy the corner instead, and it's just been a battle between these two teams for that corner. Whoever can break across, whoever can find the midfield. If we look for some infield passes like that, we might just be able to find them, but it was a bit too steep on the angle and not shallow enough to put it into a teammate's hands.
NTC, good possessions, but they don't find the back of the net. Once again, it's kind of the trademark of their offense. They're just going to keep on knocking. They don't get discouraged when they don't find the back of the net. They keep on coming, and here's Koiboy once again looking for it. Gets contested in the corner, but Blast on the follow through. Can they find the angle? They cannot. Ryan swallows up that shot opportunity. 3.5 to go. Dilmac, they're still looking for their first goal of the game. Koiboy up, but here's not a Jewel. They find some offense, but they can't quite convert. Dilmac misses. That shot going to be cleaned up by Koiboy.
Dang, that is some strong defense right there. Blast still looking to push, though. Jewel with the shot. Dilmac on the backboard and ready for it. Got past Sky, though. Might have some more. Picks up the boost instead. Infield pass. That's what we're looking for. Koiboy can't get the wraparound, though. Would have been a sick 1v2 to watch them try to battle it out. Blast had a shot. Instantly met by the challenge. Beavers doing a great job of doing that. Getting in the faces of the Timberwolves. Koiboy no flip reset, unfortunately. And that's back out uncontested in the air. Sky taking over the head of Blast. Has another, got it by a no one's there though. Koiboy had it and pushed it out. Blast continuing. Might be starting to falter for the Beavers. They had a long time for offense, but nothing of success. Dilmac flip reset, looking for it and unable to find it.
So close at 220. We're still not at its double zeros. These players playing so intensely. I think they're training the power here at the Rhythm City Casino. The lights going a little dim on the floor. There's a shot on goal. Not going to find it, Sky. That was their best opportunity yet. NTC, they're having to weather the storm now. They're not just the ones dishing. They're having to receive some offense. There's not a Jewel. Dilmac has to be there for the save. Setting it up. This could be big, Dilmac. They've got some runway for it. Can they stick the landing? They cannot, but they keep the possession alive over to Blast. They don't have the angle on in the corner. Dilmac playing it up. They're going to be contested by two. Sky in the vicinity. Koi Boy gets stonewalled. Blast up for it. They may have an angle. They just miss it. Dilmac, Koi Boy, they overrun it. So all of that for nothing. Buena Vista gets a stop. Can they find the clear to boot?
Well, here's a double tap opportunity for Dilmac. I was just about to say, at some point, with this kind of aerial control and consistency and contesting, the Timberwolves had to break through. Of course, it's going to be Dilmac, too. They've been feeling themselves for a while now. They finally warmed up. If they hadn't before, they have been feeling good as they move into Game 3, now commanding the lead with under 90 to go. Koi Boy wants another long carry, a little bit in front of it, but nobody really getting up that early enough. Jules just kind of meeting NTC where they were at that moment, and I think that's what the Beavers have been doing. They're not really trying to get those beats as they should. They got to get up earlier. Here's Ryan putting it far for Dilmac to control, has another over the top, off the back wall, nobody around for it. That's been the biggest problem of the Beavers so far. Dear Lord, Koi Boy, really looking for something silly and nasty.
Cut the brakes on that one, but they may pay on the back end. A double commit into goal, doesn't find it. 40 seconds to go. Buena Vista, they are still wanting. They need that first goal this game if they want to find him overtime at a minimum. That shot not going to find the back of that. Blast. Dilmac one-on-one on the back end. Good bit of defense. Hard to trip up a player of Dilmac's caliber. Now, got to get back on defense as Dilmac with 20 to go. NTC holding on to their 1-point lead. 19 on the clock. Good bit of defense there for Buena Vista. Blast contesting. In comes Sky for the save. 10 to go. Buena Vista, they've got to find it right here, right now if they want to keep on playing today. Blast coming through. 5 on the clock. I don't think it's going to happen. The Timberwolves looked so good yesterday. They've carried it into today, and they're going to keep the ball alive. Koi Boy for a little bit of BM here. There's a demo. NTC, what are you doing? They almost get one for the road, but it's not going to matter. Style points aside, NTC is going to move on to play Illinois Wesleyan.
That's not even BM, that is just respect. Not often in a one-goal game in a competitive tournament with money on the line do you see someone abide by rule number 1. I give them claps. I give them my applause. They get my praise for that one. Much respect to them. The Timberwolves 3-0 sweep. I did not think this was going to be the series to have it, but if it was, did we see sweeps all day?
We saw sweeps all day today. We might see a sweep after the break, but before we go, we'd like to thank our title sponsor, Visit Quad Cities and the Rhythm City Casino. I have been muted for that whole time.
I
Let me
had my
run
mic.
that.
I was covering you for a little bit.
Let me run that
Maybe I'll
back.
start on the end.
Yeah. I was going to say, we've got a quick break going on.
Oh, you
But
go
before
ahead.
we go, we'd like to thank our title sponsor this weekend, Visit Quad Cities and Rhythm City Casino. We thank you for our support of this weekend's Hometown Scholastic Series. For more info on the NEC, please visit us online at necc.gg or on social media where we can be found at NECC Games. And for more information on St. Ambrose University, who have provided a lot of this equipment, a lot of the infrastructure here, please visit their website at sau.edu for more on the school's esports program. Check out saubs.com.
Oh, for sure. And you can also watch this weekend's hometown series. If you missed some of it, you can watch it live on Twitch here at NECC_esports. Of course, twitch.tv coming right before that. And if you want to see the Smash stream that's going on right now or catch some of that secondary action that's going on SAU Esports, you can catch them over there. The weekend's still running strong. Day 2. Not in the bag quite yet, but day one certainly is. I cannot wait to see the other matches we have in store, Ethan.
Absolutely, Grant. We're going to take a quick break, but on the other side, we've got Lebanon Valley, the Dutchmen, taking on the St. Ambrose Fighting Bees. Welcome back inside the Rhythm City Hotel. Hotel Trivago. Rhythm City Casino Resort. So, next up, we've got what is essentially the home team here, Grant, the SAU Fighting Bees. I think you hear them clapping on stage up there. They didn't have the greatest showing on stream yesterday, but they got enough wins to qualify for day two. And you know what? I think that means they've got something to prove. They got a chip on their shoulder. They will be playing against the team that did fly in from the East Coast, if I'm not mistaken, the Lebanon Valley Dutchmen. Who you got in this one?
I've got to go with the Dutchmen. They had an incredible showing on stream when the nerves really showed up, when they were on stage competing against each other, where you're going to suffer those kinds of nerves and that kind of feeling. They held strong. Apparently, I talked to Gator Melon, like I said, and he said that, on the stage, they got swept. Off stage, they swept. So this is their second chance. This is their revival opportunity. They have a lot to prove, not just to the people here, not just to the people at home, but to us here. If we're calling the game, we got to know who's going to be the best team. I've got Lebanon Valley. They showed up on stream. SAU just weren't able to do it. They weren't able to deliver. But day two, this is redemption.
Here's what I'll say. You gave some fantastic analysis. My only issue is, Grant, none of it was about the actual Rocket League. All of it was about the mentality. And you know what? I have seen the Santa Andres team. If you go back to season 1 of the NECC, they had a miracle run in the playoffs. They knocked off some great teams. I think that they have the ability to do that again. Regardless, we'll see SAU, the Fighting Bees, coming out in orange, and the Lebanon Valley Dutchmen coming out in blue. Both these teams fighting for a shot to play Empire State in the next round, and the opportunity to move on in pursuit of a little bit of cash, Grant.
Oh, what a scary opponent they have ahead of them, whichever team winning this going on. Empire State, I've got to say, Empire State is one of my top picks to win it all. So a very scary opponent waits on the other side of the door, but here on the other side of the field is an SAU goal.
I said that they had the ability to do it, Grant. This team is so good. They were just a little cage yesterday. They needed some time to get comfortable. These bees are not messing around, and I promise you that there's more where that came from. On the other side, Lebanon Valley, that's just sloppy, right? There's not a whole ton you can say, well, that wasn't great defense. SAU didn't have to work super hard. They creeped towards goal. They got a little bit lucky. Sometimes better to be lucky than good. Lebanon Valley, they've got to tighten up the reins on defense here. We'll see if they can do it. Doesn't look like it right now. Sap finding an entry point. They can't get the play off the sidewall. There's Beggars getting through. They may have a shot on goal. That's looking pretty good, but Sap up and at him for a big save to preserve the lead.
SAU holding it down so far. Flamethrowers should have an easy one there, but they got caught by a player incoming. Faithful tries to lob one up, nobody home for it. Fuzzy little late to the challenge. Sap was just a touch quicker. That one's floating. Backboard contested this time around. That's back underneath. Magar's off the back wall out to midfield. Faithful's there off the bump. Oh my goodness, it's almost on target. What a redirect that would have been. Unfortunately, it's just not going to come to fruition yet. Kraken moving around, got caught. Faithful out midfield, nothing there to find of it. And SAU holding down the fortress.
The Bees are swarming on the defensive end, and I'll tell you what, LVC, they've got their work cut out for them. There's Sap playing it over to Kraken for a good clear. Maggers sticking around, but Sap, who was very big yesterday, even in their losses, I've definitely got my eyes on him trying to make something happen. Now retreating the Kraken, looking for a good turnaround in the midfield, 2:40 to go. Kraken playing it out of the corner to Sap, passing it up. Not the greatest touches there for SAU. They keep getting into the other half. Oh, dangerous touch right there. They keep getting the other half, and they have some bad touches, and it just fizzles out in the corner. It's a few possessions in a row. They've got to find some better passing. They've got to find someone in the middle of the field, and they've got to take care of the ball on their own half.
Fuzzy said, I knew what you were up to. I know what you're trying to do. Right as Ethan says, they're looking for passes. Fuzzy was like, I already know that. You don't got to tell me twice. Huge interception to tie the game just under halftime. The Dutchmen are looking fierce. They are looking to strike once more. Faithful's already up for it. Has to get underneath Kraken, unable to. Back midfield, one more shot. Crossbar ringing. Bagars, one more up backboard. Fuzzy, backflip, and the defense holds true for SAU once again.
Scary moment for the Bees, almost giving up 2 goals in quick succession. The defensive effort there came through just in time. Sap could have been a defense right there as well, and that ball not even going to stay on the other side for very long. Right now, Lebanon Valley just clearing so efficiently. Faithful soaring in. They can't find it. Took the elevator to the top floor, all for nothing. Here's SAU on the back end. Fuzzy plays into the middle. Magars, they don't get the touch that they're necessarily looking for. Fuzzy, that nearly turns into an own goal and a good bump, but they take each other out. So a one-on-one, Sap versus Magars on the back end. Here comes the cavalry. Kraken rotating the front post, and SAU is gonna survive that quick burst of offense.
Well, Faithful unable to start reaching this ball. Lebanon Valley starting to lag behind on the offensive side as well. Faithful still boostless. Could have that corner to grab. They're going to miss out on that opportunity. Instead, it's a 50 that goes right back into their corner. At least they tried to prioritize the ball, but maybe the boost would have been the better option. We've talked about the boost game a little bit today and yesterday as well, how important that's going to be to momentum and how long you can keep your opponent on their toes. On the defense, Kraken barely making their way up to that one. Sap with a miss, but throws off the offense. Magars across just behind Faithful. Another bad touch backwards for Faithful as they tremble. SAU unable to get that touch. That's crucial. Would have been a great passing opportunity or at least scoring opportunity. This game remains tied. Sap off the backboard. No rebound. Kraken's there. Backboard. No one for the wraparound. Just kidding. Just kidding. The freshman's there to take back the lead.
Flamethrower kindling the flame of this SAU offense. Look at Sap down low, doing the dirty work, looking for Bun's Flamethrower. The beneficiary, and you know what? That's what we love to see. The upperclassmen clearing the way for Flamethrower. They're saying, you know what? It doesn't matter who scores the goal. We are a team, and we're here to get a dub on the stage. On the back end, LVC, Faithful, they almost find the equalizer right away. 25 on the clock. Here they come in. Oh, it sits in front. Kraken. They get the clear. 18 to go, SAU. That could have been disastrous. LVC, you know they're kicking themselves, Grant. 10 on the clock. 9 to go. Can they find it on the corner? Flamethrower won't get it. Here's Magars with a bit of a breakaway. SAU, they've just got to hold on to this 1-goal lead, and that is going to do it. Game 1 goes the way of the Bees.
This was an outcome I did not expect. I'm telling you, I was thinking about the strong showing from yesterday, but I think SAU are on their way to proving that maybe day one was a fluke because these fighting Bees are holding true to their name and they are fighting, looking to advance on to that next bracket match.
I'm not going to say, Grant, that I told you. But I told you, these Bees have some fight in them. Remember, do not sleep on the Bees. 1, because you're probably going to get stung. That doesn't sound very comfortable. But 2, because they will come out on the stage up there and win a game or 2. They've got the work cut out for them. Let's not act like Lebanon Valley's not an exceedingly talented team. Let's not act like these Dutchmen didn't show us some tremendous things on stream, on the stage, under the lights yesterday, Grant. This isn't over. The Bees have to play like that every single game. They probably play a little better than that every game because Lebanon Valley, they're just getting warmed up.
And I would say, too, I think they were in different pools, so they didn't quite meet each other. And I mean, maybe Lebanon Valley was strong in their pool, but once they ran into the fighting Bees, you told me so. You told me so. I see Nuke walking away right now. He's looking at me like, I told you so. He's flexing the muscles. He's flexing the team up here. The team looking to continue on. Maybe we see a sweep in favor of St. Ambrose University, but they'll have to battle out in game 2 as we are underway.
My big key here is making sure that your defense stays strong, Grant. 2-1, low score. Remember, you've always got to be rotating, especially if you are fighting these Bees. They're looking for something right away. LVC, they can't find it. SAU clamping up. Magars coming in. Ooh, Sap misses, but that one is going to be wide and high. Here's the follow through. Fuzzy not going to miss up that opportunity twice.
You give the Dutchman enough chances, and of course, like you said, they're gonna take it twice. Fuzzy. I mean, that's just a free shot. That was literally given to them. SAU have to do some bouncing back early now as as that was only 24 seconds in. It's not every day that you see a goal in the first 30 seconds, let alone the first minute. But the Dutchmen are going to be the team to do that. Look for their double, unable to find it, not even off the rebound either. Kraken pushing Fuzzy instead. Backward now, corner waiting. Flamethrower has to back out into defensive territory. Magar's the faithful, connection found, just not strong or consistent enough. Fuzzy, no shot there. Faithful, called off by Magars, who advances into B territory. Sap up for it, nothing to find of it. 50 down low, backboard, looking for the bump, unable to get it there. One more shot from Fuzzy, it's high. Another follow-up and blocked by Sap. The defense of these Fighting Bees is looking strong, but they've still got to find offense and that equalizer.
Sap with an absolutely monstrous save right there. 3:48 to go. Magar's coming through. That one going to be wide. LVC, the Dutchmen, they are so close on so many of their shots. Given the woodwork, the pounding of its life right now. Just shot after shot, rattling around. And they've only found the back of the net once. SAU better be thankful, better be grateful that this deficit isn't bigger as it looks to get here. But the Kraken going to be able to find the clear. There up high is Flamethrower. Kraken may have some daylight, gets blown up by Fuzzy. 3:15 to go, battling out in the corner here. Faithful gonna get challenged, gets by one, can't quite find the second as the defender gets there. There is the Kraken taking it away. Magars, good clear into the corner. There is Sap and Flamethrower. Sap, beautiful move right there, but Faithful is in the vicinity of 3v1. This could be a good opportunity for the Bees. Played well off the bat.
Both teams know how valuable it is to get the ball up to the backboard and get your opponents to jump. The defense starts to shake. They start to rattle a little bit. They get out of their comfort zone because they know that when nobody's on the backboard and things get close like that, they are going to panic. So the offense continuing for the Fighting Bees. Faithful for the Dutchman. Throwing it out as Flamethrower. Waiting back on the defense now to protect the incoming shot. It's Sap instead. Flamethrower again, Magar's back wall, no boost to follow. Actually, they've got plenty, just can't get there quick enough. Just didn't trust that they'd have an opportunity in the first place, but it just turns out to be a pass play all three ways.
All three players know how to share the sugar. Magars to Fuzzy to Faithful, and I'll tell you what, it turns into a beautiful goal. Teamwork makes the dream work on that play, Grant. Every single player getting a little touchdown. You know what? They should all get an assist. That's that Rocket League. Add that functionality. Where's the hockey assist for me? With 2 minutes to go, SCU's gonna have to start playing this like it is a hockey game. They're gonna have to get a little up close and physical, Grant. They are trailing here, and it's not looking great. They haven't been able to put together many good looks on offense, and more importantly, LVC has just been pouring on the shot attempts on the other end.
Oh no. I'm just not gonna talk. Just let it breathe. Moment of silence. Unfortunate.
E2 Brute.
E2 Brute.
At a time like this, stabbing the incidental coffin, stabbing the incidental knife into your own back, which may just end up being the last nail in the coffin for SAU in game number 2.
It's tragic, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles, unfortunately. This is something you got to bounce back from immediately. You can't let your head hang low. It's all about staying positive when things like this happen, because they happen, even in the most unfortunate of settings, when you're trying to win an entire tournament, when you're live, when you've traveled here, and you've made your way to be here, you've done all you can. When that happens, yeah, it's unfortunate, but you got to brush it off. Hopefully, Coach Gator, the mom of the group, packing those lunches, that inspirational quote on the sticky note, we can hope that that is enough to steer the ship back around. But right now, the Dutchmen still have control. Nobody's being thrown overboard. My goodness, it is full steam ahead for the Dutchmen.
And another unfortunate goal given up by the Bees. The defense is there. Flamethrower clanks off a teammate, not in position. Nobody home on the back post. So there's just no rotation, right? You come out to challenge and you leave the home undefended. No lock on the front door, and that's just what's going to happen. SAU, they find a goal from Flamethrower, and I tell you, if this kid doesn't have a scholarship, get him one, because he's been all over today. Really impressed by the intangibles, really impressed by the off-ball play. We've seen a lot of bumps. Flamethrower's been involved on a lot of different plays, so even in a loss, what might be a loss, positive takes away from, the Bees would need a miracle here.
They certainly need a minor miracle, but even if they aren't to get it, if God says, nah, fam, then they'll get a chance in the next game. Fuzzy, though, in the retreat, leaving Kraken as that trusty third man for SAU. Back to fight. Magar's looking for the double, doesn't find it. Fuzzy takes it across. Taking the scenic routes, they head up to the ceiling, pinch off the backboard. Is anybody home? It's Sap. That's the wrong team, though. Sap continuing. Big dunk. Midfield. No one home. Fuzzy off the backboard again. Flamethrower can't find it. Fuzzy moving once more. Sap with a long bomb. Clear. Kraken with the pre-jump. Can't read the defense, though. And I'm just saying, that goal that they've got in this game, even though it is a potential loss since SAU have not been able to find anything, I think that that is going to be huge for their momentum, at least moving forward. If they can find one more goal, I've got them taking game number 3. However, if LVC get this next goal with under 10 seconds to go, and I think it goes their way. 2 seconds to find out. Nobody going to get it.
SAU does find the end goal there, a little bit of a confidence booster. We're all knotted up at 1 apiece, Grant. Games have not been more exciting than this yet. Series have not been bigger than this yet. We've got a split series on the stage. Winner moves on. Loser, pack your bags. Maybe we'll see you at the next LAN.
Maybe, and hopefully we see a lot more lands like this. It's been a blast for both of us here in the booth. We certainly hope that it's a blast for you guys in the audience and those of you at home that we get to put this show on for you guys. But the show just keeps on going. SAU falling to the Game 2 loss after they picked up Game 1 victory, which was totally unexpected. But let me tell you, the Dutchmen got 10 shots in that game against an SAU 4. They were stuck on defense, these fighting bees, and they got to fight their way out of it. They need to make their way to the other side of the field. Obviously, I mean, that's the point of the game, right? It's the basis of Rocket League. See ball, hit ball, score goal.
That's it. The 3 main pillars of Rocket League.
I can leave
See
now.
ball,
I
score ball,
I can just leave.
hit
Like,
ball.
my analysis is done. I'm just gone.
We will see if SAU is able to fulfill on those 3 main tenets of the game. They certainly need it. On the other end, LVC looked phenomenal to touch things off in game number 2.
I gotta come back. Unlucky. Not playing. I'm so excited to be here. We're getting ready to go into game number 3, all tied up 1 apiece in the series. Fresh clock to go. SAU starting the offense. Sap dragging it around. Almost got under, broke the axles of Faithful. Just couldn't convert when the time mattered most. Sap wanted to get their hands on a 50. Flamethrower taken out. Unfortunate touchback from Kraken. Things are not looking up for the Bees. The pinch somehow misses the net. And LVC missed out on an opportunity. But my goodness, the defense really proven strong so far.
The Bees nearly have that goal, and that's going to be a heartbreaker that they don't find that goal early. But then they give them a quality possession on the other end. Thankfully, they don't give it up. We're still not up at 0 apiece, but they're going to be kicking themselves that they don't convert early. Sap here on their own end, up and at him is Fuzzy, but Flamethrower there for the big save. SAU keeps it even. That one going to go a bit high. Sap, good bit of defense as well, but they keep on coming, and Magars finds the back of the net for the Dutchman.
Talk about a laser. Secured the perimeter and shot hard straight down the middle. Baited everybody out of the net so that no one was remaining. And now a collected goal for the Dutchman early on. We talked about who would get the last goal in the last game. It was SAU. Would have loved to see them get another. But LVC winning that game just in general, I don't think the time between now and the last goal for SAU could be enough. But I could be wrong, because that's an open net question mark. No one able to get their hands on it, and it is out to the side.
SAU, they've been finding some opportunities, mostly preying on LVC's missed defensive opportunities, some long clears going SAU's way, but they're unable to convert them into goals. And right now, Lebanon Valley, they are feasting on that defense of the Bees. Sap going in, looking for something out of the corner. Fuzzy plays that one off nicely. Flamethrower, good shot. They just can't find the bumps to help out the freshman. Faithful gets a demo in the corner, but there is Sap flipping it up and out, and may have a little something here. Sap, green pastures, the flip up of Faithful taking it away. Kraken contending on the wall. Magars, good 50 in the air there. Fuzzy little bit wide right. Sap taking it away. Once again, may have something. I really like these long carries from Sap. Really likes to keep things on the ground, which switching up from what most players are doing, trying to keep it in the air. Sap doing things a little bit differently. It just hasn't benefited SAU too much yet.
Nothing to come of it just quite yet. Kraken advancing into the offensive territory. Fuzzy with the carry back around, waiting to go. Has control, flick to the side, Sap is there, good 50, looming towards net. That was almost a dangerous double tap into their own net. Gotta be careful, the Dutchmen do. Sap with a fake out shot, it goes in off the back. I'm not sure if it was crossbar and in, but either way, it hits a defending car, and maybe a return to own goal, perhaps.
Yeah, it looks like this does hit Fuzzy off the, yeah. I think it may have been going in either way, but feels bad to be in off of your car. Regardless, we're knotted up at 1 apiece. The Bees have found the equalizer with 2:20 to go. This one is starting to heat up this series. Also tied up at 1 apiece, a breakaway, the Kraken! There it is, the Bees find the lead.
This is what we were waiting for. Faithful unable to get the touch though. Fuzzy just got stuffed. There's nothing you can do there. Kraken finally showing up and making work of the defense for the Dutchmen. SAU hold the lead, and it's something they have yet to see since game 1. They're glad to have it. They're holding on desperately though. Magars not gonna let it last for long. 2:08 and we're tied.
Magars finding the back of the net in beautiful fashion. SAU just can't quite find the defensive effort, and well, we are all knotted up at 2 apiece. Neither team can break away back and forth. This one goes with 2 minutes to go. Fuzzy almost gets the redirect, but it wasn't meant to be. Here's Sap on the back end. A nice long carry in the air. That one nearly turns into something. It still might. The aerial up first is not Fuzzy, but that is who gets there first. Faithful on the back end. Fuzzy winning out in the midfield. Gets past 2 defenders, but the help, is it there or is it? Faithful! Oh my gosh, what a shot!
At some point, somebody had to be there. It just went back and forth where it was uncontested, wide open net. And after the 3rd try, again, you give the Dutchmen enough chances, they're going to capitalize. They will take advantage. They are going to take control, and now they hold the lead.
The Dutchmen sneaking out ahead. They are up by 1, 3-2. Goals coming in a scoring frenzy here late on in this one. Trying to tread water here. SAU, they got to get this ball away from the front of their goal. The Kraken going forward may have some boosts and open pastures here, but Fuzzy's going to be first to get there. LBC kind of grouping up on this half of the field. Might be good for them as it is here. Faithful playing it down to Fuzzy. Good bit of passing, but it's not going to matter. Here's the Kraken sending it in. Oh, Sap can't get the second touch. That would have been a beautiful goal to tie things up. Faithful on the back end, sets it up, but gets blown up by Sap, and we're tied again. Back and forth like a seesaw with rockets attached to it, Fred. We just can't find the middle.
Sap can find the middle though, right down the pipe, and it's all tied up for SAU. I was not expecting it to go like this, but I'm glad it happened. I'm all here for it. SAU want that lead back in the series so bad, and they are 1 step closer, but they got to watch out for Faithful. No touch there, good bump instead. Kraken finding flamethrower past midfield, met by Magars, picked up as well with a huge carry. Needs to go over Sap, cannot. Fuzzy with the rebound, and just like that, the Dutchmen are back.
Magar's read right here to start things off was beautiful. The Kraken trying to clear a little bit right of where they normally would. Magar's reads it the whole way, takes the ball, beautiful carry, conserves some boost for the end, and overall, just a gorgeous display of talent for LBC.
Just wow, that play. It was gorgeous. Would you say it was graceful or faithful? I don't know. We'll just go with it instead. Kraken looking to go with it as well. SAU need to defend the defense here. Shot in front. Faithful Thank goodness they missed. At least if you're a Fighting V fan, Flamethrower forcing their way through. Fuzzy with the pickup. Magars to the backboard. Somebody's got to be around. The third is not. Fuzzy waits low instead. Almost got the fake. The 50 came through. SAU 10 seconds. They've got to hurry. Time's winding out. Faithful still pushing on the pressure. Kraken upfield. Fuzzy got there. Somebody's got to be home. No one is. SAU now the length of the field to travel. Sap has control and the carry taken down. Sidewall bounce. Still up in the air, but it's in favor of the Dutchman, and we know that they like to keep it up, but Magars backs off, and that is a tough loss for St. Ambrose. And the Dutchman back in.
Dutchmen rattle off 2 straight wins after SAU takes game number 1. They have been very close. SAU is right there. We are in striking range, headed off to game number 4 with a 2-1 Dutchman lead over the Bees.
A 2-0 or 2-0, 2-1. What am I thinking? I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm absolutely lost out here apparently. But SAU, they had the lead. They were looking good. They led the series, and then they brought it back for a brief minute there. They had to get their hands on that goal, and they fall like that. That's heartbreaking when it's a 1-goal game when you're so close like that. Oh man, nothing hurts more than that. You gotta get back on that. You can't hang your head down low. You gotta stay positive. You have to keep moving forward because now your tournament, your land life is on the line.
And you know what? For SAU, the travel time, not a big concern. They're 15 minutes down the road, but man, do they want to play for this trophy. They want to play for the money. Did they want to play to say that they won the land? And kicking things off here's Magars to Fuzzy. Oh! What a shot!
Are you kidding me? What a dunk, first of all. Ditches the double, leaves it for Fuzzy. Oh, guess what? I'm back, baby. I meant to miss that double. I meant to be there. Quick, hot start for the Dutchman.
SAU trailing 1, and well, a goal as beautiful as that may be memorable, might be clip-worthy. It's still only worth 1 point. SAU, they're gonna tie it up. What is happening? Grant, I thought we came for some Rocket League, and all of a sudden a track meet broke out. They are just sprinting to the other end, not an ounce of defense in sight.
The Dutchman's glory doesn't last for long. It's not 15 minutes of fame, it's 15 seconds of fame because SAU has tied it up. Sap looking to take it back. Oh, that's a big miss. Flamethrower can't get there either. Faithful with a beat, really looking to steal back this early lead. Faithful off the pre-flip, nothing to be found of it. Magars moving around. Backboard. This is where it's been dangerous for the Fighting Bees. Magars, big shot over the top. Sap not ready and well positioned for it. It goes right over their head, and Dutchmen are back into the lead.
We're almost averaging a goal every 10. This pace is insane. There's no way that it's sustainable. SAU, they've got to find a shot back here and in a hurry, because if this is the pace of the game, if this is how we're going to be running things here on out, if you don't keep on scoring, LVC is going to bury you.
They've buried multiple shots in the net. They're looking to bury the Fighting Bees as they move on to face Empire State, but I say it in the present tense, it's not happened yet. The Fighting Bees are still fighting. I'm telling you, but the Dutchman, man, has their pressure looked intimidating. It's been consistent. It's been on. They found the infield passes. They found that magic little trick that the Fighting Bees have yet to quite find. They're going for the infield passes much closer to the net. Now running into each other. Magars, one more up. No ditch successful. In the retreat now, Kraken has a shot up forward. Sap tried to mimic exactly what the Dutchman did to them. Flamethrower from the sidewall. Magars gets stuffed. Somebody's got to be waiting down. They'll take it to the wall instead. Kraken unable to shoot. Back down over Fuzzy. Flamethrower needs to go. Leaves Sap instead. Out to the corner. Magars waiting. Oh, it's over their head. Nothing in front of the net. I just don't know when the Fighting Bees have got it in them. Not even there. Massive save to come up, and SAU still falling short as Faithful gets another toss to the side.
Sap follows up with another shot on goal, and there's a good one, but Maggers, they're all the same. Lebanon Valley is stepping it up, and man, if I'm the Bees, I gotta be playing in disbelief, because they put some nice shots on goal, like that one as well. The follow through, Sap They finally get there. 2-2. Almost 3 full minutes to go.
As soon as Fuzzy missed that, it left Magars all alone. We knew it was coming. It was one to beat, and a full stampede of bees behind them. 2-2 now. Are we in game number 4? But this is where we find out what teams are made of. Do the Fighting Bees have what it takes to stay positive, keep going, stay focused, and produce that offense that they've been lacking for a little while now? Or do they fall short? Do the Dutchmen stay on top? We're all here to find out. Dutchmen, look at that, do it! Last minute save from Kraken. They have to jump over some people coming into bump. Magars off the sidewall has another looking for the double. Angle tough. Nothing found. Still tied under halftime now. Lots of game left to play. Fuzzy still building. That's over the head of Flamethrower. Thank goodness Kraken was there. Faithful, not a favorable touch. Magars, sidewall again. Pinch downfield to the ceiling. Needs a follow. Looking for the net. Goes under, then over. Dutchmen take it back.
Quick strikes from the Dutchmen get them the lead once again. Magars, beautiful play, manipulating the defense as said Grant, over and then under, got up above, drew the attention, stuck it right by 2 defenders to find the lead once again. Man, SAU, they've got their work cut out for them once again. And Flamethrower, the freshman, gets blown up by Magars there. Sap may have something off the back wall, doesn't find it, but the follow through, the bouncer, Faithful gets it. Third attempt, not gonna find it. The defense is there. Here is Sap guiding it in, but there is Magars. Great offense, better defense. Kraken gotta rotate back, does so. May have an opportunity here off the sidewall for a center, but comes in a little bit hot. Flamethrower can't get it either, and up is Faithful for the clear. Sap, one of the lone members back, rotating to the back post is Flamethrower, gets taken out off the wall. Fuzzy, good piece of dribbling. Here's Magars trying to keep alive. Sap doesn't get what they're looking for. Faithful is there with the clear.
The Bees know how close they are. Big demo. Sap is there. Flamethrower having to toss it down. Goes long instead. Magars with the catch. LVC really meeting the Bees where they are. The Dutchman still fighting. Flamethrower making desperate attempts to get this ball out. Trying to clear. Sap throws one up. Has Kraken waiting and Flamethrower as well. Kraken to take over off the corner. Fuzzy's awkward on the wall. Little bit of a touch. Flamethrower has to leave. The demo comes out as well, but Fuzzy pushing forward, and that's what the Dutchmen do well. That change of pace, that change, that interplay of their rotations, able to strike down the midfield where we haven't seen the Bees do a ton of that. The Bees need an equalizing goal, and even if they get it, it's a tough challenge to overcome and finally take back that lead that you had for a moment at the start of this game, and you had for a moment at the start of this series. You just got to get it back. 30 seconds fighting for the Bees.
30 seconds for the rest of the land, 30 seconds for the car ride home, and here come the Bees. Sap, they're gonna blow that one wide left. That looked like the opportunity. They can't quite have it. Flamethrower up, can't play it out of the corner. There's Magars. Sap fighting for it. You know they're thinking about that last shot opportunity. This one may have a chance, but there's Fuzzy. 2 on the clock. Magars won't get it to go. Lebanon Valley wins an exciting series, and they'll be moving on to the next round.
No matter what they threw, somehow the Dutchmen just had everything to throw back at them. Somehow they kept coming out on top. Whatever they did, it worked. The Bees just could not fight and stay up there. They kept climbing the mountain. They got up there and the Dutchmen kicked them down. And they stand at the top of it, moving on to face Empire State University. What a series, Ethan.
What a series indeed, Grant. They really got there. Lebanon Valley, they trailed early, and that shows some tenacity, especially on the stage, to lose game 1 and then rattle off back-to-back-to-back wins. I'm really excited to see what this team can do against Empire State.
I'm excited to see as well, but first, we need to do a couple bit of reads here. First of all, thanking all of our sponsors this weekend: Akai Riot, Artistry Ascendance, CSMG, Disc Replay, ESTV, GamePlan.com Hometown Ticketing, HyperX Gaming, Planet FunkCon, Playmakers Wanted the Game Hers, Vanta Leagues, Visit Quad Cities, City Casino, and St. Ambrose University. Thank you all for your support of the Hometown Series Scholastic Land.
The NECC and St. Ambrose would also like to thank HyperX Gaming for their support of the Hometown Series. All championship winning players this weekend, which may include some players that we just saw, we'll see how the next round shakes out, will be receiving HyperX Cloud Gaming headsets, the one that Grant and I have on right now, in addition to their cash prizing. Speaking of champions, speaking of this event, the venue we're playing in is beautiful with a massive casino floor just outside there. Three excellent dining opportunities, comedians, concerts. They're both on a regular basis. There's an incredible hotel and plenty to do at Rhythm City Resort. To learn more, go to rhythmcitycasino.com. Grant, we're going to see everyone back here in Rhythm City after a quick break for our next round of Rocket League. We've got the semis. Welcome back to the NECC Hometown Series. Our next matchup features North Central Technical from Wausau, Wisconsin. Y'all, I hope I get that one. The Timberwolves. They are going up against Illinois Wesleyan University in what should be a good one. The winner heading on to the finals.
Well, Ethan, I know that you have got to root for the home team, Wisconsin, you got to go there. But here's the strange thing. You and I did not see Illinois Wesleyan University play yesterday, nor did anybody here or at home. Nobody knows. Now, apparently, there's a rumor going around that they are really, really good. And we will be able to find out if that is an accurate statement. I think it will be, assuming that they got the bye. What are they, first or second seed? They've got to be. NTC certainly have a strong task ahead of them, but I think if they come out hot against a team that probably isn't as warm, at least they haven't been on stage today. They haven't been on stage at all. This is a whole different environment for them. If NTC come out strong and quick enough in game one, they might have the momentum early, but they're going to suffer a first goal against them instead.
And there is Noe coming through. I was about to say, I don't think we needed to see them on stage because we've seen them in NECC play. These dudes are legit, Graham. This is a team that is not to be trifled with. The Lords, though, let's just say that NTC is going to have their hands full. The Timberwolves are really going to have to rally. They're really going to have to get some of that special sauce from Dilmac once again. Cade, oh my gosh, that was dirty.
It was, and it's not an own goal. No, your eyes probably do deceive you here. Koiboy with a huge miss leaves it wide open. Dilmac stuck on the corner off the spawn after that demo, and they're just not able to get back to it quick enough. They knew that one was coming, but 30 seconds in and already 2 goals. Iwu looking hot for a start.
Yeah, they're continuing just to pound the goal here. They haven't really been on defense. They don't know if that is so far in this game. This is the first real possession where NDC's been able to put anything forward. But here's Mag up in there, flips it forward. That was almost dirty. Almost had a follow-up. Iwu, they are just pouring so many shots on goal right now. NTC treading water. They've got to find a way to clear the ball. They've got to find a way to get some defense. Cade passing it out. That shot wide left. The follow through from Mac. That's going to be saved by Koiboy. But you can only do this so long, NTC. You can only play defense for so long before you're going to give up another. Demo coming through. Dilmac taken away by Mag in the midfield.
Bullets have been raining in, and they've been locking the doors, boarding up the windows, making sure to barricade the door as well. And those shots will just keep coming flying in. Dilmac, though, wants to return to get that goal and really get that breathing room so they can retreat back home and maybe sip on a cup of tea for now. They are down 2 goals, a lot of stuff to get under their belt. Specifically, this next goal that could come in soon, although Cade has to touch out.
Great touch by Cade there to turn a little bit of defense into offense. Noe pushing this one forward. There's Dilmac in the air for it, taken away by Cade. This Iwu team is just so confident in the air. They spend such little time on the ground. Dilmac missing that one. Probably going to pick up that big boost in the back end, so good management by them. But it doesn't matter if you're trailing 2 goals to none. You've got to find some way to inject some offense into this game. Noe taking that one. Koiboy got to rotate back in a hurry. Good bump by Noe as well, playing this one to the corner. Dilmac and Koiboy pursuing it. There is Cade, taken by Dilmac on Noe, and Noe able to take it away. Dilmac nearly had the breakaway.
They thought they did, but Mag has it instead. It's been fierce offense for the entirety of this first game. Cade with a drop down. Koiboy just not able to make the best touch. They were trying to put it out into that corner, but instead they spin out as they get it, and that's what's going to result in the 3rd goal for Iwu.
Illinois Wesleyan really showing why they're such a vaunted program. This is not a team that you want to be playing against. And our questions were really not, are they good? Can they do it? It's, can they be on the stage? Can they handle the pressure? Well, I've got 3 goals that says they can. Still 2 minutes, 19 seconds to go. They've got a lot more opportunity to amaze us as they get another. Mag with their 2nd goal of the game.
A last second touch that gives this one over. Cade's double tap. It was just calculated to be off target. Mag was just there for the wraparound, and they did make it there in time. This is a commanding lead, and we haven't seen anything like this except for day one yesterday with Empire State University. I think that match coming up after this one, but we are looking at an IWU team that is looking pretty darn scary, and considering that this is day two, it's going to get scarier from here, but Blast, they started the game last series, and they're starting it here.
Blast finally finding the back of the net for NTC. The Timberwolves, they're going to have to rally around that singular goal. They've only got a few shots, and in fact, Blast doesn't even get credited with a shot for that goal. So very little statistical offense production from the Timberwolves, and they're bumping each other on defense there in the double commit. That's no good. The follow through from Cade, that's going to find the back of the net, and all of that is due to gross mismanagement on the defensive end.
Certainly, Dilmac needed to either call that shot off and force their teammate to rotate around, or just do the better thing and rotate around anyway. When in doubt, rotate to that back post. I mean, nothing can really go wrong. At least you're there to defend, and anything from there is just a mechanical mistake, or you just get outplayed off the backboard off of a double tap, or something really strange happens. There's at least more you can do there, but Blast get in a dime from the homie.
Blast has had all the offensive production right now. We saw that a bit in their first series today. Has such a level of comfort on the stage, Grant. Just cool as a cucumber up there. Bright lights does not matter. They all need to embody what Blast is doing right now. They're seeing opportunities and they're taking advantage on the offensive end. But first, they've got to stop hemorrhaging goals on the defensive end. They're trailing by 3. They've given up 5. They need to find a way to stop IWU, and they don't get it there.
They're getting demoed. They're getting boost starved. It's everything that has gone against them before coming back to haunt them. Koi Boy can't make that touch either, and it forces Blast to be in a very difficult place where they just have to read it and assume that Noe's going somewhere. They just don't know where. They made their best attempt, but now 4 goals down are they? NTC have done a great job of finding each other. It's been Koi Boy and that connection with their teammate, and not Dilmac, the player that we've been looking at, but more specifically Blast, a player that was unlikely to step up today, but I'm glad that they did, because they have proved themselves to be a striker. Here's the same play we've seen time and time again where IWU hit the post and it just goes out to midfield. NTC barely getting their hands on it this time around and still suffering a big deficit. It's off the backboard. Noe tried to go fancy, and at this point, IWU trolling? They're not looking like they're taking this too seriously. They're starting to freestyle a little bit. That could cost them if NTC take recognition of it quickly enough and pick up the pace.
Blast nearly has a breakaway goal there, Grant, but can't quite find the handle on it. Noe pushing it up. I'll tell you what, in Illinois Wesleyan, really living up to their name, the Titans. This is a Titan-like performance. They are standing tall right now. Blast looking for something. There's Cade tossing it up into the air. Good play by NTC. They've got to get something off it. An errant ball. Not going to find the back of the net. Noe there for the cleanup. 30 seconds to go. NTC, they're probably not going to find the win in this one, as Blast missing that ball there. Another one. Not going to find the back of the net. A cacophony of errors for the Timberwolves.
Oh man, that is heartbreaking. When you have a team as consistent as IWU and NTC aren't able to find every goal that they get an opportunity for, that is going to be huge. That's something where you're just like, all right, game 1 didn't go our way. We've got to just shake it off. But yeah, you really got to shake it off at this point, because IWU, they're not done. 3 seconds, they don't care. They just keep going. They pick up a 7th.
The 9th combined goal in this game, and let me tell you, it's not because NTC's putting them on the board. IWU absolutely bring it to the Timberwolves in this game. They have done whatever they wanted, whenever they wanted, and however they wanted to do it. They score a whole gaggle of goals in game number 1. NTC's got a lot to change for game 2, Grant.
Certainly. And as you hear the announcer in-game announce, that game was robbed. I mean, NTC coming off of a hot victory today on stage. They've already got all the experience under the belt. They seem to have the advantage, but IWU, just nerves of steel, no signs of letting up, and I don't think they're going to at all in this series. But I'm just kind of wondering now, what's the counterattack? What's the play here for the opposition? The Timberwolves thought they were going to win it all. They still think that. At least they got that confidence. I think that's the biggest factor that they got going for them, but are they giving power to IWU now?
defense is the best thing, right? You're not going to win games when you're giving up 7 goals. And we saw Blast find some offense production. It was mostly off of Iwu's mistakes, right? Blast saw opportunities. He saw some breaks in the armor, ways he could sneak in, took advantage. Iwu was not thinking about how they can improve. They just won so big. They're not going back to the huddle saying, oh, we can do this, and this better. They're like, all right, go out, do it again. NTC, they're trying to improve. If they get that defense figured out, they may be able to take advantage of some soft spots in Ivu's defense once again.
They've got 3 chances to do it. Well, I guess even less now. 2 chances to figure out how to match the pace of Iwu. Noe making sure that the ball doesn't cross midfield. Cade doing the same. Noe on a pass connection. Dilmac on the other side. Backwall needs the rebound here. Cade couldn't free flip it, and NTC get the first goal of game 2.
And you hear the cries of celebration from the stage. The Timberwolves happy with that one. First blood going over to NTC. That's what they needed. A little bit of momentum, a little shot in the arm to get things going in game number 2.
Now, when you celebrate like that, you got to remember this goal is long gone to the past. You have to focus on the future and how you're going to do that same thing again. If you let any power go to the past, you're going to have a hard time in the present. Cade certainly proving it, and it wasn't long that Iwu would come back in strength.
We are all tied up at 1 apiece, and you're absolutely right. You can't be a slave to the past. How many goals do we need? More is always the correct answer. You can't settle. It doesn't matter how much you're up by. You have to continue to play like you're trailing 10, like you're trailing an amount that you can't come back from. More goals is always better. Nearly an Iwu goal there. A double quit may leave them in poor position, but that one is going to go wide left, rattles off the woodwork. Going forward, Blast, they're going to get bumped. That one's up for Dilmac. Can they find it wide right? Get a double tap because Cade is there to clean it up.
Goodness gracious, things just got close there. We thought Dilmac would get a better second touch to set up the backboard, but Cade doesn't need a better second touch. They get it right off the bat, set themselves up from the very beginning, or really Noe doing a lot of the work. That's an incredible wraparound to come straight from the side and get in front of it and put that on target with that much power. That is an impressive feat from Iwu that just shows you the level that they are at, that they're able to find these goals and get crafty when they need to pick up the scraps.
Where's NTC's defense on that long clear? Dilmac the only one back to try to play it off the back wall and results in an easy double tap for Iwu. Nothing that could be done, although they almost get a goal there. The follow-through isn't going to find it. Blast with the save. They have the defense there. They need to continue strong rotations, not just when they're on defense, but that third man back has to be talking all the time, saying, hey, they've got a long clear. We need to do something. Cade trying to steer this one away. NTC, they are looking to equalize this game. Noe gets hit in the air. Mag, there's an open goal. Rotations, rotations, rotations.
Iwu have got this NTC team figured out. You notice just the confidence from Cade as they caught that on their defensive end and moved out the post. They knew that they weren't going to be able to, that NTC wasn't able to put out those angles as they were to do unto them. That is what the difference is. You have such, first of all, a skill gap, but you also have this confidence of a team. Like you were saying, they're not going back to the huddle. They're just sticking around and saying, all right, how can we do that again? And I don't know what that answer is because I am not at their level. I am not that good, but NTC now, it is back to the huddle. What do they got to do to make sure this doesn't happen again? Maybe look out for these demos. They've been happening all day long. Koi Boy being held at spawn as this is a redirect from Cade, setting up Mag in the back, backed off it instead. Strange carry, but a dribble nonetheless. Dilmac underneath, looking to wrap around. Oh, they've got it. Doomsy Dish, how do you save something like that?
Dilmac gets stonewalled at the last centimeter required for that goal. Cade gets it blown up. Iwu, they are looking great at every stage of the game. Cade setting it up. There's the follow through and the goal. The Titans take a 3-goal lead. It was close for a lot of this game, and then all of a sudden you blink and you miss it.
For sure. And now we've seen the Timberwolves panic for the first time. I don't think we've seen this Timberwolves team, I mean, down so much when they've got a team on the other side. I'm pretty sure everyone on Iwu are Supersonic Legends. They're all SSLs at the highest level. and they are looking dominant. NTC has been confident the entire time they've been at this live event, but now we've seen them panic, we've seen them double commit, triple commit, jump for boost. They're getting demoed at every twist and turn. Dilmac only just barely able to find a connection from Blast. That's the first connection that we've seen, the first pathway we've seen in a long while. Now Koi Boy, the waiter, looking to serve something up, but no, he says no. This is a full kitchen team shut down, and there are too many cooks there. 5-1.
The goals are bad enough. Trailing 4 with a minute and a half to go hurts really, really bad. But you know what's worst? You know what's demoralizing? Is the demos. Never in comp play have I seen the spawn camp. Koi Boy got back in, just looked down at their controller, looked back up, and it said waiting to respawn 2 more seconds. And Mag, before I can even finish talking about how demoralizing the outcome is, finds another goal.
Not only do they find another goal, look at this. Unlucky own goal. Koi Boy trying to get involved. That prevents their third man from being able to make the reliable stop. And we are on the verge of seeing a little trip down to a South American country by 1 goal. All we need for the Brazil. It's teetering on the goal line. NTC certainly don't want to suffer that kind of humiliation. Not here, not now. There's still fighting left to do. Dilmac gets their hands on it. They've got to stuff it. Chases out a demo. Cade throwing off the offense. Koi Boy not throwing off too much. They did miss, but Blast is back for it. Mag getting 50. Blast can't fight through all the way. Dilmac got in the way. That's an overcommit, and we are taking a plane flight right on down to Brazil. 7-1.
I do always appreciate a good Brazil meme, but come on, Grant. You said a little country? Brazil's massive. Massive. What are we talking about here? We may know what we're talking about for Rocket League, but when it comes to geography, best you be using Google. Bing even. I would use Bing before us, and that's a low blow. Mag here, up and out of for it, plays it over to Cade. I don't think they're gonna stop the Brazil grid. I think that they want a little bit more. This one teetering in front of goal, not gonna find it. Dilmac able to get the clear, and obviously if you're NTC, you want to avoid this Brazil by scoring another goal, because this one looking just as ugly as the last, almost the same exact score. Last one resulting 7-2, I believe. So different game, same result so far, Grant.
So far, and it's hard to believe that we're only in game number 2. It's felt like an eternity. This has been one of the longest matches we've seen during our LAN here in the Quad Cities. But man, this could just keep on going. This is pure domination from IWU. There is nothing that NTC can do, and I mean, at that point, you just accept it like, hey, it's an SSL team. They're good. They've had so much experience. They've played together a ton. There's really nothing we can do about it. We can try to match their pace, and I mean, really, that's what you're gonna have to do, is throw everything and the kitchen sink at this Titans team, because there's nothing right now that NTC are doing to prevent it.
Kitchen sink. I just have a complete side tangent that I think we can afford to go on after the state of that game, after we saw the Brazil. That expression is fantastic, but if you really think about it, if you really go deep into the 12 brain cells you possess in your head, you realize that it makes less sense the cleaner you are. Because if you do your dishes on a regular basis and I throw everything that's in the kitchen sink at you, that's not that impressive. Like right now, it's like a spoon and a bowl because I had a bowl of cereal, but I did dishes after last night. But if I'm an absolute slobbering mess who doesn't know how to clean up after myself and I throw everything in the kitchen sink at you, that's like 12 concussions. It's probably lethal when he gets smacked with a crock pot to the domer.
A crock pot to the domer, huh? Yeah. That sounds lethal. That sounds brutal.
That'll do some damage.
I would think so. I mean, I'm a thin dude, right? I don't got much muscle on my body. It's hard enough to carry the crock pot. I couldn't imagine what that's like to take to the dome, to the noggin. I don't want to know, but right now it does feel like, you know, even if it's not the kitchen sink, that IWU are throwing the crock pots at the noggins of NTC, and I just don't know what you do at that point. I mean, what happens when you get hit in the head with a crock pot?
I'm not sure when crockpot noggin happens. I don't really know, but we're about to find out. NTC, they need to find a way to play some defense in this game. We know the odds are stacked against them. We know this is an SSL team, but there's Blast. So back-to-back games, the Wolves find first blood, and we know it didn't matter last game, but they need something to build on. And if you need something to build on, you might as well start off with a strong foundation of a goal, Grant.
I want to say they've done all 3 games. It just feels like Blast's name has showed up first in a lot of the games played. Maybe that's because we saw them in the last, or 2 series ago. Maybe, but here they are fighting for it. They need to hold on. Here could be a second goal. Yes, sir. It's lucky, but they take it. 2-goal lead. Let's go.
I'm gonna send a quick warning out to the Illinois Wesleyan Titans. Don't play with your food, especially when that food is a ravenous pack of Timberwolves. All I'm saying, a 2-0 lead. Obviously, you're not super worried. You've just put up 7 goals in back-to-back games, but this is the biggest lead you forfeited so far to the T-Wolves. We're going to see if they're able to expand off of it. They are not able to dig the lead right there. That one going wide left. Meg battling out in the corner. Can't find it. Cade keeping it alive, and here it is out to Koi Boy. Just about a minute elapsed here, 4:15 on the game clock, and a 2-point Timberwolf lead. There's the setup, the follow through, the shot, wide right.
Dang. That is unfortunate for the Timberwolves. It was such a good look towards the net, but they squander that opportunity. Dilmac still holding on for dear life, finding a connection in Koi Boy. Back the other way. Too early on the jump, too early on the flip as well. Blast can't get it. Koi Boy waiting. Noi can get a little bit of it. Dilmac up, dropping down to the corner. Now Mag is there. Backboard. It needs to stay on the backboard. A one jump too early. Koi Boy had to leap for that. Technically a double commit, and that could be the Timberwolves starting to panic again. But they've got the lead. They're just starting to lose a little bit of the pace. Mag hunting. Noe. Oh, goodness. That's what you expect.
1 minute and 30 seconds elapsed before NTC gave up a goal to the Titans. That's a big improvement, Grant. They're still holding a 1-goal lead here. They've got to keep finding that defense, but also feed Blast, feed Dilmac. These are your studs on offense. These are the guys that you have to be looking to put some points on the board, but none of it matters if you give up 7 goals again. You've got to hold down the fort, lock it up tight, turn the lights down low, do whatever you got to do.
Turn the lights down low? I mean, all right, then maybe we see it, but it's not lights out yet. It could be if IWU take this series, though, but so far they trail. We know how good they are at coming back, though. Cade launching one up to the sky, high and flying over. Doesn't find it past Dilmac. Blast got one by Noe. Up. Carry has 2 to beat. That both jumps for it. But it's out to the corner. Cade off the backboard. That's a rebound opportunity, and they force it through. You can't give space to IWU.
Miscommunication on the goal line here. Look at this. Dilmac has a shot at it there. Koi Boy drives right by it. Dilmac realizes their error just a split second too late. Doesn't have the boost to get over there. And just like that, we're all knotted up at 2 apiece. This is a brand new ball game. 2:40 to go. Still a whole lot of time left. NTC, they are fighting for their tournament lives. The winner moving on to the finals.
And let me point out just how fierce this IWU team is. They are undefeated. They have taken every match they have played, on stage, off stage. I mean, all of them from yesterday being off stage. They took it all in 3-0 sweeps. They're looking to make it 5 of those sweeps, and they just need another goal to take the lead, and that is certainly something they are capable of. However, Blast wants to change that. Dilmac waiting for someone to go. Miscommunication. Pass over to the left side, out of reach. Dilmac somehow wrapped around to it. Up to the sky again. Dilmac throwing long. Nobody contesting. Koi Boy, no contact made. Noe over. Sidewall. Blast taking over. Looking midfield. And he's still fighting for this goal. They can't get it because Cade is there on the backboard. And that's that poise. That's that patience. Camping the backboard. Setting up your tent and making sure not to leave until you need to. And that is a pass play that's going to turn your ankles around for ages.
This one hurts so bad. Koi Boy just overdrives it a touch, a hair. Held that boost just a little too long and pays for it dearly. IWU has rattled off 3 straight Goals on their way to a 1 point lead, a minute and a half to go. NTC, they've got to start clamping up if they don't want to pack their bags early. Indiana Wesleyan, they've got their eyes fixed on the prize. NTC, they've just got to think about not losing this game. Dilmac gets a big demo, but it's a breakaway goal, potentially. Good defense from Blast. Another big save for NTC. They've got to find a goal to equalize it, Grant.
And that right there is gonna be a potential dagger. I was just about to say it. If it didn't come soon, it was gonna happen now. It was Cade off the double tap. Beautiful read, but that's one that Koi Boy can't be missing, and now they are in their head. The Timberwolves starting to suffer a little bit. They've got a lot of ground to make up, and they haven't been able to make up any ground that they lose. They can make it when there's none to gain or lose, but once they are under, they might be stuck in the grave. They're being lowered into the coffin already. The top going down, the cover getting the hammer ready. They've got the nails in hand. One's already in. Cade looking to put in two. Has one off the back wall. Noe over the top. Koi Boy not letting it sealed yet. 40 seconds to go. Noe midfield finds Mag. NTC starting to panic once more. Noe again keeping it in play. Mag with a shot. Mag with a block. Someone needs to be there. Blast once. Cade off the post. Thank goodness it missed, but 30 seconds. They've got to get to the other end of the field quick, or else this is all over. And Iwu secure their 5th sweep of the land.
Mag's third man play is so impressive there. The confidence they have. You see Noe just passing back to Mag to generate offense. And seems counterintuitive when we first start playing Rocket League, but the ability to have your third man come in and not be smothered by defense and make plays has been a big key for Iwu, and they're going to need that to be a big key for them as they move on to the championship. These Titans will be going to the finals.
My goodness. We are so close to the finals. It's just coming. It's right around the corner. And I cannot believe what a series we saw. Iwu are looking impressive as you look at their standings, their results from this live event, the hometown series. It just gets scarier, and I need to look at some more standings to figure it out because apparently I was just sleeping on Illinois Wesleyan. I think I was sleeping on them pretty darn hard, but don't go to sleep just yet because we've got a couple things we would like to say first, wouldn't we, Ethan?
I would like to cap off a point about Illinois Wesleyan. If we could all equip our counting fingers at home, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 straight wins. That's 5 sweeps, Grant. Well, just, you put your 5 up. Right there. It's that many straight wins
I was
for
looking for my
Iwu.
toes.
Oh, I'm wearing a little bit bigger shoes today. It's a little hard for me to untie them, and no one wants to smell my feet. Let's be honest. Let's be honest. Least of all you. But 15 impressive straight wins for Illinois Wesleyan. Grant, NTC looking like they got to refuel a little bit after that one.
I would say they got to refuel, and instead of collecting it with some boost, why not take themselves to the Draft Day Sports Lounge? They've got burgers, they got chicken, flatbread, pizza. Goodness, what a tongue twister, but my goodness, it's good. It's going to get you recharged for the next time that you play. Unfortunately, the Timberwolves are out for now, but hey, at least go celebrate your accomplishments, making it into the top 6, making it into day 2. That's still an achievement that they should hold high and be proud of.
And speaking of great food, the Quad Cities has some of their own. I met up with a friend at a little place called QC Pancake House. I think it was in Rock Island. Oh, brother, let me tell you about these pumpkin pancakes. I
Not
don't know what
sponsored.
they do to make them taste so good, but there's so much pumpkin. Like, I swear there had to be a pumpkin in every single bite. I don't know how they condense it and put it into a light pancakey form, but they were fantastic. In general, the Quad Cities is pleased to welcome you. There's family activities, food. It's the perfect getaway for any time of the year. You can discover more, and not the pancakes, but like I said, that's QC Pancake House. That's pretty good. You can discover more at visitquadcities.com, and be sure to visit the online event calendar for upcoming events. Or, you know what? We've all got one of these sitting around. I've got it on the desk to get the info directly to your phone by text message on QC events and activities from visitquadcities.com. You can go to textvisitqc.com. That's textvisitqc.com. Never miss out what's happening at the Quad Cities. And And when we're talking about the Quad Cities, why don't we talk about one of the best universities in the Quad Cities? We saw them on stage, probably see them playing some Smash later. St. Ambrose Varsity Esports Program is elated to help host the NECC for this event. SAU Esports offers scholarships for aspiring esports professionals as a player, manager, coach, or designer. Definitely get at them. Find Nuke. He's the most handsome man in the building, so shouldn't be hard to track him down. He would be more than happy to talk esports with you. Grant and I will be more than happy to talk esports when we return after a quick little break. We've got Lebanon Valley going up against who, Grant?
Empire State.
Empire State. It's going to be a good one. Stick around for that. Welcome back to Rhythm City. We've got our last semi-final matchup. Empire State taking on Lebanon Valley. The Dutchmen have their work cut out for them because this Empire State team, they can score, Grant.
They certainly can, and we saw Iwu in the last series certainly able to score a ton of goals themselves, but the only other undefeated team in this bracket still is Empire State University, so clearly just favored to win off of that because there has been some tough competition all around for all the teams that have shown up for day one and those that have made it to day two. This could be a challenge for Lebanon Valley, though, as they face that undefeated team in Empire State.
The narrative has definitely been building to be Empire State going up against IWU, the 2-1 seeds. And I think that's what everybody's expecting. But can Lebanon Valley flip the script and dip the chip and shake up this bracket just a little bit? That's what I'm excited to find out, Grant.
Well, luckily we don't have to wait long because this one is already underway. 5 minutes fresh on the clock. Ibu already in retreat. A little bit of scrambling to start for Empire State, but I like that Lebanon Valley have come out with some heat. Again, they do have some favor to them as they score this first goal. They have been on stage before, and there's a lot less to worry about.
Excuse me, I was muted there for a second. They are coming off a big stage performance, Grant, where they beat San Ambrose. They did show us what they were made of after dropping game number 1. So we know they can get it done in tight situations. We know they can get it done on the stage. Can they get it done against Empire State? This team is so talented. Get over Slawfish, just 2 of the names, but you got Ibu there as well, who no slouch on the pitch either.
No slouch indeed. Ivu up to the ceiling to drop this one down for get over on a relatively open net. I'm not sure what was going on. I think I caught the glimpse of the little end of a squishy save in the net. I think that is indeed what Fuzzy was up to, just monkeying around, or maybe just being a sloth, trying to imitate the defense a little bit. Maybe, I don't know. Slotfish though, not in that play. We're tied up at 1 apiece.
Empire State cracking back and finding the equalizer. Can LVC get something going once again? Looks like it right here as they have the ball on the opposition side, trying to center something. There's a good looking pass. Can they get the redirect? Bit of a bomb! Oh my gosh, the slow roller finds the back of the net.
He said, yeah, this is going to be an easy save. Yeah, I think I've got this. Just kidding. I got you instead. Maggers from nowhere caught everybody off guard and caught the defense lacking. Now 1 goal up are Lebanon Valley, and this is where they want to be. They've held the lead before, but Empire State can bounce back. They are a team more than capable of that, but Lebanon Valley have been the most warmed up in a competitive setting today, and I think that's what's favoring them now. They still look just as good as they did at the end of the series they played before this, and I think that's why we're seeing them come out early with some heat in game 1.
Definitely benefits them to have that 4-game series against San Ambrose under their belt to start things off. They know that they can be beat. There's no sense of pride of trying to remain an unbeaten streak, but it doesn't matter as Ibu showing off what they got.
The fact that there's this much space for Ibu to connect with Slotfish, and Slotfish can still miss it, that might be a little bit of a key problem for the defense of Lebanon Valley. Not every day that you see that one go in, but a little bit of an overcommit and a strong clear is a formula for a counterattack. Now tied up, Faithful moving around, trying to get the lead back as they have done before now twice. LVC, get over. Pushing back out to the corner, finding the backboard instead. Magars is there, dropped down, trying to compromise the net. They've got all 3 defenders out. They just need to get one on, and they can't get there. Ibu, so much time to recover, and LVC, their offense falls short.
They preoccupy all the defenders. They find the bumps. They just don't find the back of the net. And I have to say, LVC's bumping, their physical play has been amazing so far. They're generating space for their strikers. They're just not finding the back of the net, guiding this one in. Won't get it to go. Maggers has to carry up the back end, but gets demoed in the process. Slawfish, good touch right there, and it'll be played back to him. Trying to find a goal. Good bit of dribbling. Slawfish, there's the pass, and it's finished by Get Over.
Get over read the read to the read. Slotfish with the carry all the way around. Caught Magars off guard. They got one touch, but Get Over's like, yeah, I know exactly what you're trying to do, and it's not gonna work on me. One goal in the lead now. Empire State leading for the first time this series. A little fun fact, you would have expected them to come out strong, but they've already matched the pace and started to overtake Lebanon Valley, and now it's all about what can they do to change that.
I do really like the little jets that fly over on kickoff. Let it just be known that this map is fantastic. I was enamored for all of 3 seconds before the kickoff happened. I was like, oh, we're still playing Rocket League. There's little jets in the sky. Empire State holding a 1-goal lead here. They are heavily favored. Lebanon Valley giving them all they've got in the tank. Though we're going to see if it's enough down the stretch. Ibu clearing this one off the back of their goal. Maggers coming up, can't find anything, and a fast break goal there. Slotfish gonna be the beneficiary.
This is flipped the entire other way. Slotfish earlier was able to not make their touch on the ball and still score. Same thing with Ibu here. They even get taken out by Faithful, but again, it's that overcommitting of resources and a big clear from Empire State that lead to a counter-attacking goal. That's two now in the same fashion. This one just inverse on who or which player was what. Now they're in the lead in a very commanding fashion. Faithful looking for an easy goal. Get Over not letting it happen. One touch over from Fuzzy. Slotfish with the meat. Magars sidewall looking through the corner. Got over one, but Get Over makes sure they've got people back in order to commit for that. And that's that smart play for Empire State coming out. Slotfish trying to steer around. They are able to. Magars touching to the side. And it's still a building offense for Lebanon Valley. They can't find it there, and it's a long clear.
I will say, for as good as Empire State is playing and as nice as the score looks, I've not been overly impressed with their defensive rotations. There's been a few double commits, a few self-bumps. They find the, oh, they don't find the goal there. They nearly find the back. Then a good save. They've got a lot to clean up, I think, and this might be a good opportunity against Lebanon Valley, especially if you're expecting to move on to the championship. So I think Empire State's only getting better from this game. Granted, that is a scary thought as they put another shot on goal. This ball not cleared. Slotfish sticking around. They need to be able to get this ball out of their own half. It doesn't happen there, but they do get a big demo. That might alleviate some of the pressure. Here comes LVC. They need 2 goals to find overtime. Not sure if they're going to be able to do it with 27 seconds on the clock. Maggers looking, not going to find anything but the defense. Oh my gosh, but there's Fuzzy with a bit of a redirect into the lower right-hand corner.
This is a heads-up play. Faithful straight across Fuzzy, beating out Ibu and threading the needle to get past Get Over as well in the net. 1 goal away are they now. 19 seconds to do it. Empire State, like you said, they're only going to get better from here. So this first game is so important for Lebanon Valley because they know the caliber of skill presented before them. 10 seconds winding. Slotfish with a miss. It's just open and LVC take advantage.
Slotfish with the biggest goal of the day, the equalizer. Oh my gosh, we've got 7 seconds left on the clock. Nothing is too crazy for this game. LVC getting their shot at undefeated Empire State, and they're making the most of it. 6 on the clock, tick, tick, tick. Can either team find something on offense? This might break for Lebanon. Can they get the redirect? Oh! It comes up a little shy.
Now this is doable for Lebanon Valley because Empire State are only undefeated when it comes to the series, but they're gonna take a game off of them. It's not the first for Empire State, but it certainly is for Lebanon Valley. Game 1 goes to them in an incredibly quick overtime. Off the double commit, nobody home, and that door is wide open. Why not walk through it?
I think they just scored 3 goals in like 30 seconds. 5 seconds of overtime. Back to back to back. LVC goes on a big run in the Dutchman. They win game number 1, shaking up our bracket just a little bit.
And shaking up the defense as well. 12 shots from the offense of the Dutchman. Good gravy, that is insane. I love how they came out with this quick start offense, didn't waste a single second getting started. And now that they've got it, they have to keep it going. This is a big win that was very much needed for them. If they wanted to have a chance against Empire State, this is what you need to do. You got to beat them early. They've got 1 game. They need to take them on the second. Otherwise, things are going to look grim, and I'm predicting a 3-1 otherwise.
An upset may be brewing, but you're absolutely right. We saw the underdog, SAU, take a game 2 series ago, and what happened? 3 straight wins for the favorite. We'll see if LVC can break the trend or if Empire State will be headed off to the finals. We've got game number 2, and Empire State, they're starting off hot, but they're not going to find the back net off that beautiful passing play. Ibu here going to get clogged up in the midfield. Long clear coming out. Faithful dribbling it up, trying to find some passing. Won't get it to go. Get over Slotfish, both on the right-hand side. No one at goal. They're probably rotating over now. Ibu is there. Slotfish on the front post. Get over. Also sticking in the vicinity. LBC Faithful looking for it. The pass is there, but the goal is not.
That was a goal that needed to happen for LVC. They'll get a couple more opportunities, I'm sure of it. It's just a matter of how quickly they can convert. Faithful, a little turned around. Fuzzy's there, misses the read. Slotfish with a free ball. Backboard met by Magars. Get over, shooting, finding Ibu and connecting. Wow, Empire State.
Wow is right. Empire State finds the equalizer. Good piece of passing. Ibu 1-on-1. That's not a matchup you ever want to see. Beautiful pass. Recognizing where your talented players are in relation to the defense is so big. Looking up, seeing, hey, that's a 1-on-1, and because we know we're better, that's a mismatch. The numbers don't tell the whole story. LVC, they are just trying to hold on here, but Empire State finds the first goal of the match.
Past midfield, though, could change things up. Not going to be for now. Ibu, these counterattacks, these passes, when you put them together, the two things that have been giving Empire State goals, how are you not going to see a goal? How are you not going to expect something like this? It's nasty. It's just too good. Empire State have been able to make these connections, and it is really, really paying off for them because LVC haven't been able to find those connections, at least with the quality that they need to. These passes really need to be straightened up and precise if they want to take it to Empire State, because now they're down 2 goals.
LVC definitely played their whole hand in game number 1. We know what this team is. We know what they're going to do.
Jeez.
And we know that they're going to fight hard to find goals.
This is not how I was expecting them to get back in the game, but boy, am I glad to see something as stylish as that. Minimal boost, minimal height and altitude, and they slap it on the ground and pinch it through to that lower 91. Goal pulled back within. I was not expecting this to be the closest series that we have, but it might not last long, and it will not. 3-1. Empire State right back the other way.
Ibu finds a beautiful, very quick goal off the kickoff. No one there to contest, just sneaks it right in. Faithful, probably not really expecting a shot of that caliber to kick things off following the kickoff. You know, a little time to get some boost, maybe think about what you're gonna do. You're scheming with your captain, but you can't have that luxury against Empire State. This team is so fast, they're so electric, and they almost put in another goal right there. Get over, passing, not the greatest pass play, not really what they were looking for, but here comes the opposition, doesn't matter. Ibu up just a bit faster. Slotfish gets it to the middle of the field. There's Ibu getting it over. Get over, up for it, soaring, coming down hard, wide right.
I don't think I'd ever be able to see the day where I could say there is trigger discipline in a Rocket League. The way that Empire State looked at that open net and saw an opportunity to pass instead of ripping a shot, that just shows you the character of this team and the chemistry that they have. Unfortunately, the connection was unable to be made, but the fact that it was there in the first place and they get another opportunity the other way, that is impeccable performance from Empire State.
4-1 is a tough scoreboard to look at, but let's not forget what we just saw last game. Lebanon Valley, the Dutchmen, can definitely put up points in an absolute hurry when they need to, and they can still do that here. This offense is great. They're getting overshadowed by an Empire State team that is just playing some immaculate Rocket League, but Lebanon Valley, let's not forget, is up in this series 1-0 right now. They have what it takes to go toe-to-toe with Empire State. They just have to find the defense in order to prop up their offense.
Ibu not needing to do much work here. It's all Slothish as that one's off the backboard. Get over, touching forward. Fuzzy up already, touching to the side. Finding Magars, trying to get out of their own half now. Faithful moving along the way. Ibu off the side. Get overs there. Connection. Backboard. No, it's crossbar and a great save, but the double commit's going to mean that they are low on resources. Not just boost, but players that they can push forward. 3 goals to be made up in less than 2 minutes. We saw it done in the last game, and in fact, a more impressive feat in the last game. But can they do it again is the question. Get over. Looking to make sure that it doesn't happen. They're close. They got the 1v1s, but it's not enough to convert, and it's out to the side.
Looked pretty good, but Empire State couldn't quite put that dagger into the back of LVC. LVC looking for some goals, and they have to do it here soon. Get over, guiding this one in. Good defense on the opposition. The Dutchmen say no to that shot attempt in their own corner. They're going to have to find the clear in order to get a goal, but the Empire State players just keep on coming. Shot after shot. Faithful finally gets a little bit of something. That's going to be wide and tall. Goes back, looks for a bump, can't find the ball. Ibu's got it now, taking it end over end. Looking, not finding any teammates, a little bit of bumping in the corner, and there's a shot from Slawfish.
Well, we were talking about daggers and nails and coffins. This might just be the one. Ibu doesn't need to do much to fake out the defense. Slawfish puts it right over Magars. Magars needed to drop back just a little bit. I know it looked simple to just jump in front of that, but when the ball comes that quickly, it is tough to react. I don't know if I would have been able to get my hands on that because there are so many external factors that lie in and play into a game like this. 45 seconds to go. Empire State have a commanding 4-goal lead, and I just don't think that the Dutchmen have it in them to take this series to 1 apiece. It's going to be 2-0 for Empire State as they are looking to do some style work and some paintings on the side. Slawfish wants it now. Get over, tries one fake, needs another, got the second. Can they get there? They can't. Not even a pass to come of it either. And it would have been cool, but they don't need it.
Would have been something spectacular to really put the cherry on top of this massive Sunday of a 4-point lead, but as it sits, I think they're going to be happy with the results. 5 on the clock. Fuzzy trying to get something for the road, and they do. Fuzzy to Magger, so a little bit of momentum coming out of this game.
We talked about momentum being important, but I love that first bump play that forces Get Over to have to play this one back. Everybody's kind of just confused on what to do. Slawfish was like, I'm not supposed to be here on the near post. I'm supposed to sit back post. But this is momentum. This is something the Dutchmen are going to take this into game number 3 as they look to fight their way back through a reverse sweep. It's a tall order, a tall ask, but something that is necessary if they want to keep their hopes and dreams alive of winning this tournament.
Empire State equalizes it, are now 1 step closer to that championship. You know, Illinois Wesleyan's just sitting there saying, yeah, somebody's going to play us. They're taking notes. They're relishing this extra time they have to practice, to take notes. Say, all right, Empire State's doing this. Lebanon Valley's doing this. How do we game plan? We're building up to a very exciting championship grand. Whether or not we get the upset here or not, Illinois Wesleyan versus the winner of this is going to be a thriller.
It is going to be a thriller, but let's focus on this game. We've got 2 incredible teams. Obviously, their top 4 finish already, but only one can go through. Lebanon Valley, they've looked pretty decent all day long, but as soon as they started facing a full SSL team like Empire State, I mean, that's just a tough challenge ahead of you that you have to somehow force your way through. There's a lot of factors kind of up in the air on what you can do, and really, Empire State, what they've done here is they have managed to overtake the pace that LVC brought to them early on. But not only did Empire State match that pace, they did it very early on. They did it once again so soon. They picked up game 1. Or actually, I am somehow mistaken. The scoreboard says otherwise, and that I am wrong. And you know what? I could be. I think Empire State did fight back. I am absolutely wrong. We're at 1 apiece. I was not expecting this. It just seems like it's been Empire State dominance this whole time, but LVC getting this game, at least this is something. But I said if they can't get game 2, this is just going to be a 3-1 the other way, Empire State.
Definitely hurts not being able to secure that game number 2 after an exciting overtime finish in game number 1 in which LVC did come out with the win. No scoring here early on, almost a minute elapsed. Not going to find the ball there. Faithful misses on that one. Fuzzy coming on through into the corner. Can they get it? Good center, but nobody home and nobody back on defense either. Get over. They may have a heyday. Oh, look at the passes.
No way you just did that to them. We talked about starting the showers yesterday. I think they got a comeback on. Baggars had no idea what to do. How can you do that to a man? They've got a family. Empire State up 1-0. And that right there is the momentum pivot.
What a massive moment here early on in game number 3. Empire State gotta be feeling good, turning a shot block into a goal on the other end. A huge swing of momentum. Let's see if they can keep on doing it. It looks like they can right now, keeping the ball on LVC's half. They are just taking on water. Can they find the clear with Fuzzy? No, they cannot. They don't get it there. Get over, making sure it doesn't happen. Ibu rotating back around. Solid touch. There's the pass up to get over, who can't quite get it past the defenders, and LVC finally gets the clear they've been looking for.
They've been looking for it for a while, but they still need to be looking for this first goal, and certainly they are. They've got the offense brewing, but now they need to get some work done. Faithful with a massive bump. Nobody's around. It was not expected. Maybe they didn't communicate it, and that is why. Faithful drops down, though. It doesn't matter. They find it in the end, and it's going to be all Fuzzy to tie us all up.
Big goal here from Fuzzy, and you hear the team clapping a little bit on stage. You know that's gotta feel good going up against a team as good as Empire State is, going up against a team in this stage of the LAN. You're already not up at 1 apiece. You've proven that you can take Empire State to the wire. Now you have to prove that you can do it 2 more times.
Well, they just need one more goal, though, to take back the lead. Tied up series, as we've said many times before. We've seen this many times before, though. Empire State not allowing LVC out of their own half. Locking down the fortress, putting up the gates, trying to force their way through. This is a breakthrough, but not for long. Getovers there, carrying. Faithful meeting along the way. Slothish out to the side wall. Fuzzy looking for another. Faithful's up, drop down, unsuccessful. An incredible stop on the goal line from Ibu.
That read from Ibu was absolutely insane. Let's get over. May just get a breakaway goal on the other end. There's a big save. LVC keeps the game equalized at 1 apiece. Cannot be understated how big the defense is. That one gonna go just over, going off the woodwork. Get over, get stuck. The defense for LVC is stepping up when they need it most. Under 2 minutes to go, and the Dutchmen, they are firmly in this game.
But near perfect rotations from Empire State. Perfect spacing as well. Just got a little awkward, and they find themselves on defense, but they have found a very comfortable stride, and they're looking to start it all back up. Get over with a long clear to initiate it. Slotfish bailing out. Needs to get another touch. They can't. Fuzzy needs to make up for Faithful's mistouch. Out to midfield. Be careful. Get overs there. That is possession forfeited. Magar's trying to get it back in their control. They're unable to. Get over. Flip reset. Nothing home. Ibu back for double tap. It's way off. And LVC are still living to fight another day.
1:15 on the clock. Still knotted up at 1 apiece. The series knotted up at 1 apiece. Faithful, they can't find it, and here comes Empire State on the attack. The cavalry moving forward. You see the rotations getting a little bit short. Ibu, get over. Now rotating up. They have a shot opportunity. It's taken away by Fuzzy. Under a minute to go. Still tied up at 1 apiece. The underdogs, the Dutchmen, can they find another goal, or might be headed to a second overtime in this series?
I love that Empire State has so much potential and so much control to keep their cars going at supersonic speed, the fastest that they can go. I love that they're able to play off of no boost and keep that pace going. They can still make work with very, very little resources, and with 30 seconds to go, it's still anybody's game, and the winner of this takes the lead and advantage in the series. Magars to the ceiling, drop down to Faithful, met by Ibu. Connection Fuzzy blocking, midfield control in their hands. Get over, tossing it over the top, needs some more. Got past Ibu in the center, over to the sidewall. Things are building and looking good for Empire State. Fuzzy with a miss, down to the floor. Somebody's got to be there, and they clear it out. We could be looking at overtime. Thank goodness that didn't bounce, because it could have been another opportunity for Lebanon Valley, but we are deep past regulation. The first overtime of the day, I believe, but it all comes to an end. My goodness, 5 seconds in. I just remembered we've seen a quick overtime before. This is not the first, and now Empire State 2-1.
Yeah, both overtimes coming in this match. Game one being taken by Lebanon Valley in overtime. They're not so fortunate in game number two. Empire State really just flexing off all of their offensive muscles in a close game. Lebanon Valley's right there. This is a close series. They're trailing 2-1, which hurts against such a talented team. But if they can put it all together, they've got a shot here, Grant.
I would say so. There's a lot that needs to be put together, but a lot that needs to be reconstructed, I would say. I mean, things are looking good, but they have not been able to find that same pace they were looking for when it comes to that team play, those rotations, the passing, everything that involves teamwork. It just doesn't seem as convincing to me. They haven't been able to produce a lot of offense. They've been doing a lot more of the defense and letting the offense come to them so that they can just kind of shove them off to the side, get a shovel, dig away some dirt, throw it to the side. But I think there needs to be a lot of that offensive production if they want to see some results here. They cannot afford to lose this game where their tournament hopes come to a stop, to a halt. And Empire State are looking to build as much as they can. I said if Empire State got their hands on game two, this was going to be a 3-1, and I'm sticking with that. Get over looking strong as they start off their offense.
Lebanon Valley needs this game in a big way, and they need an early score in a big way. They almost find it right there. Ibu, good wheels on the defensive end. 4.5 to go. We're 30 seconds into this young game. And yeah, we've already got shot opportunities. We've already got ones on goal. So we're going to see this maybe off to a fast start. Fuzzy sends that long clear. Ibu on the defensive end, taking clear of it. There's Slothish. This could be dangerous, but it's wide right. The goalie not have to worry too much. That one also going to be wide right. There's Magars clearing it. Coming through is Empire State. That one was going to be on goal. Big demo right there. Empire State loves to do the dirty work, but a big defensive effort by LVC will clear the ball.
And again, we see this poise from Empire State. You see Ibu opting to take that slow dribble rather than getting a quick clear, although Empire State, as I say it, they did the complete opposite of what they were doing before, starting to panic just a minor bit, but I don't think Lebanon Valley are going to be able to turn this around first. They'll try, but will they succeed? Slothish, Ibu, and Get Over all up to that one. Triple commits from Empire State are not something that we see normally. Now it's all about how Lebanon Valley and the Dutchman can get through to that offense, get to that goal, and find the opening when these things are happening. More double commits. It's a pinch, but it doesn't work too well. They are allowing so much pressure to come their way because they're afraid to get up in the face, but you have to notice there's a big slowdown right now. It's go time. Go, 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 Lebanon Valley.
And they are going, Grant, but all that action, all that offense, it doesn't result in a goal. Lebanon Valley, Empire State, both falling up short. They both had such great looks at the back of the net, and they haven't been able to convert. Although Lebanon Valley may have something here. Fuzzy misses out, can't be found on the back end either. Here it is, and wow, Slothish turns LVC's best look all day into a goal.
Yeah. I think that is the most accurate way to describe that. It was a really good look, and it's just nothing now. LVC, they're like, yeah, we got a goal, and Slot's just like, no, I do. No, you, really, is a situation of what this is. But we're approaching the halftime mark, and LVC are down 1 goal. Get Over, finding Slothish on the connection. Faithful, taking it back. Ibu, at 1. Fuzzy up to meet it, got over, Get Over. Slothish, no touch there. Magars looking to get something. Nothing to go. Still moving. Magars needs to catch down low, but they're rotating ball side here. This is going to create some complications for the defense as they play that interplay rotation game. Fuzzy needing to do all the work for a while. We start to see Lebanon Valley resorting to these big boosts again, and it's a bad habit to get into when you're on your way back and you chase the ball down as it's chasing you, and you try to get that big boost. It's not there. There are so many bad things that can happen from that. We're 2 minutes down now, and Lebanon Valley are still not able to find the goal. That should have been one.
That one went wide left, but you're absolutely right. That was a pretty solid opportunity for the Dutchman. Empire State, they're holding on to this 1-point lead. They've got to be feeling good about their effort on the defensive end in this game number 4. They haven't lost since that overtime in game 1. They got taken to overtime in game 3, but they caught the dub here in game 4. Looking to do much of the same. Ibu, good shot on goal, going to be taken care of by Fuzzy. Slothish rotating back, Get Over, in goal. Good piece of defense right there. The big demo pass is going to be a little bit too far back, but they recover it back up to Maggers. Not going to matter. They play it out of the corner. Here's the follow through, the double commit, but it doesn't find the back of the net.
That almost did, though. Slawfish had a missed opportunity, and this allows the Dutchman to stay in this game a little bit longer and see that it is a little bit closer, but it could come to an end, and it didn't. That is a massive save from Faithful, still keeping the Dutchman in and fighting. They want to steer this ship around and float their way to success, but there's a lot of work that needs to be done, especially to force Game 5 against an undefeated Empire State. Magars moving sidewall. Slawfish has a touch. Backboard. They got there in time. The defense did. Now Fuzzy one more time over the top. Has a shot towards net. Ibu. Easy touch from them. Get over with a follow-up pass. Faithful left it for Magars. That's a miscommunication. Slawfish forcing a touch. Moving away. Needs to leave quick. Get over. Pushing it forward. Fuzzy's up to it. Slawfish wanted more. And Empire State still holding the lead and the pressure. Everything. They have all the marbles, and this one is for all the marbles. It's match point. But Lebanon Valley starting to build. The defense panicking for Empire State, but do the Dutchmen realize it? I don't think they do. In 5 seconds now, a desperate attempt to go the length of the field. The pinch they tried but didn't communicate. You got to make a decision much sooner than that, and that's what's going to cost them the game. I called it from game 2. If Empire State got there and they took the game 2 victory, 3-1.
I think that last play for LVC really just a microcosm of that whole series. Good intentions, great idea with the pinch, just didn't quite come through on the
They
execution.
were nervous. That was the unfortunate part. And man, had that happen, they were just like, is it better? Should I go for this pinch? I mean, you might as well. Full send or no send, right? Go big or go home. And unfortunately, it is the latter for the Dutchman. We got what we were looking for the grand finals. Next, lined up, we've got it. Empire State University versus who?
Oh, come on, Grant. You know who.
I
I
Oh,
woo!
yeah, it's going to be a
The
good one.
Titans.
It will be a good one. But first, we'd like to give a shout out to a couple more of our sponsors. And we'll start with Disc Replay. My goodness, have you ever been to a Disc Replay store? I don't. Have you
I have
even?
not.
Oh,
I have
goodness.
not.
You got to get in there. They sell used electronics, video game accessories, video game consoles. And hey, everything there is guaranteed to work because the point is, when you bring in your console, they got to make sure it works to give you money. That's right. You can sell your console there or your accessories, whatever you got, video games, Blu-rays, just blue everything, I guess. But you have to make sure that it's working, and they will do that for you. They will buy it off you, which means that whoever is buying it next is going to get some working equipment at a very low cost, and that is what they pride themselves on. So if you haven't been to Disc Replay, might as well check them out. They've got a location here in Davenport, Iowa, Rockford, Illinois, and Peoria, Illinois.
They really do have some great coverage in this region. Grant, before we head to break, HyperX, our last sponsor for the Rocket League cast for 16 years. I'm only 5 years older than that. HyperX has almost been doing it my entire life. The HyperX mission has been to develop gaming products for all types of gamers. You know me, for Grant, for all of you out there. High speed memory, solid state drives, headsets, keyboards, mice, accessories, console players, USB flash drives, mouse pads to the gaming community and be the award-winning HyperX brand is known for consistently delivering products that deliver superior comfort and reliability. It's the gear of choice for celebrity ambassadors, pro gamers, tech enthusiasts, and overclockers everywhere because it meets the most stringent product specifications and is built in best in class components. We've got best in class Rocket League coming up after this quick break. A best of 7 grand finals up next. Welcome back to the Rhythm City Casino and Resort. This is it. We've made it to the finals, Grant. This will be our last Rocket League match of the day, but you know what? In finals fashion, it's gonna be a best of 7, so we've still got a whole lot of Rocket League ahead of us.
A lot of potential. This one's guaranteed 3 games. That's just how it is. Best of 7, but guaranteed 4. Holy crap! I'm wrong. I'm always wrong, huh?
Big brain.
But yeah, big brain. We have to have it. Well, yeah, it's built up all to this. And it's just how we expected. Looking at the bracket, you see the 2 teams that have the buys, Empire State University and Illinois Wesleyan University. They met. They're here now. It's grand finals. This is what it all culminates to, and I'm so in for it. Ethan, I want to ask you for your prediction first. Who you got? What's the game score?
I think Empire State is a team that is composed of a lot of players we've seen have some great success in the NECC and some of my personal favorites to cast in the past, but Indiana or Illinois Wesleyan has just been so strong today. I don't know if any team is beating them just based on their momentum, based on how they played on the stage. They've just been a different beast all day long and all series land long. Excuse me. They still have yet to drop a game. We saw Empire State has holes. They have weaknesses. Lebanon Valley put up a solid fight on them last game.
They did put a solid fight, but it just wasn't enough. I think I'm going to have to go with Iwu on this one. They've looked to have the better day. They've got more goals on their opponent. They had a lot more pace to them, a lot more quickness, and I just think they're going to come out here first strong, but Empire State and get over, holding down the defense relatively well. I've got this game going 4-2 in favor of Iwu. By the way, that's my prediction, giving it as much specificity as possible. I am surprised and shocked that I actually nailed that word, but now we're looking for a shot to be nailed from Empire State as they look to transition across on the flip side. Mag dropping back, has one over for Ibu. Cade pushing it back, and it's always the occupation of the corner that's going to get things done, but this one's floating dangerously on a connection to Noe for the first.
Big first goal, Iwu getting out ahead of the Titans. You know, I didn't give you my exact game score. I'm going with a 4-1, the favor of Iwu. I think Empire State takes the third, but man, the Titans have looked so good today, Grant.
I think they have as well. It just doesn't seem like anybody can match them, but hey, we're only 65 seconds into this game, and Empire State still have had some good opportunities, although this time very uncharacteristic to see them push back in their own half so strongly. One more shot snuck underneath from Noe. Is this going to be a 4-1? I think I could start to lean that way.
I mean, it's just been the story of Iwu's tournament, right? They don't lose. It's not just that they have a great offense, they have a great defense. They're just winners. They do not lose games. Iwu has been great top to bottom. Empire State, they are going to have to really show us something here early on, Greg, because if they get down 2-3 games, not a shot in my mind that they really come back. So the burden on them is on them to say, hey, this is what we can do, and we can show you.
Well, let's see if they can show us. Empire State still trailing by 2. A double commit, technically triple from Empire State's defense. Slothish looking to take that one by, got caught out. Certainly not what Ibu was expecting. Get over. Can't get there. Clear to go long enough. Mag caught down by Slothish. Finding the empty space. This is some time to regroup in position for the next attack, but it's flicked over. Ibu, get over, having to do work. Slothish off a redirect, but nobody's over on that side. If anything, it's going to be Iwu defenders moving towards the midfield now. Cade, touch out to the side. Get over. Back in through the middle, and Noe clears long for Iwu. It just doesn't seem that Empire State are going to be able to break through, and I'm not rooting against them because, I mean, this was my pick to win it all from the very beginning of day 2. Going into this, I expected them to win, but seeing Iwu, I think they've got it better right now.
Iwu has the momentum. They've been playing on the stage so well, and they have a third goal for this game. The definition of a slow roller. Oh, It's the excitement. The Smash stage is going off right now. There's some Game and Watch player that's really giving it to him, I think.
I think that's what it was. Loud noises, ADHD gets in the way like that, but no one getting in the way of that free opportunity for Empire State. They couldn't convert, and they struggle to regain on defense. Cade pushing forward. Free net. Ibu barely dropping in front of it. Mag keeping it up high, stringing it along and way across field. It's looking towards the net. That's a strange bounce. Slotfish gonna have the first read on it, and they can't convert. Ibu getting shut down by Iwu's defense.
And look at this. Empire State just can't even breathe. I was all up in their business every second of this game. You noted the weird bounce? I couldn't even look at the ball because there's Iowa players in the way of Empire State. That one, not going to find the back of the net. This one, not going to find it either. Good bit of defense. Empire State, they're still coming up wanting possession after possession, but get over. Finally gets it done.
It is about time after you've hit the backboard so many times and you know how many opportunities you have. Well, third time's a charm. It's a beauty as it zings across, finding the lower 90 in the corner. Empire State finding their first, and now some more room to be made up. 95 seconds to go. Oh no, big miss. Thank goodness the post was there, but tragedy occurs as the own goal sweeps it through. Iwu back to a 3-goal lead.
Yeah, Cade blows this one, but the defense blows it a little bit harder. That is a tough way to give up what's probably going to be the dagger here, Grant. Iwu with a 3-goal lead. This is not a position they really lose from. Not that they lose from many positions anyhow. Cade tossing this one down. There's Noe, not able to get a really great touch on it. Empire State trying to take advantage up on the other end. Taken away by Cade, but staying alive here. They can't find it, and the retreat. Mag leading the charge. Shot gonna go just over the goal, get over the recipient of the first opportunity here, and is able to find a little bit of a carry here. Doesn't get everything they wanted, won't find the goal.
And I'm just looking over at Empire State on the stage. They don't even look too fazed by this Iwu goal. And there's a bunch of different thoughts that you can have when they've got such a stale expression on their faces. Are they focused? Are they saying, just plain and simple, hey, we're good, let's keep going? In that exact tone, what is exactly going through their head? Because obviously it sucks to lose, but there's so much positivity that needs to be spread around. And there's so much focus that needs to go into this game as well. You just have to keep on driving, even though you keep sliding down the mountain.
And Grant, you're going to slide down the mountain regardless when you're playing against Iwu. It's your choice whether you're singing while doing it or lamenting. And I think if you're singing, you've got a better shot to come back in the next one. Empire State, they've got to keep up the positivity. They have to maintain the attitude that, yeah, we can come back. We can really contend with Iwu. We can throw around some punches. They're not doing it here, but you have to stay positive so you can do it later on.
Well, Empire State not gonna find another goal, it doesn't seem, in the last 10 seconds. It's a tough loss, and this is really what Iwu has done to everybody they've come across. It's just been such a big gap on the scoreboard as we reach 3 goose eggs on it. 0 seconds, Mag looking for one more. Cade couldn't finish it, and this is a tough first loss for Empire State. How do you bounce back from that?
You bounce back by saying, you know what, this is a best of 7. They have to do that to us 3 more times. So we have 3 more opportunities at minimum to prove that we're better than that. At maximum, you got 6 more times. You go out there time and time again, say, yeah, we're better, we're better, we're better, we're better. They have to keep on going out and have the mentality of, okay, we have so many more games. We just have to focus on improving a little bit each and every game.
And I would say so. It was 11 to 10 shots in that last one, but I'm pretty sure I saw a little bit more saves going in favor of the victors here in Iwu. I'm just curious to see how much more defense can be done. It's not really offense. I mean, it's conversion that you got to do, but I think now it's a battle of defense. Defense wins championships, and this is it. This is all for that championship of the hometown series here in the Quad Cities.
The money on the line, the trophy on the line, the bragging rights on the line. Iwu up 1 game to none on Empire State. A big exploring a big scoring explosion, excuse me, in game number one led to this. We're gonna see if Empire State can find any life here in game number two. Didn't look like it in game one.
Certainly did not. Empire State need that first goal. They went 5 unanswered, or perhaps even 4, before they were able to get that first goal to start up what they have started. Ibu being chased back in their own half, leaving it for Slothish. Good trust there. We're needing to see a bit more of that for Empire State as they have begun to panic. Iwu showing no signs of anything breaking anytime soon. Noe continuing to do what they do best, moving down the length of the pitch. Mag off as well. Noe picking up a demo, allowing Cade to come through. Slothish bailing out. Ibu, tough save. A lot of resources being wasted. Noe picking up the boost. That's huge. We've talked about boost control all tournament long. It's a huge key component of Rocket League. You got to get your hands on it. Otherwise, you are going to suffer when it is time to do work.
Cade just had a massive save to keep this game tied up at 0 apiece, but no such luck when Mag strolls on through for first blood.
Massive demos that have been coming out all tournament long for Illinois Wesleyan. Mag finding the cleanup on aisle goal, and now they lead once again. Empire State failing to get that first lead that they have been looking oh so desperately for. Now it's just about what can they do to match this pace, because they have not showed any signs of being able to overtake the pace quite yet. They've looked a good team all tournament long until they have faced this tough challenge in Illinois Wesleyan.
Definitely the best assemblant of talent that we've seen all tournament long between the two teams. Just a whole bunch of stars out there in the collegiate scene. Big demo on the back end right there. That one going to be wide right, but they will not be stopped. They're going to keep going on offense. Oh, it gets taken away there. Noe not able to find it. There's a rocket of a shot, but Mag is there to get in the way. Cade taking it away, and Noe following this one up. Good play off the wall. Solid dribbling. Won't get to go. Cade, big demo, and the goal's going to be open.
Anytime you get your hands on the third defender and you destroy them like that, that is a for sure goal, as long as you've got a trusty man like Cade to get the work done. 2 goals leading now is Illinois Wesleyan, and I think this is kind of what the audience was expecting, was such a dominant performance after they've seen Iwu, not only in the NECC competitive play, but as soon as they stepped on the stage to play their series earlier today, we've just noticed a newfound dominance in what they have to offer and what they bring to the table. And I really think that this could be that 4-1 or perhaps even a 4-0 sweep, because Empire State have not shown any signs of life in a long time. It is 3 unanswered since the last series. Slothish trying, not gonna find it.
This hometown series really comes at an interesting point in the NECC season. We're sort of getting into the dog days. Teams are jockeying for playoff position, and so this is a really great measuring stick for Empire State. Hey, how good are we? How good are we compared to the top teams that might be willing to come out for land? And well, here is your answer: is that Wesleyan stands above the rest. A real tight performance, if you will. Cade off the sidewall, beautiful carry, forces it in. That is an absolute brute force goal, no finesse about it.
Oh, for sure, just right up in the face. Even brought their friend to tag along for the event. 3 goals leading dominantly for Illinois. I just don't know what it is that Empire State needs to do, man. If I could pick their brains a little bit and figure out what they think so, I would love to right about now, but there have got to be so many emotions going through, because you're a good team, but Illinois Wesleyan are just looking better at the moment. Noe playing up for this one and leading the charge. Slothish shutting it down. Moving up top, has the backboard to read. Cade throwing to the side. No missed opportunities quite yet, as none have been able to foil get over tried, but there comes the defense. We talked about it a little bit at the conclusion of the last series on how they're going to need to make that up, but Empire State find a way through with their offense.
A minute 24 on the clock. Get over, finally finding that first goal for them, and they've broken the ice. This is their time to strike back and get into it, but with time ticking down, Grant, I don't know if they really have enough time to work with. Normally I'd say yes, minute 14, plenty of time, absolute oodles. You've got all day, but against a defense as smothering as I was, this is a tough task.
It is certainly possible, but a very tall order. Cage, speaking of tall, going up for the altitude. Luckily, a touch from Slothish, and they're moving down. Good pinching clear to the other side, too, chasing it back for Illinois. Mag got dunked by Ibu, needing a pass to the midfield, needs to beat No, he did so, has an option. Cade up there quick, a quick change out, and good call from Iwu, looking good as always as they continue to conduct the pace at 35 seconds. One flick, no second. Noe up high, Slothish with the clear. Cade catching, stopping, Ibu advancing, looking to go across midfield, found the connection, it's off target, and Cade Noe still holding down the fort anyway. 20 seconds, Empire State needs something now, but Mags clears along with the rest of Iwu have just looked pristine. Although the double miss, that is going to seal the deal for game number 2. Iwu going to take it in 2.
Yeah, these last 7 seconds, just a mere formality. Iwu, they are up 2 games to none, and they are just 2 away from winning it all and not dropping a game the entire way, Grant. This is their 17th straight.
The game was wrong.
That is incredible. 17 straight games over the course of 2 days. Can anybody stop Illinois Wesleyan? Well, we certainly hope that the answer is going to be Empire State, the ones that could stop them, but I just don't know. They look too good to be true right now. I don't know how good they've gotten or how they've gotten to this point, but my goodness, are they a good team, and certainly one that you would see competing at the highest level of collegiate here at the NECC.
Very excited to see them go forward, as you said, in the NECC, see how they place the championship, but they're going to walk home with some major cash day, a big old trophy if they can't be stopped. And right now, I don't think they can. The thing is, they're so explosive at all 3 positions. You know, when I was younger, LaDainian Tomlinson set the touchdown record in the NFL for rushing touchdowns. And one analyst said something that has stuck with me to this day. And he said, greatness is when we're going to run the ball. You know exactly what we're going to do. And your mom knows it, and everyone watching the game know it, and we know that you know, and we still do it and score. Iowa is going to keep on passing. They're going to keep on finding these double touches, and they're going to score. Everybody in the house knows it. Everyone in Twitch knows it. Your opposition knows it, but they cannot be stopped.
Cannot be stopped. I am looking forward to see what exactly Empire State bring to the table, though. I'm really curious. I want to know. I don't know what the answer is. You just take it to town, but maybe we see something different. You got to steal the boost. You got to play fast, get up in their face. Maybe you come out with a victory because of it.
I think that blazing speed is one thing that could work. You know, you have to catch them off guard. You know you're not going to outmatch them skill for skill, player for player, because I was just playing on another level right now. You've got to catch them by surprise, and I think you could do that with some quick offense. However, is the one on offense. They are just not giving up this ball, and they haven't all series long.
You and I both saw the Ball State-Akron series and how Ball State was able to take it to the national champions. This is what this feels like. It feels like another David versus Goliath storyline. I don't know that it's exactly the same because Empire State is looking in tip-top shape. Although I was just making them look a little different today. It feels off, but we know that when Ball State did bring that heavy offense to the table and stole the boost, got in the face, they forced Iwu to do a lot of work on no resources, nothing to work off of, and that caused a lot of complications. Empire State are really lacking behind, and they're just staying in their own half. They're trying to get out, but they need to control the pace, starting right here with Ibu. That's what's necessary, but they're just going to forfeit a shot instead. Wait, double inbound. Thank goodness Cade was there, because that could have been a clip on them.
Empire State continues to play Iwu's game. When we saw Empire State at their best, it was quick offense, some great passing plays that resulted in some beautiful goals. Right now, Iwu is smothering them, and Empire State is not playing their game. They're conforming to what Iwu wants them to do, and you're never going to win a game when you're not sticking to your game plan.
You certainly won't. 3:30 left to go. Cade taking it across. Ibu along as well. Noe stopping midfield. Slothish advances. Mag, sidewall, finding Kate on the connection. That's just that good, pristine placement and positioning for Iwu. Noe as well, putting it back wall. Nobody to really clean it up. Slothish tried, but that backboard has really been the worst enemy of Empire State. If only that net was a little bit taller, they would have found a ton more opportunities. But I think now this is what, 5 unanswered? It's been a ton of unanswered goals for them. And I just don't think that they got what it takes at the moment. They've got to convince me otherwise, though.
And it's going to be hard to convince you otherwise, Grant. IWU, as we said, is on the 17-game win streak. If they complete the sweep here, they will have gone 19 straight without a loss. You know, I haven't counted their NECC wins. I don't know how many far back that is within the conference, whether they're coming off a win streak or not in regular season play. Cade looking for that goal, not going to find it. Big save, a good bit of defense there as well. Empire State keeping the lead to just 1, but there's a pass. Mag can't get there. Here's Kate on the backside. Up to Mag. That's a shot as well. Wide left. Not going to find the back of the net. Iwu still up 1. 2 minutes to go. Can Slothish find something? Mag takes away their lunch money in the air. Get over. Has to D up and does just that. They're out of position. Iwu's offense is going to fizzle.
Well, we certainly hope so. We're always rooting for that storyline, and we would love to see at least that first game put on the board for Empire State. I know it was your call. They're taking game 3. However, they're still down 1 goal. They've got a couple demos that offset Cade, but it's nothing to phase through them. Double commit, both players in the same position. Gotta watch out for that one. That is something that you can't allow to happen, especially against a team that's positioning so well like Illinois Wesleyan, but you don't need me to tell you that. I think these players already know what they're doing wrong. They know what to look out for. They have all the knowledge that they need, but maybe IWU are just outsmarting them at the moment. Still 80 seconds remaining on the clock. Get over, unable to connect, and Mag throws it out. Get over, stopping it. It's good power over the head of Noe. Big miss, but no one around to wrap around the 50. Not even there either. Empire State couldn't afford to take a risk, and that is totally understandable. No risks taken, and that is now 60 seconds to fight.
Minute on the clock. This one is close as we've gotten here in the finals. A 1-point deficit and just 50 seconds to go. That looked like a good opportunity for Empire State, but it doesn't come to fruition. In the air, Mag tries to send it to Cade. They won't get it to go. Here comes Empire State, but their offense will come to nothing. There is Cade, a beautiful center. The double commit. Cade back up, won't get it to go. Falling on top of the ball with no boost in the tank. Ibu, here's the carry. Oh, stonewalled. Nowhere to go. Noe says no.
Goodness, if Empire State could just get on the board, we will have a series on our hands. Certainly a game 3 for the ages. That could give them the momentum they need, and they're so close yet so far away. Get over, taking it across, and they can't seem to get the work done. Oh no! A tragic own goal to put the nail in the coffin, and IWU 3-0.
0-0-0-2. IWU 0 losses. I'm seeing a trend. Empire State, they are helpless right now, Grant. They can't find the offense. They can't find the defense. IWU is head and shoulders the best team at this event right now.
Amen. That's all I got to say there. I just don't know who is going to be able to take them on. I mean, there's nobody left. Empire State was the next best thing after IWU, and they are being taken down. Now, a reminder, this is best of 7. We still have another series after this, Ethan. There's still more to go, but Empire State have been unable to find anything. However, the scoreline has gotten closer, that one just being a 1-goal game when the past have been 5, 6, 4, and in the one prior to this one. 1 goal away. That is, I mean, certainly a tough feeling, but it means that we are a step closer from possibly and potentially seeing Empire State taking over.
1 game away, a 3-0 IWU lead. This is it. If this game is won by IWU, it is all over it. A bit of a conundrum there on the kickoff. Nothing actually going to come of that, but may have been something for a second. I would say, you know what? If you're going to slow play it, we're going to take the ball, we're going to take it down to the other end, and we're going to try to find a score. Double quit there. That could be disastrous. They're low on boost now. Iwu looking for it, not finding anything. There is Mag. Beautiful piece to cut off the offense, and Cade going to take it. They could be in on a bit of a break here. That angle, not going to be what they're looking for. Noe on the other side, not looking quite as bad, but the defense is there to clean it up.
Noe taking their sweet time, stole the boost as well. They just don't have to do anything here. They know how much control they possess by getting that 100 boost, and they're also showing off a little bit of their one skills as well. 50-50's looking solid. Iwu threatening on match point to take the grand finals in a 4-0 sweep. Get over, moving around, blistering from the side. Slotfish starting to show some weak signs of Empire State once again. Ibu leading the charge. Slotfish shortly behind. Cade has one more to beat, and Get Over, who was able to get the read. Very impressive to be able to get up there. However, needing to get that offense that hasn't been present all series long. Mag somehow just happens to be in the way, and that is an Empire State goal robbed.
Yeah, and they really just cheat themselves out of the goals there, Graham. They can't quite get around the defense, and this one stays not up at 0-0. That's the positive for Empire State here, is you're not giving up goals yet to this fantastic Iwu offense. You're able to slow them down, but you're not going to win a game if you score 0 goals. Eventually, Iwu's going to come knocking, and you won't be able to deny them. You've got to start producing some goals of your own. I don't think that there's a team in collegiate that can shut out Iwu consistently. You can't bank on them scoring nothing over the whole course.
Maybe not in collegiate, or maybe in collegiate there could be somebody to knock them off, but definitely not in the NECC is where the question would have to lie. Empire State still holding us at 0-0. Somehow they've found a way. We've talked about the scoreline getting closer and closer, and how Empire State started to warm up a bit more, starting to light up a fire. That fire needs to explode into some beauty. They need to pick up this first goal. They've got the offense for them, but they get dunked in the midfield, allowing Noe to take it back. Get Over, buying time for their teammates to do full rotations. Two going for the same boost as Get Over, carrying. Cade blocking as well, keeping it in for Iwu. Slotfish got a touch, not the most favorable. Iwu sending it up away. Noe getting touched off the backboard. And Noe back the other way. That's an open net. Just one to fake right behind, off the post and rolling up and away. Empire State still getting away, and one goal they need.
That would have been so big. The first goal of the game. They might get it here anyhow. There's the save. Mag trying to keep this one alive. There's the pass to the midfield. Cade is there, setting it back up. Third man coming up through, and it's just Cade. The defense swarming in. All three members of Iwu committed to this offensive possession, and here's the crackback. They missed the defense. Open goal, Slotfish. They get it to go. Empire State has found a lead.
It is about time. I could hear their minds thinking from here. Slotfish, no boost, had to pray for a good 50, and boy did the Lord answer those prayers. 96 seconds remaining. Empire State need this, and hey, this would fulfill your prediction, and it could fulfill mine if they are to take off this game. We know Iwu, though, is very fierce, and they could be taking something back for themselves. Noe off the backboard, got touched away. Iwu continuing down. This might be an open net opportunity. I thought they knew it. They did. Noe there to stop it. Instead, though, Cade off the back end. What is that read, and how does this happen? We're going to need an external look.
Yeah, this is a pretty nuts reader here. Cade actually going to get just the smallest of touches on that. I think more importantly, shields the ball. Unable to make a play. Just the car in the way. There's nothing you can do there as Empire State. We're all not up. There's your equalizer. About a minute to go, and they make it another. Ibu in the way, not able to find the goal there. Here comes the rest of the squad. There's a center, but it's sent to the other side. Good defense by Empire State. Cade and Noe in on it, looking for the redirect. Sends that one up into the air. The pass for Cade. This is a beautiful play, but the save is even better.
If Empire State get this one, I'm giving them another game. This is going to be huge advantage because IWU have started to slip under control of Empire State. Don't want to jinx anything quite yet, though. Getting taken out for the offense. Slothish unable to connect. Cade finds the touch around. Get over. Throwing away and keeping it at bay. Get over one more time to midfield as Slotfish, the cavalry building and charging. 20 seconds to go in regulation. It is down to silver gold territory. Any goal could end it. It's anybody's game at this point. Slotfish desperately needing this one for Empire State. Get over to the corner as a clear away. Noe turned around. Mag there, got it past and behind. One more touch. It could have ended there. Just one goal needed. IWU building and they can't get there. We're going to overtime unless Empire State and Slotfish have something to say about it, and they don't. Ball needing to hit the floor, but get over.
Still
taking
up.
a very risky situation to their own hands. That almost cost them, but the defense holds strong.
IWU had 3 cracks to end that overtime, and not one finds the back of the net. Here's Get Over, bit of a breakaway, but there's the defense. 8 seconds in this overtime, we've already got excitement. A big demo could alleviate some pressure. Mag, what a play from them. The respawns have come through. Here's Cade on the back end, playing that one in. Get Over, decent shot, but Mag is right there. Cade playing it out in the corner with Mag. Can these two find a goal? Is a magic moment in store for IWU. Get Over. They're up, but they cannot find it.
They know how desperate the boost situation has become for Empire State. IWU looking, knows what's up. Empire State not having the boost to finish one attack. They're looking for that second Cade, looking to change things, but they have nothing to finish that off. Even so, if they had a full tank, would have been almost impossible. Get Over to the side, wants to get this one away. Keep in mind, folks, that this is match point for Illinois Wesleyan. If they take this golden goal, they will take the championship for Rocket League here at the NECC Hometown Series. The pressure starting to build, but Empire State needs to keep it away. Slothish taking it off the wall. Cade is up for it and putting it to the side. IWU starting to settle back into a rhythm as Empire State keep throwing all that they've got.
And if they do win this game, I'm dubbing it the Rhythm City Runaway. IWU trying to complete the big sweep. Empire, what do they have here? Get Over, drives into the corner, gets cut off by the opposition. Cade up and at him. Noe back for that one. May have had a shot at a redirect, but Get Over can't quite get the handle they're looking for. There's Noe up the sidewall to Cade. Neither gets a great touch, but the defense isn't there. There's the shot, but it's safe, and we play on.
Empire State keeping their hopes alive in this tournament, but it is still not looking great for them as Illinois keep the pressure on. Looking for a cheeky redirect. It's a pass. Heads up play. Cade missing their opportunity. Get Over has really been a stud when it comes to this game, especially this super important game 3. Looking to close in, and Slotfish missed their opportunity. It was a defensive whiff that could have ended there. We could have been going to game 5, but we will not be seeing it in this best of 7, at least not for now. Still more opportunities to come, but the first one going to IWU. They're looking to close it out. IWU sending it away to the corner, making sure that it doesn't have the opportunity to go through.
Get Over having to field this one, but IWU still having a lot of priority on this ball. They've got a lot of boost. They just had some time to regroup and grab some big boost pads. Here's Cade sending it back. Noe out of the corner. They may have some green pastures to work with. Here's a big flip, but the defense gets the better half of it. Cade, they're back on defense. Some mediocre touches there, but here's IWU up and at him, looking for an ender. Takes it to the corner, not gonna find anything there. Slotfish, they get blown up by Noe. Get Over, saying let's keep this party in the air. Noe on the defensive end sends it right to the corner. There is Cade. Oh my gosh, I don't know if the ball has touched the floor in what feels like minutes. There it finally does. These teams keeping it there. There's the shot. It's blocked by Meg. The follow through. IWU, we're headed to a 5th.
Wow, look at this play. Get Over tries stone wall, but IWU taking the sledgehammer, and finally we have a series on our hands. We've been waiting for it. We've been asking for it. We have been waiting to see Empire State. How can they take over? And they figured out the answer to that one. And this is where we have seen the power shift. It kept dropping and it kept getting closer. And then here comes Empire State on top. Now it's a reverse sweep that they have to do.
It may have taken minutes of overtime, but finally Empire State gets the one they wanted. Grant, we're headed to game number 5. No sweeps in our grand final today.
Man, that was almost a 4-minute overtime. That had to take a lot out of the offense for Empire State. I mean, they haven't been able to find much, just let alone in the series itself, in regulation. And after that first overtime, oh goodness gracious, there is so much energy drained on the pitch. How much more does Empire State have to go? They're taking Illinois Wesleyan to the long game, and now it is all about endurance.
Iwu, they are trying to not let that overtime come back and bite them in the butt, Grant. That would just hurt so bad to know that you were just this close to winning and you sent it to overtime and you held the loss up 3-1. You just need one game to get it done. Iwu, we know they're hungry. Empire State, that's not a question. That one going wide right, a clear, nearly gone bad for Iwu.
Nearly gone bad. It almost did get over, holding down the game with no boost. Ibu, off the defending car. No, he is there for Iwu's defense. Slothish taking it down. Back wall it goes. Get over, leaving for Ibu again. Still moving past. Cade wasting a lot of boost to get up to that one. Get over, crucial missed touch, but as well for the defense. Another one from Slotfish, finding Meg in the corner and waiting. Cade push that one back towards their own net. That's floating down. That's almost on target. Noe, thank goodness they were there for it. Get over, one pinch on target. Cade clearing. Mag on the option play to the side. Has another to beat. Oh, they hit the post and back around. It's a heads up pass play. A little tiki-taka for that 1-goal lead for Iwu.
Look at Mag with the give and go. Tosses it back to Noe. Noe says, no you. Throws the hot potato right back. Mag says, I guess I'll take it in for the score. Iwu is now on a 2-goal run is now ends the run from Empire State. Empire State had to climb back to that game. They had to break the overtime, and now Iwu finally finds the goal they wanted.
Now we are back on the attack. Cade stopping and throwing long. One connection by, and Iwu's looking to run away.
And Mag will bag their second goal of this game. What a big performance from them. They had the give and go. They got it off the tippy tap to get the first goal of the game, and that one a little bit more straightforward, a little bit more straight up. Empire, they have their work cut out for them. They may have had a miracle moment in the last game, but they're gonna need 4, 5, 6 more of those if they want to come back and beat the Titan that is Iwu.
They have a Titan standing in their way, and they need to overcome it, but this is right back to game 1, where Iwu's leading by 2 and looking to push up on it. Get over, has something cheeky though, no option. They needed contact solidly in that one. Instead, it was much, much softer. Cade for the third, blocked by Slothish. Get over, carrying low, tossing out to the side, but that's where Iwu's waiting. Gotta be careful, find that empty space. They've found it a couple times before, but this is a time of desperation when they need it now more than ever. Meg missing their touch as well. Cade off the back ball. Slosh is there, taking it away. Mag waiting for their touch patiently and baits them into the offensive zone because they know how high quality of their clears that they can get. Although Get over placing that one well. Cade on the back ball waiting to push out to pick up this boost as well. That's stolen by Noe, leaving Cade in the compromised position. No, not enough for Empire State.
And it hasn't been enough of them all day long, save the one game that they're able to sneak out a win. And Noe in the corner, trying to find something here, is able to do so, driving it back to Mag for a little handoff, interrupted by the defense. Slothish, absolute monstrous performance right there in the corner. They need this type of effort. Good bumps coming through. They just can't get it past Mag for the center. That hurt. Slothish once again on the warpath. Looking, there's a big demo on the back end. That's gonna hurt. Here's a center, but it's way too far out. Empire State, Brent, they're so close. They've got good intentions. They've got good plays. They just can't quite convert the opportunities.
They are unable to close it out, and we are 80 seconds away from seeing your prediction 100% spot on, Ethan. Only time will tell. Empire State unable and have not been able to get across the field. Get over, catching down low, Mag to the center. Slothish intercepting, just not enough. Still struggling on the defensive half. Mag getting sent to Mars for a little bit, taking flight. Get over, can't produce. They're low on boost. They're struggling. They're panicking. There's nothing in the tank, and Get Over's just barely able to edge by with this one. 45 seconds to glory, though, perhaps for Illinois Wesleyan. They're looking to take on and take home the championship trophy. This could be the nail in the coffin, but it's going to live another day. Empire State still moving.
IWU, half a minute, Grant. This is half a minute for the rest of the weekend. Not gonna find it right there. 25 to go. Tick, tick, tick. Empire State, they've gotta feel the pressure of the moment upon them. IWU, their smothering defense continues to look at that. Big, long, clear. Just about 10 to go. The Titans, they are putting the finishing touches on an undefeated run all weekend long, minus the one loss last game. But that goal was impeccable.
Well, this is the final we certainly expected. A dominant Illinois Wesleyan who have been on a tear throughout day one and day two, all weekend long here in the Quad Cities and the Rhythm City Casino Resort. Slothish trying for one more, and they can't even get a goal for the road. It is all heartbreak, and IWU love doing it to teams. They decimate them here in a 4-1 victory as the clock hits 0 and the ball touches the floor. Give it up for your champions, the Titans.
Illinois Wesleyan 15-0 day one. First game today, 3-0. That's a nice 18-0. They dropped one in the final, but man, you had a nice 4 more wins to that. What is that, 22-1? Absolutely insane record on the weekend for them. They came into this land knowing that they're one of the premier teams in the NECC, and they showed it every step of the way.
They certainly did, and what a way to close it. It was quite the intense series, both offensively, defensively. We got it all pretty much. It was an incredible performance, and they are already celebrating out for that championship ceremony that I'm sure is coming their way. The photographers are getting ready. The fans are posing with their phones, and that presentation is about to begin shortly. Don't know if we got a camera on it, but regardless, this is going to be it for Rocket League, for me and Ethan. Do you have any parting words before the folks at home go home?
We will see you at the next LAN.
I love it. Well, hey, we're sending it out. Y'all have a good night, and congratulations yet again to Illinois Wesleyan, the Rocket League champions.
Hello and welcome, Overwatch fans. We are here. Our live little NECC hometown series coming right at you again. We're in day number 2 here, Nukem.
Yeah.
Day number 2.
It's an exciting time. I mean, we're top 6 now. St. Ambrose is about to take on Grandview. Well-awaited match for most of the Quad Cities folks here in the area. These are some rival schools going at it, button heads.
Series coming at you here in a second, but first we need to speak about the organizations that do make this possible. First and foremost, where we're at right now, the Rhythm City Casino. Chase, I lost my house on Big Six last night. No, seriously,
No.
the gambling space out here is absolutely fantastic. Had some people coming on over. It was kind of like a roulette type game. Super, super fun. Plenty of people have been having a great time.
I
out
won
there.
$100 on craps table last
There you
night.
go.
And I've never gambled.
There you
I've,
go.
I've been to Vegas 3 times, never gambled. $100.
Been to
last
Vegas
night.
3 times. Choose to gamble first at Rhythm City Casino. If you can't use that as a clip. I'm not sure what their marketing team is doing. Nah. Huge shout outs to the Visit Quad Cities organization as well. Of the 4 cities, that is Bettendorf, that is Rock Island, that is Moline or Moline. Moline,
Yeah, you got it.
and of course where we're at right now, Davenport, Iowa, across 2 different states, both of them beginning with the letter I as well. I'm from the
Yeah,
South,
and
we don't have letter I, the states down there.
True. And I'm telling you, the Quad Cities is where it's at. It's a great place to be. Tons of stuff to do on the river. If you think about it, they're 4 river towns. So there's 4 downtowns.
Yeah.
I mean, on the river. That's
And river, it's got to be
than
better
one
with a river,
downtown.
right? Yeah,
Exactly,
I'm with
yeah.
it. Yeah, you take a huge body of water, put it next to a mega populated area, you're not going to have a bad time. Mississippi River. Also, I was being like willfully ignorant with my Uber, and I was like, yeah, the Mississippi River, it flows backwards sometimes, right? It flows backwards. That happens like once a year or whatever. It's the only river in the world that does that because I'm of course only pulling upon my incredibly limited knowledge of the Midwest, being my second time here in the Midwest.
In the Midwest, exactly. Hashtag Midwest.
There you go.
I'm telling you, Iowa side better than Illinois too. A little bias on that,
Hey,
but,
there it is,
but
there it is.
I gotta say
The
it.
north side, right?
Yeah.
The north side of the river. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. And Rock Island.
Mhm.
All right, you're gonna have to explain to me Rock Island because I was told like it's not actually like a populated area, like the actual island.
No, it's not. It's actually right next to the island. It's not even the island itself. It's like on the
Okay.
down. It's like on the river itself, but it's not in an island. But Rock
Who
Island is where
decided
the,
this name?
Sorry,
who decided this name?
I don't know. It wasn't me. But I will say, United States Arsenal, located here in Rock Island, and it was on a top 10 bombing list in the 60s during the Cold War for the Russians because. Yeah, there's a
Okay.
big rumor that there's an entire arsenal underneath the arsenal, and that's why it's called the arsenal.
An arsenal underneath the arsenal. You guys
And
do
in
it
Moline,
differently. There you go.
that is where John Deere is located, headquarters of John Deere.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a name that I know coming on in from South Carolina. Know it very, very well, right?
Yeah.
Got a Bass Pro Shop too, probably. I'm not
Oh
sure.
yeah. Oh, we have so much of that. Okay.
Gotcha. That's production telling.
All right. Okay.
Bracket up now. Let's see, just as a little bit of clarity action, right, Nuke? We came in top 6 teams. There was a bit of a confusion, so one of these teams did leave, so we are not going to have one of the pool play brackets. Of course, the top teams from yesterday, as Ryan Stratton, as Waldorf came in, they punched their ticket to not have to play in the what would be the quarterfinals.
Yep.
Only going to be playing a semifinals match up close and personal here with St. Ambrose and Grandview University.
Yeah, as you can see in Match B, it shows that Illinois Wesleyan is going to go ahead and move on. They're going to play Waldorf in that semifinals. Cotty College came in and they were like, hey, wasn't expecting to make it into top cut, and we already made plans. So they were heading out. Unfortunately, however, you're 100% right. Waldorf and Illinois Wesleyan will immediately play in the semifinals match as soon as we're done with Grandview and St. Ambrose.
Yeah, so we are looking at a little bit of rivalry. You talked about this, Nuke. I want you to hit me with a little bit of backstory, a little bit of history. You know, what is the narrative here between these 2 colleges? Why do they maybe hate is a strong word, but I'm going to say it anyway. Why do they hate each other so passionately here, Nuke?
Okay, so as the director at St. Ambrose, I got to throw my bias a little bit, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So Grandview previously was scouting players
from
St. Ambrose a couple years back, right? And it was fine because I'm all for opportunities in esports. That's what it's all about, 100%. But
competition
it started
is healthy.
this. Yeah. It's being like an hour and a half apart. It started some rivalries pretty quickly. Of okay, we see you guys over there. Let's play off. And so since then in every game. It's been back and forth between us and them. And so we're centrally located between, if you look on the Iowa side, we have Grandview over here. And then on the right, on the Illinois side, we have Illinois Wesleyan. So both equidistant to St. Ambrose. We consider them both rival schools of us. And looking at this top cut bracket, we're going to have to go through both to get the championship. So
Absolutely.
that's what St. Ambrose is looking at. And what's really funny is the coach of the St. Ambrose team, Alyssa Duran, she was a former player in the program, graduated, and then came back as a coach. So
Nice.
she's been kind of part of this rhetoric of this rivalry that's been pushed the past few years.
Yeah, so that's going to be like the classic player-coach transition right there, having hardcore knowledge within, coming forth, and being able to really be able to benefit from the slice of that brain that still comes from that player's side, even though today, and in all real competitions, right, coaches are not going to be able to communicate directly within players. Now, there is technical pauses and tactical pause within the rules. Reddit, I'm going to boil it down for you. Basically, they get 2 or 5 total minutes. They get 5 total minutes of time within a match
Yep.
to go forth and use these pauses. Now, that's just for technical issues within PCs and whatnot. No such thing as a perfect esports event.
Correct.
Tactical pauses being a little bit different, though. And the captain has to call it, correct?
Correct. And it's 3 minutes for the tactical pauses,
Gotcha,
not 5.
gotcha.
Yep.
There you go.
100%. But you're talking a little bit about that rhetoric. You're talking about
The narrative, yes, sir.
the narrative. The
I thought you were
player.
done. Excuse me.
No.
let's
The
hear more,
player's
dude.
going from the player to the coach, right? It's so much more important when you're getting a player into a coach role that's been there for the culture, right? They understand the culture. They, as the kids say, they understand the assignment, right?
There
They
you go.
get it. They get the read. So,
Yeah.
very excited to have Alyssa, Coach Duran, back again this year as a coach, and really excited to be playing against Grandview again. It's been some time since we've played in a LAN setting due to COVID, and we've not played them in a LAN in. It's literally been years at this point.
No, I hear you. I hear you. And this will not be the last as well. A little
No.
birdie told me there will be more LAN action. These LANimals have not had enough. There will be more NECC action. We just don't have those details. You got to give the people what they want, but you can't give them everything at one time.
Not
So we're
yet.
not giving you dates. We're not giving you times. We're not even going to give you a location. We're just going to be telling you that's happening. Grandview University on the left side. Oh,
Yeah, follow NECC on Twitter. You'll find it out.
there you go. NECC on Twitter. Take out your phones, type in the little-known site, google.com, type in the NECC Homecoming Series, right?
Hometown series. Yeah.
Hometown Series. I did that again, didn't I?
Yeah, it's fine. I saw
Hometown
someone.
series.
I saw someone yesterday say the hometown tour. It's fine.
Okay.
You get the gist.
Series tours. We're all with it. Regardless, gonna be a good time, just like series and tours usually are.
Yeah.
St. Ambrose on the right in the red, running through this. That is K Severe, Ark, Hines, Agent MM7, Synfax, and Odin making up the squad. We saw them yesterday on point, or on broadcast once, now for their second performance. Ark taking a lot of damage into that shield at the front, and then St. Ambrose is given a whole lot of space right here. Grandview rotating in. And that's going to be a huge pick in the back, dude.
Yeah, 100%. And, it looks like St. Ambrose is going to pop back off, though, get a couple of picks going on to point. That's going to be huge, setting up the rhetoric for this map, because they take this early, all they got to do is hold.
There you go.
The defense is better than the offense.
And we're looking at a Synfax Baptiste already with that amplification matrix in the next few seconds. Both tanks having that online DPS. Ultimates to boot. Odin, honestly, as Lucio had, being the least on that list, is the best for St. Ambrose coming into this, the sound barrier, because there's nothing really on the other side of Grandview they have to worry about. That's enough analysis to get in the action. 20 seconds here. There's amplification matrix early. Jerryman falling in the back early as well. That's Guardian having a way around, but this is only so much damage from Primal Rage. There's really not a whole lot that can get done by themselves. Hines now investing that Blizzard and going to fall through the thick of things right here, but that's really the only loss for St. Ambrose in that team fight.
Wow, and now Opie is throwing down a grab, and they used a lot of ults that fight.
A lot of
ults came out on both teams. However, Ark is still going to have Earth Shatter. Agent's going to die with a barrier field.
Okay, so Odin kind of splits attention between the front and the back and kind of deciding about what they want to do right there. They decide, that is the definition of paying for not making a decision, right? Like at a certain point, that is a mistake if you just don't commit one way or another. They go back with speed boost or go forward with healing. Don't do either, everybody else does.
And that's exactly what we saw. And now Grandview sitting comfortably on the point. St. Ambrose got the 50%, and they have the ults to use now, right? They only have the Doomfist to worry about, who's currently going to try to dive the backline with it. But they have Earth Shatter, they have Self-Destruct, and it looks like they're going to try with it.
That's going to be first initial pick. There's a longer team fight already. That actually being the first pick is not something necessarily anticipate St. Ambrose taking one throughout this. getting up to about 35, 36%. There's still opportunities right here, but now with both tanks down, the baby diva form finished, taking a long walk off the short pier. That's a smart thing to do. You don't want to charge ultimates.
Yeah, St. Ambrose really prefers these brawl comps as well, and you know I say that because obviously I'm involved, but
Yeah.
I know that they love these brawl comps.
You know this like personally.
Yeah, personally know this.
yeah.
However, Grandview with the double bubble seems to be working. They're able to get in very quick. The Zarya is being very aggressive for the St. Ambrose front line.
There's a sound barrier off the top. That's going to be a huge eat as well for K-Severe. That is no grab for Opia, but not going to matter in the back as death reigns supreme. 70% or so. St. Ambrose University's best opportunity here is to get out, regroup, and get back to this one.
Yeah, and it's like we were saying, with the double bubble, with the Zarya and the Winston, if that's who you're focusing when they're coming in and out, you don't have time to look at the Doomfist. So St. Ambrose really struggling to take out the Zarya in time for the Doomfist to come in and now wreak havoc on their backline. And that's what we've been seeing the past two fights, is Grandview now has 90%, and they're very clutches away from taking this.
Yeah, so no ultimates really on the other side. Jerry will have that sticky bomb here soon, and an early investment of Blizzard, not on point either, leads to now a team fighting on this point with no real capture in here. It's all been contested all the way through. Stick coming in. What a fantastic save from K-Severe. He saw this coming in, got on top of it, lost mech, and that's it. Now trades coming through here. We do have a big microwave in the back. That's a fantastic example of just straight up tracking right there from this Symmetra player. Now on board with Odin, getting the group healing all the way through. And now that's going to be St. Ambrose almost losing Heinz, but that's it, really, through a very long team fight.
And when you have the main, you can just shield up for a minute, right? You can just throw into the ice block, heal up, you'll be fine. St. Ambrose also looking better with the ult economy. They have 5 online. That's going to look really good for their defense. And like you said, Laser Go Burr. Agent MM7 was able to do a lot of work with the Symmetra. The Earth Shatter is going to come out, and that is massive for St. Ambrose.
That's a grab on the corner as well, but St. Ambrose has multiple answers to this between a sound barrier, they have Maywall, they have Agent MM7's photon barrier, they have everything in a bag of chips to stall away any progress that an Opia grab would come in. K-Severe has already eaten one, right?
Yeah.
Like, this has got to be a change. There it is, Opia. There you go.
Yeah, Kassir told me actually earlier when he came in, he said, I'm hungry today. I think I'm going to eat everything they throw at us.
Doc on board with Death. Ah, fantastic 1-2 right there. Trying to get the punch in as well. That's a nasty purple, 99.99. This is at least being an incredibly close match. Players falling on both sides. A checkered board kill feed right now until Grandview University comes out on top. Little Baby D action cannot do anything by themselves. A change coming through, but now Pix is in fact on this. Odin might be able to touch. Nope, not going to happen.
No dice, no dice. It's really coming down, I'm seeing a lot in these fights, it's coming down to who is able to keep their DPS alive longer, and we saw a lot of the DPS switching in between on that round. Switching over to the Soldier at the end, looking like they were trying to go more for the sustain on both comps. And it looks like Grandview, Jerryman switched over to the Soldier, and Death had actually switched over to the Tracer, and it looks like they're looking to carry that comp over into the next round.
I have to wonder if that's a little bit of nerves from Grandview, right? Jerryman wasn't playing a bad Tracer, but the fact that K-Severe was able to just literally just dive in, Guardian Angel this, and I'm not talking Mercy, right? on the Diva. Like, yes, it wasn't an eat, doesn't matter. They didn't have defense matrix. Just literally sacrifice the body. The mech is the only thing that St. Ambrose loses throughout that team fight, and the exact opposite thing happened. Well, not the exact opposite. That was a very close team fight in the very, very end. But losing a Diva mech, that's the best case scenario when you're fighting a full 6v6.
Stonks. You're just trading the stock options, right?
Dude.
That's exactly what they did.
Like,
and I mean, when you get mech back, you can just call it on someone and get the clip.
Exactly. Yeah, I hate certain things. I swear this company. It's like the past few years, like this game isn't annoying enough. How about we introduce Sigma, Echo, and Baptiste?
So the
Just
past
really
few years,
slow
you
it
mean the
down.
past 3 years?
Yes, yes, Nuke. And then like, well, Diva's just not annoying enough. Well, what if we made her mech just murder anybody it lands on? All right, screw it.
I mean, the Grav mech
Maybe I'm
combo
being
is
too
now a
late.
combo, right? It's definitely a combo. Grandview squeezing in, though, and taking this point first, seemingly from no opposition from St. Ambrose.
I hear you. I like the Heinz change here, but Synfax on Lucio, especially given that you have a big Diva and a big Wrecking Ball, isn't going to be able to provide enough healing down bottom, given that Odin is going to have, you talk about stunks, they have to invest everything up top and hope it all doesn't crash. 21, 22%. St. Ambrose is about to take this with no opposition, and that is the free real estate. Free real estate, right? That doesn't get better than that.
Yeah, no,
They invested nothing, they dropped nothing, they didn't even lose anybody.
Yeah,
And now a quadruple coming through with the assistance on the back of Odin. That's how you take a team fight with only one ultimate invested as well.
Yeah, the housing option or the housing market just opened new options. That barrage came through, wiped the entirety of the Grandview team. They weren't ready for it. And St. Ambrose, I gotta say, they prefer this dive comp. This dive comp works well for them. They like Arc on the ball. He's very comfortable with it. Kassir loves the Diva. We've seen Kassir on the Diva all series. Now, Heinz has been practicing this Pharah, and he can land those shots. I'm eager to see how he's going to be able to play against the Soldier and Kree, as they've now swapped over to both hit scan.
Heinz playing the corner. This is going to be dangerous. Yeah, Jerryman pulling that immediately. Throw a nano on top. Agent's the only be the all shall fall now. There was not a whole lot on board. Now there's a Guardian Angel, or excuse me, a Valkyrie mode capable for Odin, but that really wouldn't be worth it at this point. KCV are even calling Mech back in, given they just lost their main source of healing and their main source of damage. This is just feeding ultimate right now. Grandview is literally taking, what, an extra 600 HP on there? Because they'd kill the baby diva anyway. Yeah. That is to get, what, 7 percentage points. If this was like 75 they were looking at and they want to push to 85, so it'd be like a short team fight slash force like ball, like wrecking ball change or something like that. I can see this. Not at 55 to 58
they were probably,
to go to 7.
They were probably best to just back off, regroup, and then re-engage, not invest all the ultimates. But I mean, look at Heinz. He's sitting in another barrage, right? And we got Odin with the Guardian and Angel with the Valkyrie on point. That's going to be able to help him. Popping that early, now trying to get into the fight.
Cole, oh man, his new
Cole
name.
Cassidy.
Cole Cassidy, there you go, Cole Cassidy. That actually, I think, we didn't see a whole lot of McCree yesterday.
We did not. Who's McCree? I don't know who McCree is. I know who Cole Cassidy is.
That was the first time I've used the name within a cast because we didn't see Cole Cassidy a lot yesterday. How interesting the evolution, and totally worthwhile. Not even saying like that. I just obviously used the Cowboys' other name.
Yeah, and for those of you at home that didn't know that our play Overwatch or enjoy Overwatch, they're actually giving out free name changes now. They announced that on Twitter with the change to Cole Cassidy.
How thematical, right?
Yeah.
How thematical for an organization that's been through a lot. How's that for a neutral statement? Yeah, there you go.
That puts it through pretty nicely.
Yeah, there you go. The neutral statement, right? That's what we do as casters, right? We turn the negatives into neutrals and positives into negatives, or whatever else. Alchemy, turning words into gold or something like that. 90%. Big strike down there in the middle. That's a nasty purple though, and Arc can't get away from it. That's gonna be St. Ambrose fighting this. 5-6 for a while until another attack visor comes online. St. Ambrose is fixing to, barely gets in time. Some Tri-Rockets take out their main source of healing. A nice sticky bomb, but I really, and again, I'm trying to be too negative here. I know you're a St. Ambrose man through and through, but this group healing on the Lucio, I know Lucio main myself, like literally. This Lucio down bottom is simply not going to be enough, and that's what we saw right here.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they're not able to really do much on this point anymore. Heinz did have the barrage, wasn't able to get in position for it. Tried to use it, died, and Grandview is going to take our first control map of the series.
So 70 to 100?
Yeah, 70 to 100. Pretty close. I think it goes back to what you were saying earlier, Tugboat, where they just needed to back off on point, regroup, and use their ultimates in the next fight.
Yep. There was a significant I mean, if we're breaking this down now, right? You're looking at a diva, like there is no chance for a single diva by themselves without self-destruct to come in and kill, what, 2 tanks, a main support, and a DPS on point. Like it's just simply not going to happen. Even if like all 4 of them just collected under that, like under the mech, that's only going to kill the squishies, and then 2 tanks are just going to pick you apart. Like there's just not enough instant damage that
I think they were shooting for the anime training arc.
Okay.
I think that was the shot. You know, with Diva being South Korean.
You know, this county big enough for the both of us type thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think Diva was trying to go in and just get the picks, but I agree. They should have backed up. They should have waited for it. Maybe even switched up the comp a little bit. They probably could have switched over a little bit more to the brawl comp that they prefer. Maybe
a brig,
a
brig there in the middle instead of the Lucio, especially like you're looking at this control map. Lucio, obviously the only character at this point, now that after the changes from Nano Boost, 2 years ago, is the only character that influences more than one other player their movement speed, right? In the great game of Overwatch. That's simply not necessary. Again, Lucio main here. simply not necessary on the control point. It's just there's just not a far distance to travel, and especially once you get lower here, I would have loved to see the Brig with the group healing plus packs on top. It's just simply more, and then you can focus your healing onto one, right? You already have Odin up top taking care of the Pharah. Classic combination since day zero Overwatch. No reason to change it, especially with how this was going on. Take another one, put it down bottom, focus on the D.Va so you can't get defense matrix up, and literally just rain death from above every single time, like they were doing. That quad kill could have happened 3 more times in this, and we could be literally casting the third map on like this first control point right now.
Yeah, no, completely agree. Not to mention, you can just have the Pharah break away with the Lucio. You're not able to heal. You're not able to heal the Pharah at all, right? But
all,
with the
literally at all.
Brig, you can have the Mercy peel away if need be, and the Brig can just throw packs up to the Pharah.
AKA when the Tac Visor or the High Noon are coming in, right? Yeah, like it's easy to say this now, obviously hindsight 2020 and whatnot, but also like Lucio group healing down bottom, especially with the arc, not the arc, the was it the radius or whatever? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, the radius.
There-
Yeah,
there you go,
around
there you go.
Lucio, correct.
We are going to be looking at Kings Row next. This is, of course, still a first to 2. Grand finals will be first to 3.
Correct.
The longer format in their classic look at the grand finals situation in the single elimination now. Again,
So
you drop
summarize,
here, there's a single elimination, right? You drop here, you're donezo.
correct,
today.
correct.
Yeah,
It's top cut single elimination. We love round robin here in the Great River Valley. That's what we run for almost everything is round robin.
I'm with it.
No point in going to a tournament, losing twice, and then going home, right? Play a couple of times day
Exactly.
one, and then see if you qualify for day 2. That's the way we at least look at it. But to summarize what you're saying, what if I understand correctly, there's a time to vibe, and there's a time not to vibe with the Lucio,
Yeah,
right? Right? Okay. Just wanted to make sure I could check.
Yeah, whatnot. I can't remember the next line. Oh well. Really though, like Kings Row, bam, perfect example, right? There's plenty of times, especially when offense, when that speed boost, like it was literally called the taxi for a reason, right?
Yeah.
I think they call it something different in over in the UK. A lorry, maybe. Oh, that's
lorry.
a truck, isn't it?
Yeah, Uber, you know.
But that's universal. No, but literally, in case you're not familiar with Overwatch, the act of taxing is as Lucio going back to spawn in order to get a player who was lost in a team fight back up close. Like that's on King's Row, on especially on attack and even on defense. That's going to be necessary on control. It's just simply not the same.
No. And there's no point. I mean, you control, it's more team fight based. You're really grouping up. You're trying to take that team fight. And, oh no.
St. Ambrose looking
Oh,
at
no.
the Mandatu hat composition. What this is going to probably be looking at, we're on a delay here, so I'm not giving away anything here.
No.
Agent MM7, going to start this from up top. Everybody in the end of the teleport is going to go right on top of Mandatu, like a little hat.
Yep,
Like
exactly.
a little teacup on top of him, and then Hans on the Baptiste going to go up there and just spray down from there, and that'll have a split attention because K-Severe and everybody else is going to be running down bottom.
Now I'm hoping Grandview wasn't watching
Give us the
yesterday,
hat.
because this is what they tried to do yesterday.
I love this.
Me too.
It's so wonky. Like,
And if they're not ready for it, like we're seeing right now, it's gonna just be so oppressive.
ooh, ready for it though is Jerryman and the rest of Grandview University. Now St. Ambrose lost a couple, but that, oh no, that didn't. Yeah, Strike coming back with Lucio being able to attack, like we were talking about.
Yeah, and Grandview recognizing that St. Ambrose is now on the back foot, pushing up to the choke point, trying to find an opportunity to get another pick and stagger this roster one more time. St. Ambrose gonna wrap around the statue though and get ready for this next massive team fight. Agent MM7 are gonna throw out the turrets and they're going underway.
Little May on May action right there, taking out their counter pick. Almost a charge coming through. Okay, so that wouldn't have landed anyway. Guardian, she was super low coming into this one and wasn't able to knock that on and pin to the left side. But as it is, St. Ambrose taking a lot of progress, and early Grandview would do themselves well to get into it. Now it's not even worth it. The main source of damage here outside of the close range May is done and dusted, and St. Ambrose is set to really run right now.
So what do you think, Tugboat? Do you think that Grandview
Not
is
much.
supposed to, they dive on that point and they die there, or do you think it's backing off was the strat?
They're about to die, come like on the back foot right now. So like the gravitic flux now, the gravitic flux landing right there. Guardian once again getting punished for getting super close. The immortality field is going to come out. Doesn't matter. Arc is still there. Grandview only are winning right now because of the trilogy of ultimates were just dropped right there. The shatter, the amplification matrix.
And the tag visor.
Yeah, and the tag visor. They just invested so much there, right?
Yeah.
Again, the stonks, dude.
Yeah, again, the stonks. And the May wall really separated the fight. Jerryman was able to throw up that wall, give Grandview some time to group up, and as soon as that wall went down, we saw we saw the next wall come up, right? We saw the visor come up.
Some wonkiness right there coming in and over from the top. Arc now getting a little bit lower. We are looking at a screen that is going black every once every 30 seconds. 4 minutes left in this one. Grandview University coming out on top of this, and that's gonna be a nasty, nasty stagger. That's gonna giddy up in the step for a while, dude.
Yeah, they're just waiting for the diva. Oh!
OP almost taken out from getting a little bit flying too close to the sun right there, but K-Severe, Diva Mech out, but still back to the rest of the team, so this wasn't the same stagger situation they're facing as Technico.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. Opia finally gonna kill Kassir. Both Lion now taking out Arc as well. Keeping St. Ambrose on this back foot is Grandview, and they are now pushing up, doing the same strategy that St. Ambrose was doing to them earlier.
Classic look right here, the hold, and this is going to be a lot of healing provided from Lion 8769 in the front. St. Ambrose just waiting for their May right now.
Yeah, switching up their comps a little bit as well. They're going for the more brawl style. They decided to switch off that Bastion, which I guess they did last fight. Heinz with the Blizzard. Synfax is going to pop that window here pretty soon. And Odin, we're hoping to see.
That is a lot. Yeah, just like that. You combo Gravitic Flux into this, especially with Death. Getting the attack visor up top. This is just perfect positioning, especially with them just literally going up and down in front of him. It's like bobbing heads right here. He's gonna find him all day.
You'll notice Odin dropped his beat, and it was not able to hit in time from the time that they went down because he used it already. And they were just a sitting duck with Death literally applying his name.
There you go. 25% on top of that. Now 30% is just bombarding the St. Ambrose squad coming in. That's actually a good move from K-Severe to have waited and to at least take it a little bit off the top of that 150 health pool from the Baby Diva form, and then utilizing the mech coming into this. But now on last turn, before we get on in, next to last turn I guess, before we get into point 2, Jerryman, the only ultimate that's technically on board right now, really looking for a way in edgewise to toss this Blizzard. Now Photon Barrier out, punishing the aggressive look right now. Agent M7, that's out, not gonna matter, frozen out, all members of Grandview University.
Yeah, Grandview is taking this just like a dance. Their pacing is great. They're allowing St. Ambrose that false positive and coming in saying, yeah, you can push the payload, come up to the corner. As soon as they get to the corner, they're smacking them with ultimates. And that's the second time they've done that.
And now, speaking of ultimates and economy thereof, very close to both tank ultimates. The Grandview is already there, and they're going to have Sound Barrier soon. They already have the Amplification Matrix. There's the Gravitic Flux, and from behind, that's a great placement, but not going to matter. Death finding a triple kill with the Tri-Rockets. How thematical, Nuke. How
is that a rocket for every player then? Is that how that works?
It was a splash damage in the middle, and that was just the very last. Again, that's not something you're going to see very often.
No, never.
Like there's incredibly close to the very, very end, and the immortality field is not going to be enough to keep them alive.
St. Ambrose returning now with multiple ultimates, and it looks like we're gonna see the field come out from FAP. Synfax trying to create some opportunity for his team, and Kassir getting back in the mech after using self-destruct, but it's not going to find any members of Grandview. Grandview keeping St. Ambrose on this back foot, keeping him, as they would say, right where they want him.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that, and this payload is consistently moving back. 45 seconds, that pretty much guarantees that if St. Ambrose does this, they're going to have to do it in overtime, then take the time advantage, the time bonus from point 2, and then move into the last. Thereby, I'm just saying that is significantly decreasing the chance of St. Ambrose to finish this map. 25 seconds rolling in. Here comes the flame. The May Blizzard. That's what happens when you mix those two words together. Heinz out. Frozen is not there. Arc falling even through the thick of things right here. A sound barrier healing and more. Jerryman just found their target.
Yeah, I think it all came down to who was able to take the picks in this series. Yeah, there's 8 seconds left, 4 seconds left. I'm not sure if they're even going to be able to get on payload in time. That is going to be round 1 complete. If you look at the kill cam, you're going to find nothing but death in Jerryman.
Seriously. on that left side right there, headshots and whatnot. Really did just pop off on the Soldier 76. We saw them earlier. We saw kind of like a wonkiness look between Jerryman and Death, and kind of like trading off Tracer roles as well. Death coming out on the Tracer originally, K-Severe kind of giving it the business, honestly, on that first control map. And I think this is just a better look, honestly. Like,
Oh,
Kings Row
yeah.
is also just geographically different.
Yeah, also titled Scrims Row. This is a very popular map that a lot of teams just prefer to play on. They find it really balanced, and I think this is probably going to be the best, most competitive map that we're going to find this series.
I can agree with that.
So I love that Grandview had the pacing that they wanted to keep throughout that the whole of that push.
Mhm.
Really, what we saw was the picks, right? Like I said, Death and Jerryman were
RIP
able to get
Mandado.
more value than Heinz and Agent MM7 were able to get. The tank line was able to stay alive from Grandview. St. Ambrose tank line would go down at the beginning of the fight, and that just left them in a very bad situation
Yeah.
for the rest of the fight.
Very susceptible to further damage being able to be focused on the DPSs and the supports. Yeah, that is literally the tank role. Just try and soak up damage, and there's no more useless ultimates in this game than individual shatters, grabs, scrivitic fluxes, supercharges. Like that is the entire point. They need support there. They need other players with them to get something done.
And with these tight rows on King's Row, this double shield is just working for Grandview. The St. Ambrose DPS is not able to get through, as this Sigma is able to post up really wherever he wants.
That is not good for Opio. Death almost being able to take one off the top, and that's an early pick onto Cole Cassidy. Immortality fields, both invested for both squads. Not going to have that cooldown for the next 30 seconds or so. Punished for their aggression is K-Severe with their even mech out. Now getting back to it, almost getting the full mech back, as well as Heinz Spawn. There's going to be Grandview going on top. Yeah, smart job. Everybody else is going hunting right now. Guardian realizes that, yes, they have a shield, but OP is up there as well. Have their protective barrier, and they can take this with on.
Yeah, he's on babysitting duty for point. Had to back up. Someone's got to
Classic
do
Ryan.
it, right?
Classic Ryan.
Someone's
Yeah.
got to do it. St. Ambrose trying to regroup, take this corner that Grandview was keeping them on last time. Both
Ooh.
Maywalls coming out. Interesting interaction as Agent's able to pick out Guardian.
I really like that. Heinz playing the 3D chess. Ooh, all the focus and attention in the world on the Agent M7 right there. Cole Cassidy, Cowboy, not able to stay alive again. Opia not landing onto the Immortality field, letting that live just a little while longer, and not getting anything but a good job for that Gravitic Flux. Able to get back as well as Odin. Synfax, oh no! The last jump there was not able to be completed, and Grandview University has been taking progress this whole time.
I just feel like Grandview has the 2021 vision. They're able to look past the St. Ambrose front line and take out the back line as the tanks are moving passively, right? Where we're seeing Kassir. You can't have that Matrix up the entire time. Oh, falling off the map is the
Are they
St.
trying to
Ambrose
reset?
roster. I guess they're changing rosters, trying to stop them before they get to this last point. At least that's what I would guess.
Well, no, they have to keep the Heinz. Nobody's going to be able to get there.
What happened?
What? And okay, I think what happened. All right, so there's
Welcome to the webinar.
Yeah,
What happened?
There you go. What happened? Yeah. Let's go back about 30 seconds. Let's boil this down. No, the environmental kills become possible a little bit later here. One goes, I think it might have been a lack of communication about what the idea is, but also because second point hadn't been taken, their spawn is much closer, so they think they're going to be able to get there in time. And I think the Lucium may not have kind of again had that the curse of not making a decision, either staying there and sticking with their teammates or just going forth and being able to touch point, because obviously once you touch, that's contesting for a little while, but it's also not control, so it's not going to be triggering a timer at 99 or nothing like that. It's just going to be contesting literally for that, I guess half a second total on payload, and they have 3 on. That was just a series of unfortunate events, honestly, for St.
Yeah,
Ambrose.
call Lemony Snicket,
Like,
because
yeah, seriously.
I
There's
agree
been a
with you.
trademark violation. Like, that's why you should call Lemony seriously, like just the miscoordinations and communications.
I think that's what it was. I
Yeah,
had to have been
like-
miscommunication because they weren't even close to touching, like whatsoever. They weren't even rounding the corner to spawn. They were just kind of hanging out.
Yep.
Basically. But that is going to be point 2 now, going to Grandview. Grandview taking the series and moving on.
Yeah, it is. And 100 to 99 in the first map of control, 100 to 70 in the second map of control. Incredibly close. Kings Row just simply looking a little bit different. I love the look that they come out with and going up against the Mandata hat composition or whatever, but that's always just a wonky play, right? There's just multiple maps in Overwatch that things like this can come out and you can like prepare for the best, and then something like this happens, just like, oh well, just take every bit of preparation we had, just throw it into the wind. But yeah, unfortunately, that is going to be it there for St. Ambrose University. They were 2-1 coming into today, just like Grandview, but hey, the single elimination, that's the way it goes.
Yeah, I mean, like you're talking about that Monada hat combo, you have to find a target as soon as you get up there.
Yep.
They weren't able to find a target. They elongated it. Grandview, once again, I think their strong suit is this pacing, this back and forth, and that's what they did. They backed up, they came forward the whole time. It was a dance, and they
Yep.
were just swinging SAU along with it.
Gotcha. We are going to be going to a short break after the 2-0 sweep there against St. Ambrose, as incredibly close as it was. Next match will be up at 3:30, so meaning you got what, about 45 minutes? Or if you're from the East Coast like me, your laptop is going to tell you that was 12 minutes ago, so you're late. No, but you got plenty of time to go get yourself some lunch if you're here at the Rhythm City Casino. I personally have enjoyed myself several meals over the Game Time Sports Bar over there. Had a flatbread last night. If you're losing the house on Big Six, had
Yeah.
$7 left whenever they go.
Yeah. You mentioned that. Yeah, and I walked home with 100. I'm not going back on the casino floor,
There
but
you
you're
go.
100% right.
Yeah.
There's great food and drink, and even if you're here in the Quad Cities, go out, go downtown, get some food, come back.
Yep. Want to give a big shout out to St. Ambrose, one of the sponsoring orgs, kind of helped make this possible as well. Unfortunately, seeing them here, but hey, they made it into day number 2. And again, this is not like a stomp by any means. Yes, the score is 2-0. This is not a stomp by any means. We didn't see a single on our side of the stream yesterday. We didn't see a single match that went beyond. Or no, there was one. There was one control matchup of the 4 that like they went 99 to 101, and after that, the maps wasn't even close. So even 70, even like the 99 to 100, even the 70 was closer than what we saw yesterday. So St. Ambrose can still use that, come out and take some value from it. Like I always say, if you take an L and you don't learn anything from it, you've effectively lost twice.
Yeah, 100%. And I know they're going to take it into VOD review.
Yep.
That's exactly what they do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We want to give a shout out to the hometown series. You can go over there on twitch.tv, NECC_esports. That is the Twitch all weekend long. We're going to have the rest of the Overwatch action here. Now, there's Super Smash Brothers later, right?
Yeah, there's been crew battles going on, and then the singles bracket's actually going on right now on the side stream.
Gotcha.
Twitch.tv/SAU_esports.
There it is. Loads of more esports to be played. We are reaching towards the end of it, but there's still plenty, so don't tune away anywhere. 3:30. See you back then. And we are back, we are here, and we are live. Almost happened again. The deadly mute button striketh again. FBI tugboat here. Got my man Nuke over here. We got day 2 of the NECC Hometown Series coming on at you. This is our other quarterfinals match here, right? We are going to be looking at
Illinois Wesleyan versus
Yep,
Waldorf.
yep. Illinois Wesleyan versus Waldorf. Illinois Wesleyan coming in from Pool 1, Waldorf coming in from Pool 2. But first and foremost, got to give shout outs to the organizations that do make this possible. And there's a lot of them here, Nukem. I'm not, in case you guys were not here, this floor was littered with vendors left, right, and center, people going up to it, lines going around all kinds of corners and whatnot, players, families, coaches, support staff, everybody out here, everybody getting involved, and a lot of experiences being had, good services, everything else like that being exchanged. I'm going to go ahead and give them shout outs and go with the list here. That is a K Riot? Is
A
that
Kai
right?
Riot.
A Kai
Yeah,
Riot.
Kai Riot.
A Kai
Yeah,
Riot.
yeah,
Is
yeah.
that like the berry?
Yeah,
No, that's
like
a Psy, isn't it?
A Psy is the berry, yeah. But
Okay.
yeah, I think it's
Similar to.
similar, yes.
Similar
Based
to.
out of Iowa too.
Sweet as a berry, perhaps.
Yeah,
There you
yes,
go.
yes.
Akai Riot Artistry Ascendance, CSMG, the Collegiate Sports Management Group, Disc Replay, as well as ESTV, GamePlan.com, that's hometown ticketing. If you purchase a ticket to this place, you likely went through GamePlan.com. HyperX Gaming, of course, we gave away a dozen of their headsets. The
We
Cloud
have
Stingers.
given away 30 of those headsets.
30.
By
So
the end of the day,
almost
we'll have given
dozens.
away 30.
Technically dozens, right? Because that's more than
Dozens.
2. You
Yes.
know, we'll go with it. That's, as casters, we use superlatives as often as we can, so we'll go with dozens. 30 is technically more than 24, so dozens. Dozens of
Dozens.
headsets from HyperX, consistently being one of the most common providers of esports hardware, collegiate, high school, otherwise, all across the globe. If you don't know HyperX, you might have been living under a rock the past couple of years. Planet FunkCon, an awesome convention going on. It's not too far away, right? Planet
No,
FunkCon?
they're here in the Quad Cities. They're based out of the
There you
Quad
go.
Cities. Really great group. They weren't able to really be here today, but they did a lot of promotions on their website.
Yeah, yeah.
They really wanted to see the event succeed.
Exactly. Now, do we have a date for that, or do you have a general timeline?
No date quite yet, but you
Okay.
can go on their website. If you just go on Google, smack your fingers down, type in planetfunkcon.com, you'll find them.
There you go. That is Planet Funk with a K, Funk Con. Playmakers Wanted, and of course, Gamers is a fantastic support esports video gaming group right there, as well as Vanta Leagues. Visit Quad Cities, of course. Of course, that is. Let's see if I can do it. Will made me do this several times on stream. Bettendorf, Rock Island, Davenport, Iowa, as well as Moline, not Moline.
And what's
Moline.
funny is there's 5 Quad Cities.
There's 5 Quad Cities. You
You know
people
what
do
the
it
5th one
differently
is?
here.
That no one
This
recognizes?
is the meme.
East Moline.
East Moline. East Moline. That rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? East
It
Moline.
does roll
East
off the tongue.
Moline. That belongs in a sports movie somewhere.
Maybe
Kevin
it is.
Costner?
I don't know. Yeah, Kevin Costner.
Something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I could see it. Basketball, probably. Maybe baseball.
Field of Dreams was actually sorry, this is hit the dome.
was
Field
Kevin
of Dreams
Costner.
was actually filmed 30 minutes away from here, and they actually recently did a professional baseball match
Yeah,
here
no.
in Iowa.
And
out
Kevin
there.
Costner came out, and the
Yep.
players walked through the cornfields,
Yep.
which you people are very proud of, right?
Yeah,
Or
it
you
was
people, that
actually
sounds
Visit
like
Quad
it.
Cities
Yeah.
helped organize a lot of that.
There you go. Doing things left, right, and center with literal superstars and unforgettable movies. Of course, we're talking about Field of Dreams, that movie, and then they actually made it come to life there 25 years later. But whatever. Kevin Costner is literally the GOAT when it comes to sports movies, at least. Excuse me. Vanta Leagues, I think we shouted that one out. Yep, so I've lost my place. Here, Rhythm City Casino, of course. Rhythm City Casino. We were playing Big Six, which was basically roulette for toddlers. You know,
Yeah.
nice flashing lights and stuff. But it was super fun. It was super fun. We all got to really go forth and have fun doing that. Like I was talking about experiences, right? St. Ambrose University as well. Unfortunately, saw them get dropped out by Grandview University earlier in a 2-0 fashion, but was incredibly close. 9-9 to 100, and then 70 to 100 in the first 2 maps. And then the second did go 2-0, but that was on Kings Row, and that was decently close all the way through. Lastly, but not leastly, long form here, HyperX again, top tier esports hardware. They're doing peripherals, gaming PCs themselves. They have the esports arena over there in Vegas. I've been there, fantastic place.
Same.
They got
it's
the
beautiful.
HyperX esports truck, which is literally you didn't know about the truck.
I don't know about the truck.
The semi truck with which they literally use to deliver esports on demand to individual events. Now it is HyperX. That might be like the HyperX esports truck, might be a different brand or whatever else like that. Might not be ran by the same people, but it was all within the HyperX brand. So
didn't know
literally
that.
doing things like doing like the standard, right? Like the peripherals,
Yeah.
kind of like you see that frequently for esports companies, but also having a LAN inside a casino. Huh.
Weird.
What a novel idea, right? But then also literally having the the mobile esports like production lab on wheels to go around, and I believe they have two, one in California and one in Texas as well.
It's like, hey, you want to run a tournament in your local
Like
park?
literally,
Hey,
I'm
we're
not,
here.
yeah. And, like literally, I'm sure it is aptly priced and probably not cheap, but literally, and I've had casters I've worked on work on those as well, like in all kinds of different events
Do they
from
put you
Madden
in the
to
truck?
I have not worked on it, but yes, they do. Like they have like part of it is a stage, a small stage, probably about as big as what we have right here, like
Wow,
with screens and whatnot. Yes, HyperX, literally doing everything in a bag of chips, esports wise.
that's crazy. I had no idea.
Word. I hope. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You really didn't know about the
I
esports truck, did
literally
you?
didn't know
Okay.
about
Yeah.
the
I got you.
esports
Yeah.
truck at
This is
all.
not a hand me like read.
Genuinely,
This
no.
is not the part where we say pretend to be amazed at HyperX esports. You know. No. Seriously. Like yeah. Look it up, guys. Like literally, esports on wheels. I think that's what it's billed as.
Wow, that's really funny. I'm gonna look that up. I
Yep.
love that. But
Codex.
we're
Oh,
going
excuse
into
me.
the
Go ahead.
first map. Waldorf University versus Illinois Wesleyan. It looks like they have opted to Busan. Predictions. What are you thinking?
Predictions: if Illinois Wesleyan can keep this tank duo alive, the Codex Flash Fatal, this is kind of a classic dive look. Staying on the sim makes sense for Control. Not sure if that'd be later. And there's the change onto Tracer. That's really what I was looking for, particularly. If they can keep their two tanks alive, they're going to win all these team fights. Like eventually, not like 6-0, nothing like that. But that is a prediction. Codex Flash Fatal is going to happen or not off the back of them.
Yeah, and Waldorf are looking like they're opting more for the brawl comp, while Illinois Wesleyan is switching over to the dive comp.
Now this
Pulling off this first point, seeing who's whether or not they're gonna be able to get this pick.
That was almost deadly, and it does turn that way. Blob assuming Codex with a litany of help on the outside there as well. Now Boost coming in, Rose is responding that one well. Illinois Wesleyan very wisely deciding to get out of dodge on this one. Control point hasn't just now opened up as well, so that's all the real value that Waldorf will get from this one.
Yeah, Waldorf is having one person take point, while the rest of the team is going to post up and wait for Illinois Wesleyan to make the retaliation move. They recognize they're going to go left instead, so the Reinhardt's going to push up. Papa Joe leading the pace for Waldorf University.
There's a big shatter that's connecting around a corner and more. Papa Joe finding not one but two. That's both of the healing core here for Waldorf University. Well, Illinois Wesleyan falling in that one. Hey, at least it was quick.
Yeah, it was very quick.
We can all hope for such a painless death, right?
Yeah, that was a huge shatter for a first point. I was not expecting Papa Joe to build up shatter that quickly, but he must be swinging with that hammer.
Absolutely.
Echoic switching actually off of the Tracer now to the Reaper. Maybe they might find more value in picking that tank line like you were talking about earlier.
At this point, I'm not against the Echoic Reaper at all. Tracer's more of a surprise pick earlier. Charges and more coming in. That's going to be one of the supports down for Illinois Wesleyan. Still fighting at this one after they lose their main tank. I'm not sure if you guys can hear these calls, but I'm loving it. Blob, Zada, both finding one of their own. That's going to be hit scans as well. Illinois Wesleyan losing this one.
Bro, Overwatch calls. Call the same character 8 times in a row, louder every time.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
And it looks like they're setting up now. Illinois Wesleyan sitting with 2 ultimates on their own side. They are going to have the Sombra and the Moira ultimates. Coalescence could come online and do a lot for this Waldorf frontline. However, if you look, they got Deadeye.
Oh my god, the stun coming in! The EMP lands only onto this, McCree as it was coming in. Follow that up with a high noon. That's beautiful stuff. Waldorf University looking to put a cap onto this first map.
Oh my blob. I cannot believe that just happened. And it looks like they are going to push around. Waldorf University going to use their Blizzard, try to push Illinois Wesleyan off. I don't know what Papa Joe's doing.
Oh, he's going for the sneaky shatter.
The sneaky
Yeah, sneaky
We're on a
shatter.
3-minute delay, so we're not giving away anything.
No, I get it. At the end of the day, he could really be providing for his team by sitting on point. As it is, he just comes in and gets headshotted by this baby diva, or the diva there at the end. And now Illinois Wesleyan has an actually opportunity to come in and hold this one. Little punch action, so no healers now. That chance dissipates.
And they're calling out the Doom, realizing that he's low. Death Blossom coming out on point, but it is going to get stopped very quickly by Valid, and it doesn't look like any of the Illinois Wesleyan folks are going to be able to make it back. Self-destruct is more or less being used for flashy tricks by Valid at the end of this first control point on Busan.
Yeah, so 100-0 for the first on this one. Illinois Wesleyan dropping that one. Lion was also kind of forced to play multiple different picks, and again, you're kind of back to the true neutral situation. So if you're talking about surprise picks DPS-wise, now is the time to do it.
And they may have something in their back pocket. I'm not quite sure. Oh, We're gonna see the Ash Torb come out from Illinois Wesleyan. Looks like they're looking to set up a tent and hang out.
That's what makes more sense. The Bastion makes more sense than the Torb. The Torb would almost be a throw pick, but
Agreed.
if this goes through and Waldorf plays this all the way up without a Soldier 76 provide group healing and 2 soft supports, especially given that they have no shields outside of Valid's projected, and that's just going to get deleted instantly by... Never mind, they go with the Torb. I can't agree with that.
Oh, they are going
I cannot
back to
agree
the
with
Torb.
that.
I don't know what they're trying to do here. Waldorf, I guess if Papa Joe's able to get in this backline and shut down this Torb, they're not going to
Look at how
have very
quickly
much
this
of a
experimental barrier
fight.
goes. Yeah, so they're able to get this one initially, but now I think that the Torbjorn surprise is over with. I also like Flummox getting up close and personal right here. Flash Fatal the rest of Illinois Wesleyan lose a DPS superstar there in Echoic. Now on 2. Illinois Wesleyan not, if they even lose this map, it's not going to be another goose egg. That's very important here.
Yeah, I mean, how do you go 100 to 0 on your first map and go, yes, Torb is the choice. This is what we need.
It's working right now, I suppose. Like, really what I'm looking at is how this comes in to this next point. Line has 50% ultimate already. That's going to be a big amplification matrix. Support's falling on both sides right here, but that's going to be terrible for Waldorf. Now they lose the second. Yes, active might be on. That's actually going to be 2 huge picks. Pull it 3 right there as Codex falls to the back as well, rotating in. And Blob and the rest of Waldorf University come in and take this with no support whatsoever.
Wow, and it's exactly as Waldorf was doing yesterday. Their DPS line is just godlike. They were able to push through the front line. It's exactly as I predicted. Papa Joe ran back and was able to do exactly what he wanted to, picking that Torb in the back line. Nothing much more Illinois Wesleyan can do after that. Looks like they're setting up for another fight as well. Waldorf, they are going to have their Tracer Bomb ready to go. And Illinois Wesleyan trying to find a way to get in here, but they're not finding much. Flummox looking to get the push on top of this Valid, who is on the corner waiting for the push. It looks like they're just playing the waiting game here, and Waldorf's happy to do it, right? They're sitting at 37%. The Supercharger is going to come out, and Waldorf is going to be on the back foot as Illinois Wesleyan is pushing
but now they're maybe not the best place to put this Supercharger because Waldorf has to fight this in a completely different space. Never mind. Take everything I just said, throw it on out the window.
All right, we're ripping it up, throwing it into the trash. That did not work out.
Please. Recycling.
Recycling, yes, of course, recycling.
We'll use my trash opinions a little bit later. that's the form of recycling right there. No, seriously. So I like how Waldorf just took this as well because now they're up to this Brig ultimate here soon. They used Transcendence earlier. They're going to need they're going to need to use this, and Rally is going to only serve to elongate this team fight out, and that's what they want at 72%. Never mind, free. There's more free real estate coming in.
And it looks like they are going to drop the ultimate. The Lucio is going to drop the B for on the side of Illinois Wesleyan and try to keep the team alive, but it's not going to matter when the soldier's on flank.
And it also doesn't matter when it does not connect with anybody else besides Flummox. This middle area, once again, providing all the value in the world when it comes to negating soft supports and their ultimates. 72%. So what they gave up like 15. I'm still not about that. They could have taken this team fight on top and have fought this like 99 contested, you know.
Yeah.
And then have been taking it, and this game would be over.
And I think they've been on that Torbjorn for a little bit too long. Finally now switching over to the Hanzo and Echoic going over to the McCree. They're now doing this kind of mix on the Campy comp. I'm still not sure how I feel about this Orisa. Illinois Wesleyan really hesitant on switching out these characters. And Overwatch, if you're getting counter comped, you just gotta switch.
There's a projected out early. Flash Fatal will have this self-destruct as well. Later on, want to burn this out. Nice Immortality Field invested. That's going to be the Orisa here almost getting completely negated out. Papa Joe paying now for their aggression right here. Illinois Wesleyan on the prowl right now, looking for a head. That's Line looking for it. Not going to matter. It gets the support from his other DPS, and Illinois Wesleyan taking this at about 50%.
Yeah, Echoic switching over to the Cole Cassidy and Hanzo on side of Illinois Wesleyan just added so much value immediately. And Waldorf is now on the back foot looking to make some transitions as Raw47 is going to switch over to Hanzo as well. And we are now,
I like that.
We're going to see the Shimada bros come out. I guess not Genji, but you know, the two Hanzo.
Yeah, two Hanzo, yeah. The twin brothers, we'll call them.
Twins, yes.
So, Yeah, so now Blob is on this has been on the soldier. This can provide healing, but with a like Papa Joe's is never gonna benefit from that, and that's really what I'm worried about right here. Now the minefield out, this well positioned. Papa Joe now getting out and away from the source of danger for right now. Ra finding a huge headshot. That's the main tank down for Wesleyan, and just unload the floodgates right now because Blob is on the scene. That is going to be all but a team kill. That's going to be first map here for Waldorf. No even touch capabilities here, Nuke.
Blob does the job.
Yes,
That
he
is
does.
he hit the combo, was able to deback the diva, and as diva was coming out of mech, there's nothing more you don't want to see as a diva than getting out of mech and realizing the soldier's putting on the tack visor.
Yeah, right. It's like watch him putting on the sunglasses right there. So first map goes 100-0. Second map was 100. Was it 75, 80? What was it?
Yeah, it was really close. I think it was 175. I didn't
Or
quite catch
something
that at
like
the end.
this.
It was really close. Illinois Wesleyan was able to take it for a bit, right? They were able to get back on point after they had switched comps, but unfortunately was not able to seal the bag as soon as Waldorf came back. They came back swinging with ultimates, came in with the combos, and was able to just find too much value.
Yeah, we're going to be moving on into map number 2. Just to go over this one once again, I think we did yesterday, but classic first to 2, the way the pick bans work. Loser's going to come in, ban a map, then the winning squad bans 2 maps, and then of the 5 map pool, the loser then gets to pick between their 2 remaining maps. So we saw the crowd favorite Kings Row, Scrims Row, right, earlier. That is probably more of the result of like kind of an agreement between the 2 teams. Like, let's just go to Kings Row. Everybody likes it. Everybody's practiced on it. Let's go ahead and do it. And not more so the least favorite on both sides, but because the way the pick ban area works, which makes sense. But also, this comes in all the time when favorite maps come up and on a rotation and a selection.
Yeah, I would say of all of the maps in Overwatch, Kings Row is like your go-to handshake. Let's just play to play, right? We don't care about the big band. We just want to play, and I'd say
I
that's the
think that
case.
speaks to how fair it really is. Like, yes, after opening up first point, defense kind of has a really long trek there. Like, that could be shortened a little bit. But now, with pretty much everything having some sort of, or every hero having some sort of movement ability, they strung us along for so many years, right? With Farah up top, and oh well, she can technically stay up there for forever, but it's like mechanically gifted. Let's just throw Echo into this. She can just stay up as long as she wants. She just floats around and instantly accelerates in every way, and for 5 seconds. Actually, screw it. Screw these players. Let's let her copy players. Let's let her copy other heroes. Let's just take any kind of strategy. I'm memeing mostly, of course. I just really like after Echo came into the game. Personally, I felt like a lot of the strategy was kind of lost because any composition can then be copied. At least 1/6 of it can, and also how quickly it gets ultimates. Whatever. Maybe I'm just an old man screaming at a crowd right now.
No,
The
I mean
class and
it's viable.
symptoms.
A massive combo is, and you'll see it picked off, and especially in this meta, is David Reinhardt, right? You get the Earth Shatter into the self destruct.
Yep.
Now, if you have the Echo in the mix, you can pick between the two. I mean, they'll
Yeah.
typically throw the Diva Bomb in the back. The Ryan turns around, and then you can catch the team with the Earth
Exactly.
Shatter. You have a second self destruct on top of that. The other team's just kind of sitting like, well, what do we do, right?
Yeah, you got to sit there and either use hard physical cover. You're guaranteed to burn your Reinhardt shield in a single one of those. If he can't, like, he's got to block out one, obviously can't block out two. And then you're looking at a situation where the Echo can do it again 60 seconds later as long as she hits her shots.
Yeah.
No shots.
Echo
Whatever.
be vibing since Echo
I
came
guess
out.
so. I
Yeah.
guess so. Like other characters obviously been tuned to a way. Sim is really like who I'm looking at right now. That on paper it's like, oh well, it's just putting out turrets and whatnot. But the positioning of these turrets, especially the higher up in the skill tiers you go, there's only so many places you can put them, and everybody knows. As you're coming in, almost always the main tank is going to be either front with a shield of some sort, or they're going to be using some kind of ability, Maywalls or otherwise, to negate any damage coming in. So literally, you have 6 players who are coming in who are good at the game. We're going to be looking for turrets that's instantly gone if you don't put them in good places. And now you just have a microwave that's only good if you have solid opportunities for 5 seconds. Like that's how long it takes the max
Even with
charge.
the
So
teleporter,
yeah,
not just the turrets, but the teleporter itself. If you have a good eye and you're able to see and know those locations, sim players recognizing sim players, and I've actually heard that's a viable strat from a lot of colleges.
yeah.
Sim is often not the most well sought after pick. Not everyone likes
Turning
playing the
negatives
Symmetra.
into neutrals. Turning negatives into neutrals. Yeah, we saw the Mendata had earlier, right?
Exactly.
Like, and that's not new, but it is unique, and it's going to serve the purpose of taking teams off their center. Nambani, not
Ooh.
against it. Not against it.
No, not at all.
Not against it. We saw Nambani yesterday.
Mhm.
We've only seen Kings Row today. Now we're getting this Well, we've only done one match today, of course.
Yeah.
King's Roller, now Numbani, little hybrid action. In case you're new to Overwatch, they're going to unlock a little point, then they're going to move a little payload. It's going to be like the perfect mix between the two better game modes in this game. 2CP be damned. We're getting rid of it for Overwatch 2 because
Dude,
Blizzard has some sense.
What do you mean? Volskaya Industries OP.
There you go, right? No, what do you mean? I'm never going to grind for a tie on Temple of Anubis for 22 minutes in the initial game. Jesus Christ.
Competitive
Oh.
integrity. And as we're seeing in chat, Roses says, full send, baby. Let's go. I'm with
There
you,
you go.
Roses. Pull out the bouquet on Illinois Wesleyan
There you
in this
go.
Numbani set.
Sigma Bot Couture. I've never actually spent time to read all of these. You got your what are the robots called? What are the robots called? What is Zenyatta and
Effie's
Mandatu?
robots?
No. That's Arissa is Effie's robot.
Yeah.
No, the alien race.
Omnix, the
Omnix.
Omnix,
Yeah,
the
there you go.
Omnix.
There was like an advertisement for like Omnic liquor,
Dude, come on.
which
That's
seems kind of like.
There's been multiple Omnic wars at this point.
This is fair. This is fair. This is on me, honestly, at this point. To which Unity Plaza is dedicated. There you go. That's how you. That's how you tie it all together here. That's how you tie it all together here.
Once again, turning negatives into neutrals.
There you go. Absolutely. Tours, a little action there. Effie, there, of course, the progenitor of Arissa. I think that's
Yes.
the right usage of that term. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm
no,
not
it
sure.
is 100%.
There you go. Illinois Wesleyan on the attack. A little bit of a different look. Now they switch on over to the Widowmaker at the end because why would you go on a tour of an offense? Flash Fatal was sportsmanlike conduct, right? What's sportsmanlike conduct? I love it.
More like e-sportsman-like conduct.
Oh!
If I'm not wrong.
What lowercase e dash capital S,
Oh,
right?
please don't. Oh, please don't. Don't even feed the trolls.
Hit scans all across this one. We have the scoped Widowmaker, of course. Over on the side of Illinois Wesleyan, now 2 between the Cole Cassidy and the Baptiste for Waldorf. Not real full engagements yet. Speaking of hit scans, that's going to be an easy one off the top. Echo Egg will see it back and spawn for Illinois Wesleyan. Codex rotating around. That's smart because they are down a player at this point. No mercies means no res.
Yeah, and Illinois Wesleyan choosing the dive comp on attack here, while Waldorf is going to go with a more brawl comp. I'm interested to see where this Torb's held up. I haven't actually been able to look quite yet. Is he just right above? In this? Oh, he's in this area. Sure.
Yep.
So he's just waiting for them to either take the left flank around or go straight through. Obviously, they can go underneath and then try to attack on the right side, like we're seeing right now with this Echo, who was previously the Widowmaker, decided to switch off as they probably did not find value there.
Ooh, that is line getting super low right there. Wise decisions, getting out of this one. The change on the Mercy earlier will allow Illinois Wesleyan at least a single res in a team fight here. Blob coming out, Fan the Hammer and more. Cole Cassidy popping off right now. Baby Diva form, not even gonna live long enough to your feet touch the ground.
And this is how you make a brawl look really, really strong. Playing together. If you have that Ryan and that Brig in the same area, you know the Tracer's gonna be a sitting duck.
Yeah, well, Waldorf has not really left this post so far, and there's no reason to do so. Raw 47 can also choose to put turret down bottom where they've chosen to up to this point. Illinois Wesleyan has kind of just gone for the ignore on this, and I can't agree with this. This turret provides damage by itself, now moving it up top, so okay, this is last stand territory. The turret down bottom means it's going to get damage off, and if Illinois Wesleyan destroys it, then they know players are nearby.
Right.
It is both a consistent threat and a kind of proximity
It's like a ward.
bit of information.
It's an Overwatch ward.
There you go. There you go.
It gives you vision in an area when you know that they're going to push in, because they're just not going to stand there and take it.
It is a res, so Illinois Wesleyan has not lost time as of right now. They're now taking down to that res cooldown back to it. Waldorf University putting the Diva down bottom as is tradition.
But with a minute and 20 seconds left, Illinois Wesleyan has to make a move here.
Codex, that's actually a fantastic way to do this. But bounces off the top, now into the back, going after the Torb as well. Or form perhaps. It's gonna pay off right there. A sticky as well. Supports dropping left, right, and center. Self-destruct is out from both squads here. The drop gonna take down the main tank for Illinois Wesleyan. The wheel's starting to come off right now. Flumix getting up close and personal after the res onto the main support as well. That's a fantastic start. Torp down, turret dusted. Now, Line copying on in. Delta Diva gonna be looking for a self-destruct here in a few seconds. Now back to it, taking a lot of attention. Papa Joe calls for their efforts. Now we do have the Torbolt, we do have the High Noon as well. Self-destruct out, not gonna be enough. That was a Baby D that got down to 6.
That was close.
6.
And there's still one on point. They have not taken this quite yet.
Even a
Illinois
6,
Wesleyan
there you go.
really needs to seal the deal here.
Flash Fatal, still keeping the dream alive right now. Zada coming down, joining his team, falling for it. Now that's going to be the Torb ultimate out. That's probably Raw just opting for a change now. Someone doesn't want to die with ultimate, and we're probably going to see them not play the Torbjorn in this next because this point is done.
No, it's not. They're backing up. They're backing up. They can't. They can't
seconds.
take it.
Gotta
It's
touch.
really unfortunate. Illinois
Gotta
Wesleyan.
touch.
Oh, wow. Okay. When you said this point is done, I thought you meant, Illinois Wesleyan was going to take it, but no,
Yeah,
you're
no.
100% right. Waldorf
Like,
pushed them off. That's it. You were just big braining.
Yeah, I was looking into the future here, Nuke.
Yeah.
Don't tell anybody. That's how I make the big bucks.
Oh.
No, seriously, I could literally I'm not even saying like that. I love this game. Played thousands of hours of this game. I literally you kind of see the mentalities there.
Right.
The comms may not have been clear. Like, hey, we need to back up, but that is there's a little bit of space. They should have taken about halfway down that street. But even without like a big shield to have gotten that off, you're guaranteed to not to have lost if you didn't touch.
Yeah.
Right? At least triggering overtime gives you that extra 5 seconds at least initially. Obviously goes on faster, but the miscoordination of damage there at the end led to just a really ramshackle situation. And again, Illinois Wesleyan pays the price for not making a clear decision.
Yep, not when you split your calls and when you have your tank line focusing different people than your DPS line, even when they are split, because they did have the upper foot on Waldorf. They were set to take that point. They took too much time trying to get picks where it honestly wasn't needed. I don't know if we really needed to focus the Torb that much. We really need to stay on point, push them off, and take it. Not to mention, when they were on point, they only had one person on point the entire time that they were able to get tracked progress.
That was really smart.
If they had multiple and they were just grouping up to take it, it could have spelled a fat dub for Illinois.
53% isn't terrible. They have avoided the best tie situation, which obviously Illinois Wesleyan doesn't want to be in coming into the second map after they're down 1-0. But you said it best. Why care about Zada on Baptiste jumping, just literally bouncing up and down on point, right, with the boots, when there's other players literally killing you? He wasn't even in an angle that he could have gotten healing off, and that's the first little bit. I like this. I like this for Illinois Wesleyan. This is pouring everything into it.
Yep, it
There
is.
you go.
It's a do or die situation.
Exactly.
And they realize it. We've seen Codex on the Orisa pretty much the whole series, so we know that Codex is pretty adept with it. Now, whether or not Echoic can synergize well with this Bastion is going to determine whether or not this point is going to go through or not. How do you feel about Flumps on the Mercy with the damage boost?
They need that for res, and they need Snowbiss on this one for the immortality field. The Bastion just doesn't work otherwise. They're really doubling into it with the Torb, which I like not one but two turrets on this one.
Yeah.
And now Line is literally a hair's breadth away from having this tank formation as well. So everybody out in Illinois Wesleyan is just building ultimate right now. Codex gets purple. That's not good. Immortality field ignored again, and Waldorf University is going to pay the prices for this one. They have a little bit of progress right there, but that's not going to be enough. Flash Fatal getting into the line of fire on this one. Dragon's on point. Line comes up after using the shot. Down falls to it, and that might be it for Illinois Wesleyan.
Wow, Line was not able to move
they need
in
the
time.
res. Flummox already used it.
Yeah, Flummox had to use it to get him up, and then he died immediately.
Line is going to be after him to walk all the way back after dying from these. Flash Fatal, that might have been in it as well. But as it is right now for Waldorf University, kind of playing their hand right now. A little bit of slow look at this one. Papa Joe just jumping all over Codex right now. If Codex backs up into this, he's dead. Gotta stay out there. Gets joined by Flash Fatal. Fantastic stuff. Nice headshots and more from Echoic, finding not one but both. Two very mobile heroes in the form of Mercy and Echo. And Illinois Wesleyan is not dead yet.
Yeah, Illinois Wesleyan looked like they
That's
were going to
okay.
give up that point,
That's
but they
okay.
were able to step back. We've been talking about pace all day. That was setting the pace right there. Codex took a step back, waited for his healers to get on point. Once they were able to do that, they waited for the Bastion to come through with the Torb, and the Torb was able to found value, taking out the air patrol on Waldorf University.
I like what Blob's doing. He's just providing pressure right now. He already has ultimate. That doesn't matter. He's burning out Codex's shields. He's burning out Flash Fatal's defense matrix. Now here comes the Dragons. Gotta get up right now. Gotta invest the immortality field. That's gonna be enough. The eat is there, but Blob finds that at the very end. The immortality field is not gonna be ignored for a fourth time.
Yeah,
Yeah, something like that.
third or fourth time
At
for
a
sure.
certain point, it becomes the definition of the fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Snowbiz is doing everything. Like I said yesterday, there's no biz like Snowbiz, but that's several kills here. Echo it falling, Codex as well. Flash Fatal trying to get back to Diva formation, but Zada falls as well. Rose is going to be relied on right here. Now, Flummox contesting away. Fantastic stuff. Blob just closes in onto this line, Bastion, and that might be the final nail in the coffin.
I
Having
believe
to
it
get out of
is.
this one, no touch coming in. Waldorf University will be pushing on in to your grand finals.
This was semis, so they will be moving on to the grands, I believe.
I'm so sorry for delivering such a bad call there at
The
the end.
grand
Yes, the grand
finals?
finals. That's what it is. Yes, it is, right? Excuse me, Waldorf University taking an Illinois Wesleyan in the semifinals means they're definitely going on to the grand finals. Excuse me for downplaying that, because that is exactly what's on the line right here. Grand finals will be a best of 5, but first we'll have Bryant and Stratton College taking on Grandview University, but we got to talk about this game a little bit more.
Yeah,
My
I
God.
mean, everything was quite literally on the line. Line choosing to play the Bastion and dying a couple of times. Was able to get back to point right before Waldorf pushed in on that last mode. Got his ultimate a tad too short. Switched to the tank configuration. Echo was right there. Took him out as he was switching the configuration.
Yeah,
They weren't able to hold the
the
defense.
dragons. That's such like a dangerous area to have held from that. Like it kind of on paper it makes sense because you're kind of in a corner and you're in like the corridor to your right. If anybody comes down, you at least have like a long distance to see them coming. But once you saw this Hanzo pick, you had to know that that was coming eventually. You can't rely on Flash Fatal to have eaten that every single time, especially where they're holding from. Flash Fatal would have had to have literally dive on this Hanzo every single time and by themselves because again, there's only the
The whole team's
Mercy and
there.
Snowbus Baptiste. Exactly. Like, and that's just literally giving the Hanzo the ultimate faster to try and take him out of the fight. So it's kind of like, you're screwed if you do, if you screwed if you don't
Well, I
type
mean,
thing.
they were also banking on staying behind the Arisa with their entire front line, right? So if you have someone going
There
to
was
try
no
to get a
split
pick,
attention on it at all.
yeah,
It
if
was
you go to
literally
try to
just
get a pick and you die, now it's a 6v5. They're
Yep.
just going to throw those dragons out and push in. And
exactly.
they didn't need to do that because they just waited, right? They got the dragon strike. They initiated together. We saw
Mhm.
Echo go ahead and switch over to the Diva, push in, specifically to take out the lamp. And once, as
Yep.
soon as they took out the BAP lamp,
Yep.
that was spelled the end for Illinois Wesleyan's hold.
Because like it was all but the dragons earlier. They come up there, they even get low damage, but it doesn't matter because Lamp is there. They pay attention to it. The second time, after the Karissa shield gets dusted instantly because Azor's dragons doesn't do damage to that, but they just focused it initially. So literally, like that is the breakdown of the chess match. That was that upper Nambani .1 hold. If they'd done it on the outside corner where they could jump down easily and get away from dragons, or even like literally from that corner, just literally, I know it's counterintuitive, but jump into dragons, so you actually drop down into that corner right there. Then we might literally still be watching this or even going on to a game number 3 or something like this. But it's just those minor plays, and that's Overwatch for you, baby. That's Overwatch
Overwatch
for
is
you.
all about those minor plays. I mean, capitalizing exactly where you see the opening. I think they actually pushed in on that Dragon Strike right after Arisa was trying to get a pull. And
Yep.
so when they switched over to the Diva, when Echo switched to Diva and pushed in, they recognized it didn't have a pull to try to offset the Diva when
Yep.
she was diving in. And
There's
that
only
was
so
it.
much to be done. Obviously, Dragons already started at that point. No E capabilities, and just it just all kind of goes from there. All snowballs down. Long team fights though on Nambani.
Yeah.
My God, like control points. Obviously, there's plenty conveniently of contention all the way through there, especially on the second map. But I mean, these teams got very well acquainted with each other
We might
on
as well have been
Nambani
playing
because
2CP. We didn't even push that payload.
yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, literally just for first point, the long form hold in the first, only 53% or so, and then that is attained in the last like 60 seconds or so for Waldorf. And with that, we will be seeing Waldorf University pushing on into the grand finals. I believe we had a time of 4:30, so that's 17 minutes from right now for the next map. That will be a first to 2 as well. But the grand finals again, be first to 3, so possibly 5 maps or even 6 with the possible tie situation in the great game of Overwatch. We'll be back with you then. Don't tune away. 2. And we are back. We are here. We are live at the NECC Hometown Series, the Rhythm City Casino. I don't know how to get more E sounds in there. You know what I'm saying? Quad Cities. There you go. And we and Noi. I don't know.
No, I love it.
We're done with the E sounds. Enough alliteration here. All right, darn it. We're coming into our last, not quarterfinals, semifinals matchup. This is going to be the undefeated Ryan and Stratton College doing battle in Overwatch with your Grandview University.
Yeah. Honestly, it could go either way. I think that Grandview has what it takes to take down Brian Stratton and finally knock him down a peg, maybe go into the finals against Waldorf, which we saw previously just beat Illinois Wesleyan to move on to the final bracket. And once again, these teams are competing for $1,000 plus some change. You know, there will be $10 per player added to the pot, which I believe comes out to $480. 70%
Between
of which
all the 8 players, 6 players apiece, subs and blah. Yep.
Correct.
Yep.
Which then would be 70% and 30% going to the first and second place teams respectively. Do that math in your head. You got it right.
Yeah, I know the answer. I'm just not telling you, Noob.
Yeah, you're testing me, right?
There you go. I just don't want to let you guys know. Again, you have to give the people what they want, which is what's going to happen. You just can't give it to them all
Sunday,
at one time.
We know you're supposed to be doing your homework. Sit down, do the math problem yourself, as we're heading into the first map.
Yes, unless you are a Brian Stratton or Grandview University squad. For right now, it is time to play some Overwatch. I'm with it.
I'm excited.
Yeah.
Beautiful view here.
We got Cyber, we got OBL, Slater, Everlong, Injustice, set for your Bryant and Stratton College.
I think
Opia, Garden, or excuse me, go ahead.
I was just gonna say Opia, Guardian, Death, Jerryman, Shrike, and Lion 8769 on Grandview University side.
Henceforth referred to as Lion. We're not going to say that 4-digit.
Oh, you don't want to say 8769?
Well, you didn't know that's their PIN number for the debit card. Yes, they don't want to forget it. Then you gotta throw it on the end of your name, Blizzard name.
Makes sense for college students. I totally understand.
Exactly,
And respect it.
And Overwatch players in general. But fortunately, Blizzard now offering the name change, so maybe Lion's PIN number will not be shared so publicly in the future.
Maybe it'll just be Lion, as we're gonna see them move on to the first point. Bryant and Stratton deciding to go with a dive comp, while Grandview's gonna go with the double bubble trouble comp.
Bubble is trouble. That Shrike falling early, just unable to keep up with the onslaught of damage right now, and Brighton Stratton just about to have an absolute heyday festival right now. Got flanks coming in from Slater, full dive. Yeah, that was just an avalanche that didn't stop coming.
Yeah, and it looks like Brighton and Stratton are going to take this first point pretty handedly and come out on top in terms of the economy, right? They got 50 to 70% for most of their
your
players.
Fox News correspondent vibe there for a second. The economy.
The economy.
See, we ain't gotta worry about this because we're looking. Gonna be Death falling first. Maybe a little bit of irony there. Cyber and OBL still getting involved. This is Brian and Stratton coming up on Ultimates all day long. As I say that, Cyber would have come up on this Primal Rage, but Opia now dumbing out right there. Slater getting the assistance of OBL. See, normally, little Zarya diva action, that Zarya is going to win out every single time. No defense makes her capabilities there.
Yeah, I mean, Zarya just has the laser take down the diva, and like you said, the defense matrix can't do anything against that. Cyber now coming in with the Primal Rage online, same as the self-destruct. And Slater might be turning off the lights here soon, as Set's going to kick things off with the Coalescence for Brighton and Stratton.
Speed boost and more from Injustice get wrapped up with the rest of these. Nasty purple as Cyber gets a lot of attention and quickly. Last little jump. Opia tries to hide. Not going to matter. The nano boost on the end. Just kind of honestly wasted for Grandview. I can't say that was a good time nano.
Yeah, unfortunately the nano boost isn't really going to find a target that's going to do much here. I would have liked to have seen it paired with Attack Visor on Death. Probably would have helped them take this point back, as now Brian Stratton sitting at a cool 72%. Grandview's going to have a hard time getting here and doing the do, as they would say.
It's fair. It's fair. A lot of ultimates on board here. Self-destruct, that EMP, and your Lucio's sound barrier coming in for Brian Stratton, at least on board, but that's going to be an EMP getting them everything. Grandview University might have 6 ultimates coming up, well, minus the nano, but not going to be able to use it here soon.
And I think this is a classic case of they've just been staggered too much, and they're not using their ultimates well enough. And now it's coming to the end of the round, they're throwing it out, and it's not mattering because Bryant and Stratton kept them at arm's length. Grandview was not able to get on point at all in that first point of Oasis, going to fall 100-0.
100-0 here. Decently close at times, but again, Grandview University might be admitting glowing there towards the end, Nuke. Doesn't matter. You can have 5, you can have 6. Doesn't matter if the staggers come through like you described. A little bit of a different look. The double bubble looking like it's going to be assumed from Grandview University. No changes necessary for Brian and Stratton, though.
Yeah, the Sombra is working really well in terms of keeping them at arm's bay, like we were talking about, and really staggering Grandview. Last thing you want is for your tanks to dive in and you get hacked in the back line and now attacked by the Sombra.
Back in the back, never fun. Never fun. Grandview University coming all the way out without the assistance of the speed boost. None necessary. Pretty much everybody here except for Lion is going to have some sort of movement ability, so not going to be super necessary there. Lion just going to be playing that kind of anchor support position. 13 seconds till point opens up. Brian and Stratton opting now to just absolutely collapse in on here. The drop down double dash action from Jerry Mann connects to his tanks, and that's the first DPS deleted from Grandview University. Now getting up and over, trying to get back over here towards his Brig and more. Looking to get involved is Opiate, now playing that Diva, and Guardian on this Winston does not have Primal Rage yet. Brian and Stratton now taking ticks onto point, fighting this one 4-6 up in the front while 2 stay back and take point.
Yeah, holding them very well too. Grandview not able to find any leeway as Strike's going up and trying to get some hits off onto the Winston, but immediately losing health, having to back off and having to pull Opia to help them out. It's just an unfortunate spelling as Winston's going to Primal Rage in the front line.
Brian and Stratton are just continuing to gain value from single ultimates here. As long as they're able to do that, there's just not a lot that Grandview is going to be able to use, and that's a mech and more off the side. 25 seconds into this one, Brian and Stratton are fighting a much more even team fights than map number 1. That's anything but the truth in map number 2.
Ford Strong, the South Korean robot, is going to fall to the car on the side, and Diva's going to get demeched and killed.
That'd be in the news, that's for sure.
It
But she's a celebrity within the lore, right?
True, she is. Yeah, pro gamer.
Oh, answered in the back. Slater instantly sent out and around. Brian and Stratton finding 2 in the thick of things. This is going to be, oh, that's a solid, okay, so a solid self-destruct. The Tracer stick comes in at the end. Everlong can't get back to it, so Opie will be able to get back and get the fast healing there. Grandview University at least dumping out a few ultimates, gotten a few ultimates from the other side.
That was some good movement from Opia getting back as well, knowing that Tracer only has 30 shots in the clip, trying to move around a little bit so that they can get back to spawn, as they were really low, and Grandview cannot afford to lose their Diva going into this next fight.
Slater once again. This is the start of a flank, but now that Grandview is here, they'll just go ahead and take a 5-man EMP, a 6-man EMP, excuse me. Strike being the first to fall there. They're now, Grandview University is actually looking at the same exact situation here, Nuke. This team fight is over with. Not trying to disenfranchise them, but this team fight is over with. They might have, okay, so they do lose Cyber. Cyber will be able to get back quickly. But this is the same situation. Look at him, 5 up, 5 on top. Guardian is honestly, this is a smart idea to hold this, to at least contest this away, because they were looking at an opportunity earlier where they were going to have the same exact thing happen, which is them dying with 5 or 6 ultimates and nobody able to get back to it.
It's almost like Grandview is setting up their fights and ready to get in without any game plan for a counterattack, and Brian and Stratton is waiting in the shadows every single time for the countermeasure.
Yeah, they're ready to just slip the knife into the back right there if we're going full D&D with this one.
Or hack
Grandview,
him.
yeah, right, hack slash, however you want to get it done. Right now, Brian and Stratton, not saying anything negative, they are completely having that happen. They finished this game with losing, I think, 6 players now, excuse me, now that Injustice is done. 6 players total, okay?
That's massive.
Yeah.
That's
a couple
unreal.
of these Bobcats did live, didn't even push their 9 lives all the way through towards the end. Brian and Stratton College is on a roll right now, and I would hate to be on the highway in front of them.
Yeah, I'd hate to be Grandview University, and I think what Grandview needs to do is take a step back and say, all right, we have to be more aggressive. At this point, I think they're taking way too much time to just wait to get into these fights, and Slater is popping out these EMPs like it's nothing, and almost like it's candy. Halloween's next weekend. Maybe Slater's getting things ready, get the candy bowl together. But Grandview University really finding themselves on the back foot that entire series. They need to get in. They need to use their ultimates. They need to have that cohesion necessary to take these points fast and quick. Not wait for the setup, because if they wait for the setup, Slater's going to be there EMP every time.
Yeah, like especially after the first like 60 seconds or so, we've seen what Slater can do over on that Sombra, how quickly they can get this hacks and more onto health packs, on the people, shots afterwards, and just getting out just in the nick of time every single time. We saw him get out with 20 on the last one there. I don't remember his health totals once on the earlier teleportations out or teleport
Echolocator?
transponders,
Yeah,
transponding out.
yeah, transponding out.
Transponding
Yeah,
out.
yeah,
That's what we'll go
yeah,
with.
yeah.
Okay.
Teleporting.
Kind of teleporting in essence, but transponding within name and role and game and within the lore and whatnot. This has been Vamping with FBI Tugboat. It's called Wasting Time while players go to the restroom and more. We saw Opia's call for the restroom earlier. Now let's just talk a little bit about this squad. Those 200 to zeros right there.
Yeah,
If I'm
200 to zip.
if I'm
Zilch.
Grandview University, I want to look for either like a super hard bunker composition coming to this one, something that can withstand the onslaught of this Bryan and Stratton College when they do dive in, or I want to go for the same exact look, some kind of dive that where you can go forth and take out any Anna role that was mostly Injustice and Set playing on there. Or, I mean, they played Anna some mostly. It was other supports and whatnot, but less mobile supports. I want to see this dive come in. I want to see that happen because otherwise, this is going to be like the Grandview University theme so far, and that's them kind of hesitating to make a decision one way or another, going with like some of a more middling like average, and then paying the price for not going hard one way or another.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly where Bryan and Stratton is keeping them on their back foot. That's exactly where they're, like you said, slipping the knife in. They're just letting them play the waiting game and saying, you can hold on to your ultimates. You're not going to need them because you're not going to use them. And that's exactly what's happening in both of those maps. I'd like to see a different comp from Brighton and Stratton, honestly. Flex a little bit. They haven't switched any heroes at all.
Semifinals, bro. Like
true. I mean,
like
they haven't switched any. They haven't switched any heroes at all. And from map 1 to map 2, they kept the Sombra. And I mean, they didn't need to. Don't get me wrong. They didn't need to. But if they got it, I'd like to see the diversity.
I mean, Slater, like, there's a lot. I would say they could play with the Tracer. Make this a Doomfist, make this a Genji. Keep it the same theme or something like this, and maybe let them flex the rat a little bit. Especially like if you're going to start with Tracer, let her get a sticky or two, and then you're going to be like halfway through the game because Tracer gets her ultimate so quickly and whatnot. If you can't really, I mean, Genji without an Ana on the other side is a tough ask, but Doomfist can get it done. Especially if you run Brig on in there. Now you're looking at health packs coming across, just flying through the middle of the battlefield onto the already larger health pool Doomfist. Classic combination right there. Wouldn't be against it. We saw Reaper earlier from Grandview on Busan.
Yeah.
No. What was the first control map?
The previous set. We
Yeah,
saw him against Iwu.
Was that Busan to start with?
Yeah,
You're
that
gonna have
was
to help
Busan.
me out.
Correct.
Yeah. My memory doesn't go back that far. I'm only a play-by-play.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I got
There
you.
you go.
Steel
There you
trap.
There you go. There you go. That's why I have good co-casters here, people. Big shout-outs here. Rhythm City Casino. We have a massive casino floor. I personally just placed my first sports bet live. Can I say that on here?
I think you can.
Okay, all
yeah,
right,
no,
good,
you totally
good,
can.
good.
You totally can.
All right,
100%.
good.
We're at a
I guess
casino.
we're at
It's
the casino.
appropriate.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Probably should have asked initially, but
To
yeah,
clarify,
so
not
that was
on
pretty-
these sets. That would not be allowed. But
that would not be allowed.
on
There you go.
professional matches in the professional
Please,
sports
I gotta
industry.
get an engine, Nuke, quickly. I lost the house. I gotta get an engine. Somebody turn off that PC. There you go. Right. Hey, I mean, the way the esports are kind of going. All jokes aside, I mean, yeah, I can Counter Strike for
Well,
all
it
that,
actually
right?
is legal to it is legal to bet on collegiate teams. Even now in Iowa, you're unable
Crowd's
to.
favorite Kings Row. There you go. Thank you.
Okay,
thank
we're
you.
getting
We got
this in
Brian
from
and Stratton
production?
attacking first, and that's Kings Row. Crowd favorite Kings Row. There you
Script
go. This time it's not the voice in our heads. It's actually producer running on over and giving us a minute of his time.
Oh,
How awesome
so-
is that?
Oh, there's a producer here.
There you go. There you go. There's a producer here. The voice is going on all the time. Shout out to Rhythm City Casino. I want to finish this little shout out here. They have the full floor. Obviously, Game Time Sports Bar over there. The front of which I just got to place my first live sports bet on a game tonight. No point in saying the name, I suppose, because we're doing this. They had the full casino floor over there. They got live poker. They got live blackjack and more. And how cool is it that this is going, this era of competition is going down in the event hall here, and just the theme all the way around of competition and whatnot, right?
Beautiful sponsor as well, Rhythm City Casino, and I'd like to add, for clarification, because I'll say the numbers. I'm sure Ryan is comfortable with it. This floor that we're currently on is $14,000 a day to rent,
Wow.
and
Okay.
since we have such a good standing relationship with them, we're good. We're free. As long as we're bringing in people and we're having a good time, we're setting some esports actions. We have some colleges coming in from out of town. That's what makes them happy. That's what makes the entirety of it happy. So we are more more than happy to be here at Rhythm City and extend our relationship as we've had over the past few years with the Quad City esports community.
So I was told by an Uber and more that the Rhythm City Casino was at one point a riverboat, a riverboat that operated on the Mississippi River, where gambling was legal because, of course, Mississippi River is not a part of any state.
True.
Might have a state's name in it, but that means nothing. That's what I've learned.
Exactly.
But unfortunately, downtown Davenport experienced some floods a few recent back.
Oh,
Some
yes.
businesses taken out.
I used to run a land center here in town called Paradigm that was actually underwater.
Underwater.
Because of the
Underwater.
floods. That was actually considered
My.
a national disaster.
I'm really sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of suffering here, but now, I suppose
Things
a
are good.
success story for Rhythm City, right?
I love the Quad Cities community. Everyone
Yeah.
came together for that instance, and the community really came together to help all of the downtown businesses. And Rhythm City Casino, I believe, had some contribution, as well as Visit Quad
Yeah.
Cities, both of our sponsors for this event.
Yeah, exactly. So shout out to Quad City, shout out to Rhythm City, even through adversity and actual water filling their walls and whatnot. Now having the permanent location, I think established 2016, not 100%. Enough about the Rhythm City Casino. Let's get into this Overwatch action. Brighton Stratton, this is for you as well as for me, is now on the right in the red. Brighton Stratton is on the right in the red. Grandview University on the left in the blue. Nasty Purple start this one off against Death and Guardian, the only players on this side that do have the shield, the blue shields that come back. Not going to matter right here. Jerryman rotating in, taking a little bit of flack from the side from Cyber. Cyber wisely deciding to get out and almost finding a nasty shot across the bottom. Set has got him. Set's on the Ana. Again, no reason to change really for Brighton Stratton. They are playing the Shimano brothers, actually, excuse me.
Yeah, the Gangu and hand soap. Love to see it. Grandview University caught on the back foot as Brian and Stratton is pushing in this point, shredding this Rhine shield, and I think they heard me. They had to have heard me because I'd love to see both of the Shimano brothers coming out.
Yeah, seriously. Not the twins and the dual Hanzos earlier, but the actual brothers here lore-wise. Brighton Stratton's also setting up a really nasty push right now. Grandview giving them a little bit of space right here. That is wise, given the Death is low. Jerryman following for not getting a crew through this choke hold, and Death reads it. Teammate Opia getting out of this one as well, actually getting chased down, excuse me, not able to pick up big health pack on the side. They could have picked that up and then just kind of coordinated against Cypher. Cypher would have had to jump out. Lion as well, a main tank down for Grandview, and the stagger continues, Nuke.
Wow, and they are continuing the stagger. Grandview's known this from the past 2 games, though. They have to back up and play together, push in together, and just get these reads because Brian and Stratton will stagger them as they've shown previously. That's exactly what we're seeing is Cyber and OBL both have ultimates going into this fight, same as Set and Slater. Grandview only having Death online. Death actually, I'm noticing switching over to the tank line.
Indeed. That's going to be Jerryman playing DPS, Guardian playing the DPS. That's a lot invested in this team fight. While I'm stumbling over those words, we have about 5 different ultimates dropping, and there's the classic grab dragon combination. Brighton and Stratton. Now, no value earlier. Well, they just hit a jackpot.
Man, they did hit a jackpot. I see what you did there. Chip off my old shoulder.
There you go,
chip.
there you go.
Shrike tried to pop the beat there, and the beat did not drop in time. A little bit of an awkward moment as Brian and Stratton was able to take them out with the grab dragons. Lion finding a pick on Cyber as well. 2 meters and 21 seconds left.
That was almost a bad move against this rig, and when I say bad, I mean like the 90s meaning of it, where bad was like good, actually.
Sick.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Because the rally and Injustice was rallied, this team fight should be basically over. Excuse me, maybe I'm disenfranchising it by. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say Brian Stratton just simply had the numbers on point, and now we're gonna be looking at a Grandview University squad that gets deleted and now feeds in. So Injustice had just finished Brig ulting, right? That was the point that I'm going into in here in a second. Already back at 40% because this elongated team fight. Injustice was rallying, so the speed was actually increased as they were coming out. That's the only reason why Jerryman did not get that good kind of sectioning off freeze play earlier with the main wall.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but Grandview doing everything that they can to hold here. The freeze is going to come out, and that's going to initiate the fight.
Almost sent off the side. Yes, that's Everlong that takes a nasty tumble off that side, and now Grandview University stabilizing for one of the first few times in this game.
I don't think it'll be.
Right? What?
I don't think it'll be lived long though, as they're retaliating very fast. Death actually throwing up a grab to try to get a pick as they're now facing a very angry nanoed monkey.
Yeah, dang. So Cyber almost gets kind of low here. A nice knockoff. Guardian, no movement abilities on that one. Jerryman and more can focus on the Cyber as this Primal Rage is going on in the back. With Ryan Stratton rolling on in. 2 in right now. That's a lot of progress. First little bit of contest comes in, so that's stopped. Opia getting a lot of damage against everybody, forced to come on top of this one. Now the Photon Barrier coming out at the end. The first strike coming in. That's going to be a kill onto a turret, and that's it. Yes, a lot of damage on the end, but the Mortality Field kept the team alive for right then. Now a Photon Barrier on the other side. Guardian investing theirs. Almost pulled it out earlier, did not go with it. Now Slater's changed on over the Doomfist.
Yeah, I'd love to see the Doomfist switch. You know, Brighton and Stratton probably listening in and hearing me saying I'd love to see a little bit of change, probably in between games. I'd love to see it. I think that Brian and Stratton just really need to regroup here. If they're able to get a solid pick off of the Dragons coming out from Everlong, that can spell the end of the series. However, Grandview holding their ground well.
Absolutely. Amplification well, that was the last little bit of Lions, actually. So Grandview University kind of investing that one at the wrong time. That's going to be a Jerryman Blizzard, though. Weather changing. OBL felled right here. A well-placed fire strike on that. Shrike Dunzo. Death done as well. Jerryman taken out by a well-placed rocket punch. Brighton Stratton have one on. Babysitter position coming in. Guardian getting so low in the back. And the tank turn DPS Guardian dusted right there by some well-played Doomfist plays. Grabbed to the middle, Death is there, not gonna happen. 2.5 minutes, and the alternate fire from Death on the Zarya comes in, and because they're getting hit from the back, actually forces them away, and they don't even touch with time left.
Yeah, not to mention, Winston was also primal ranging, and just since they were all grouped up and he was swinging, even if she got on point, I don't think that it would have made a difference, would have got booped off immediately. But that's something that you often see on King's Row, is this last little push. There's often a massive fight, or, you know, a contest, often that you see with Payload. Not even getting that opportunity, Grandview University. I will say I did love to see the Blizzard that came out from Jerryman, really separating Brian and Stratton. However, I think where they fell short was the DPS were not able to find the picks onto the Winston that had already jumped in, already been nanoed. They got him down really low, and he was able to jump out, reheal, and then jump back into the fight. And I mean, that's what you see with a dive comp.
Yep. That is literally definition of, my friend.
Yep.
Like that is, you know, draw it up, search for it on YouTube, whatever you want to. Might as well clip that previous. Like, this is how to do it without it actually being orchestrated one side to the other, you know?
But
like,
they recognized they were coming in. They threw down the Blizzard. The Blizzard caught a couple of people. I think that they were splitting targets, and that's the issue that we've seen with Grandview in the series.
Yep.
We said
We saw
earlier,
that
it's the
last game, too.
miscommunication, miscoordination.
Yep.
Even last series, yeah, exactly.
With like, it's split second decisions, and it's easy for us as casters, I'll say, to look back and be like,
True.
oh, well, they should have done this here and done that there. But given that they are very, very split second decisions, but mistakes are mistakes all the same.
Hey, when you hear your
That's why
entire
we're
team
here.
going, ball, 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 ball.
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, we're I'm gonna call it 75 feet away from these players, and we're still hearing these calls. Guardian out. Guardian getting a lot there at the beginning, and that's going to lead to a headshot on Unjustice, but that's a much bigger deal. Grandview University's main tank deleted, followed up with a main support gone. Guardian deleted, sent back to respawn to think about their mistakes. Not a bloodless victory though. Injustice and Slater were both failed in that time fight.
I mean, it's not really going to matter if they're able to take the points, but they're not. You know, you're 100% right. It looks like Slater going to be able to make it back pretty quick with this Doomfist as well. Not as big of a pick as what you see. Like,
Everlong, keep putting those cheeky sprays down. Good, taking those crosshairs down at the bottom when they need to be up top, ready to hit heads. Keep doing that. We'll see if it pays off for you. 3 minutes. Guardian failed in this one. Death stays alive through that. The shattered down, perfectly blocked away. Opia gets nothing for it.
Yeah, Cyber just adding a lot of value for Brian and Stratton there, recognizing they had to push through that choke, pushing up as the Reinhardt. I mean, that's the strat on this point, right? Playing this brawl comp in this tight little open way. That's all they can do to get through. Grandview looking to switch up a little bit of options, and they do have three ultimates now online that they should use to push in here. They might be able to take this point as Nano may come, or the Supercharger may come out.
Well, turn attention to the Alderworth Hotel right here. They've got their first foot in the door right here, and that's important as I say that. Opia getting taken out by some cheeky Doomfist play. and that is just terrible timing all the way through. Death decides then to drop the supercharger right as Opie is falling, and then just this is Slater that just absolutely went through the back lines right now like artillery.
Yeah, Slater just cleaning the slate, if you will, of Grandview University, taking out the entirety of the team virtually by himself. Was weird killing the Reinhardt on the uppercut. I don't see that often.
No,
but
you do not.
Killing the Reinhardt on the uppercut and then getting the pick onto Guardian, who was previously Symmetra.
A lot of ultimates right here. Cyber dropping Shatter, self-destruct coming on over the other top. If we have to point out mistakes again, I think Brian and Stratton could have taken this with either one, given the Grandview isn't up. Now in a couple team fights, once they have their own Shatter, once they have Sound Barrier, that's going to be a different story.
Yeah, and I think that's the strat that Grandview has to play here. They have to just wait out this time, get their ultimates online, and then pushing with everything, because as we've seen before, that's what it's going to take to kill this Brian and Stratton roster.
That's going to be Sound Barrier off the front, and good repositioning across the amplification matrix as well. Opia gets punished for their aggression. A hair's breadth, 1 percentage point away from this Shatter. Shrike felled as well. Grandview University looking at 60 left on this point. Slater.
It's not much is really happening, right? I mean, they're just holding this line, and that's exactly what I said earlier. Cyber doing a lot with OBL on this choke point. Looking like they're going to allow Grandview a little bit of wiggle room to get in here. Guardian having the Blizzard online and probably looking to use it very soon.
Throws out the high noon. Cole Cassidy gets nothing from this one on the side of Brian and Stratton. Now Sound Barrier dropping for BNS, excuse me. That's Injustice. With that one, nice charge. Opia finally getting rewarded for his aggression on this. Shots to the other side. Gotta keep your main tank alive and does not. As the hopes and the dreams of Grandview University slipping through the fingers.
I mean, they still have Blizzard. They did not use Blizzard. If they have any chance, it's to come back, someone to touch, and for Guardian to drop this Blizzard and get a pick or two. But
first they have to touch.
Earth Shatter coming out from Cyber, probably going to seal the deal from Brian and Stratton.
Honestly, about as perfect a rotation of ultimates as you're going to get. Guardian now with the Blizzard out, does not even get to touch. Brian and Stratton continue their absolute run through here 2-0 fashion in this map number 2. Both of the first two maps in Control were 100-0 as well, were they not?
Yeah, they were. Both of those first two maps were 100-0. I think Grandview just getting caught way too much on their preparation in this series. They were really trying to get set up for fights. They took too long, and then the ult economy was all but wasted as they were sending these, especially with the Control maps, ending it with literally all of their ultimates and not used it at all.
The first one was like literally 5. I think the last one was 4 after one of them realized that they did not want to do that again. That was the Winston player playing there from Grandview University. Grandview University made it to day 2, made it to the second round even of day 2 of the 4 total possible. But unfortunately, their run is going to end right here.
It was a grand view.
There it was. There it was. We got to see a whole lot of the squad. We got multiple. We got a match on yesterday. You got to see them yesterday as well, right?
Yeah, I got to see them yesterday as well. They did well, and I mean they're our rival school, so we were kind of scouting a little bit, looking out, seeing what they were doing.
I hear you.
It was a good series. I think that what set the precedence for Bryant and Stratton was set on the Baptiste for most of the set, keeping the BNS roster completely alive throughout the series. And then obviously Slater on the variety of characters that they chose after I had made the comment
Sombra,
in the first game. Yeah, we saw the Sombra, we saw the Doomfist, we saw the Hanzo briefly. Slater just going through a tear for Bryant and Stratton.
Yeah, it really was. The Hanzo obviously kind of, and that I feel like that was more of a composition pick. That wasn't necessarily like I have 1,000 heroes, 1,000 hours on this hero, and I'm gonna go forth and play it.
Yeah,
that was gonna be for the purpose of that combination of grab dragons that paid off in spades there in King's Row there towards the end. That's gonna be it though. We do have your grand finalists. That is Bryant and Stratton College will be taking on not Waldorf. Yeah,
yes,
Waldorf. Yeah,
yes,
Waldorf. Excuse me. Excuse me, Waldorf. Excuse me, Waldorf. Waldorf University. This will be a best of 5 as well. Possibly going on to 6 maps with the type capabilities coming in from your hybrid. I guess technically it is possible in hybrid. It technically is possible in a scored, but a lot more possible, a lot more likely in your assault maps, of which we will see. We have not yet. Perhaps there's a reason for that one. We'll be back with you guys in just a little bit once we have that set up on the main stage here for the grand finals in the NECC hometown series for Overwatch side. Don't tune away, because Nuke and I would take it personally.
Yeah.
And we are back. We are here. We are live. The NECC
We are back. We are here. We are live at the NECC Hometown Series, and we were muted, but we're not now, and we're here to bring the action to you. My name is Chase Newcomb, and I am joined by Jordan Fitzpatrick, aka Tugboat. Tugboat, how are we doing?
I am ecstatic to be here for the grand finals. We got Waldorf University, Ryan and Stratton, and Immobile Object meeting an unstoppable force here. Both of these teams have not dropped a map at the competition yet. Now, technically, Waldorf has played the same number, or has not played the same number of matches because technically there was the DQ against them, which of course they took 2-0, but they still did not drop a map. So technically less Overwatch being played from Waldorf, but I don't think that's going to take an effect here today, especially given they have played several matches today already. So there's not like something they're coming off of like some kind of cold streak. There's not like them coming from playing cold. They have already warmed up even in competitive fashion.
Well, not even just that. We also have free play out on the arena floor, so they've probably been warming up throughout the day, playing matches. Even I heard one of the teams, and don't quote me on this. I don't know if it's Brian and Stratton or Waldorf, but they were scrimming another team in the venue just to
Oh,
get some
okay,
experience.
okay,
You
I'm
love
with
to
it.
see it lands.
Yeah, the competitive spirit staying alive here at Rhythm City Casino. Speaking of some of the organizations that make this possible, right? Disc Replay, I want to give a huge shout out to them. The Disc Replay stores, they buy, sell, trade, everything else with used DVDs and Blu-ray movies, used electronics, video games, video game systems, video game accessories. I'm sure there's some PC parts up there as well. Everything they sell is guaranteed to play just like new. Their stores are stocked with literally tens of thousands of individual objects, video game-wise and otherwise electronics. You can find out what they're doing on their Twitter and their webpage. Huge shout out to HyperX as well. Well, we gave them a long form one earlier. Yeah, there you go. The Stingers, right? Giving away something like 30 headsets here today. So outside of larceny, outside of thievery, outside of theft, if you didn't leave here today with a HyperX headset in your hand, then it's probably your fault.
100%. We did giveaways yesterday as well, so I think there was 36 total that we gave away because we gave away 6 yesterday as a raffle. We realized going through all of the teams that were winning, including Smash Ultimate Amateur bracket that's
Yeah.
going down in venue. We're like, oh, we have 6 extras, so let's just give them away.
There you go. There you go. NECC treating it like Christmas Day here. You're all needy children. I love it. I love it. Back to the Overwatch action here, talking about changes from our previous. The only real one, of course, is this is a first 2-3, not best of 5, but first 2-3 because the ties are possible for Hybrid and Escort are way more likely on Assault, and we will be seeing that. There will be Elios for the first map for the Control, moving on into the Hybrid, then Escort, Assault, the 2CP, was what we're going to see if we get down to the fourth map. This could be a 3-0 stomp either way. And then, of course, ending it out in the Control on which you cannot tie to round this one out and go the full 3 points all the way up.
Yeah, and Ilios, interesting map pick because out of the 5 control maps that we have in the pool, we've actually not seen this on stream
have
yet.
not.
We were
You have
told
not.
by our producer Caroline. So
Yep.
interesting to
Nepal-
see Ilios. I'd love to see some environmental kills on well.
Yes,
Both of these
yes.
high-level teams, we're in grand
Mhm.
finals. We got to see the cheeky plays.
Oh, yes. Yeah, no res capability is down there. That's what they tell me. Excuse me. As far as maps that I got to cover yesterday, obviously you were covering just as many matches, right? What Stone's Throw right over there. As far as maps I got to see for Control, we got a Nepal once, and we got Busan here today. We got Busan once yesterday as well. Outside of that has just been Lijiang Tower all the way through. No arguments here from me either. Lijiang Tower, fantastic control map. I think the only reason why we haven't seen Elios, is because of the pick band maps coming through and teams maybe not having like as much comfortability on it.
Yeah, and it could be that last map that maybe is just being used as that last control map, which could be if you need a tiebreaker, that's
Yep,
what they
exactly.
would be going to.
Exactly.
I also would say there's not as much skill that goes into booping people off the edge. And so maybe the teams in a LAN environment did not want to put it to the gamble
Yep. I get it. I get it. Yeah.
of throwing people off the edge or getting booped themselves.
Yeah, the random chance that does come in with there. Again, obviously down there, transcending Zenyatta's, there's nothing in this game that can kill a transcending Zenyatta. You can't even put it to sleep outside of an environmental kill. Right, it is the only true form of invincibility in the game. Again, Mayblock is up there as well. There's nothing that can be done. You can't boop it, can't nothing like this. But once they're actually in, if you're heading off the side and you're getting killed environmentally, oh well, nothing to be done about there. Nothing to
See
be
ya.
done right there.
Have a
Diva
nice
Mech,
trip.
no way to kill her initially out of her Diva Mech. You has to go through the mech in the ejection first, send it off the side. Bye bye. Oh well, send you back and spawn for you to think about your mistakes.
And I hope that that's what we see first. As you know, if they don't go to well, because it's a toss up on what
Is a
control
the
map we're going to
randomosity?
first,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Right? It's
yes, yes.
completely random. If they don't go to well on the first 2 maps, you may see me cry when it comes back to production.
Fair enough. Fair enough. So we have well, we have ruins, and we have oh man, what's the other one?
Those were the 2 I knew, so you're killing
Well
me.
and ruins.
Well, ruins, and that's it. No, those are actually the only 2 maps that you have on Ilios.
There
There's
you
nothing
go.
else.
There's a third one that also has obviously a lot of environmental kills abled. Outside of well, probably the big. What is that called? Village.
I
I mean,
think
that's gonna drive me insane.
Village is Nepal.
You're right. It
It
is.
is, it is going to
Another
drive me
snowy
insane.
map with boop capabilities. My production looking at me, giving me a crazy look, and that's okay because I'm acting crazy right now. I can't think of the darn
It's
name of the
killing me.
map.
It's
Oh
killing
well.
me.
Oh well. We'll see. A guaranteed one of those. We'll be starting this one up here in just a little bit. Let's talk about what's on the stakes right here, right?
Everything.
$1,000. Yeah. Undying glory, an honor, everything that goes along with it, right? You lose this, everything is out the door. I don't know, but not cash
No, it
wise, right?
is.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm talking about. That tangible USD, dineros in your hand with which to go forth and spend on whatever you want. Oh,
Yeah,
hey,
well,
Rhythm City Casino. No.
yes, and for some of these colleges, it has to go back to their program,
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
You know,
I'm
they
memeing a
they
little bit, but
travel them
yes, yeah.
out. It depends, depending on what college you are. Waldorf being a private university, if it's anything like St. Ambrose, the money goes back to the program.
Yeah.
However, you know, the program is able to bring the teams out, drive the
Yeah,
teams out.
exactly.
There was multiple teams that came out in 15 passenger vans, where you know the the directors
go.
loading everyone in and
There you
saying we're
go.
going on the road
Like a classic
down to
field
Rhythm
trip,
City
right?
Casino.
There you go. We're going on the road down the Rhythm City Casino. I love it. And we are on ruins, right? So
Yeah.
we're not wrong yet.
No, not yet.
Not yet. Thank God this isn't broadcasted out to the internet to be saved for all of time. There you go.
Listen, you're making me shake and quake in my boots over here, Tugboat.
Yep, I hear you. We will be looking at a Brighton and Stratton College on the left in the blue, Waldorf University in the right in the red. Would you care to run through Waldorf for me?
Care to what?
Would you care to run through Waldorf?
Care
Introduce
to
the
run through
players. This is the
Walmart?
grand
Of course,
finals,
yeah,
man.
of course. I didn't hear run through it, but if we're talking about running through, I think we're going to see Papa Joe, Valid, Blob, Space Ghost, Roses, and Tone running through the Brighton Stratton College comp that we have in front of us. Now, it was told to us from production that Roses actually has a lucky jar of mayonnaise.
Lucky jar of mayonnaise.
At their side.
Hey,
not
say what
yesterday.
you want. Maybe a low-tier condiment, but this
Agreed.
team has
But
not
no, I'm with you.
lost a map yet. Has not lost a map yet in
Yeah.
this competition, in the NECC. Scrims aside, no idea, obviously,
Yeah,
what happened
true,
there. What
true.
happened there. But shout out to them regardless for getting that attention. And $1,000, that's where it is. That's,
Yes.
it was like swimming in the back of my mind. I know I mentioned that. $1,000, 70% to first, 30% to second. We'll see how that's good, how that shakes out. So start here on Helios. On board with Injustice now, looking to get very close and impersonal. Cyber getting up in here as well, really playing that role. A hack onto Valid. A hack diva is a bad diva. Now spread healing coming in from Tone as Space Ghost finds not one DPS, but a second tank there. Throw a lot of damage on top of this diva mech as well, and a hack diva is a useless diva. We have Waldorf University coming onto this for the first point.
Yeah, Brighton and Stratton choosing to go off the edge and back up is Injustice, as Waldorf is going to find themselves hacked by Slater and fighting off on the right side. Interesting choice.
Rotations in. Cyber and the rest. Everlong is gone, and now Cyber actually gets baited a little bit back here. That's going to be a hack and more, and now Brian and Stratton's going to have to fight this without a main tank. Not ideal situations. Hacks on a diva. That is the name of the game for Blob. That's the Blob job right there. Just go forth and hack these tanks.
Yeah, and
look
Waldorf,
what happened, right? The hack turns into a D-mech, which turns into a boop.
Yep, 100%, and now it's off the map. Environmental kills full circle.
Yep.
As Waldorf is finding full circles of their own, with Papa Joe, Space Ghost, and Roses having ultimates online. Brighton and Stratton struggling in that department. Cyber and Set being the only two that can survive this onslaught.
That's a nice eat right here. Space Ghost gets nothing from the sticky, and now Zed taking out their counterpart, a Primal Rage, but Papa Joe gets hacked. No jumps, only the swipes, and now a stick as well, and now Everlong taking this for Brian and Stratton College. Self-destruct over the top. Not gonna find anything there. The last-stage effort from Waldorf to take this and force a goose egg from Brian and Stratton is not gonna happen. Slater on that Sombra, man, I tell you.
And Brighton and Stratton taking that point, only using the Coalescence and Everlong's Tracer Bomb. They still have Monkey, Diva, and Slater.
I can't agree with this
their
at this
ultimates
point.
online. Yeah.
You're talking about another 3 percentage point, but everything in a bag of chips ultimate-wise. Look at the economy right now. Everlong is
True.
going to get this back very soon. Set, the only real source of healing here, mostly Injustice is going to be used for speed boost. Set's going to have this Coalescence back in just 15 seconds, 20 seconds.
Yeah, that's going to be a big stagger. Waldorf holding their holding the 77% on the board, looking to come back and seal the deal. I feel like if they take it once, it's gonna be it's all Brian Stratton
There
can do.
you go, the EMP from the self-destruct. Brian and Stratton strikes his hard blow just to begin with, using 2 on that one. So not just the 1, doesn't matter. The slow burn now is going to be advantage for Brian and Stratton. The more they can pick off these Waldorf University players late, the better for them.
Yeah, and Waldorf University still unable to take it back from Brian and Stratton. And Cyber's had that Primal Rage for a hot minute now. I don't think I've seen him use it quite at all. Blob also looking to get in position. Couldn't get detected, but does the sneaky sneak
Did
around.
Blob just get detected with the rear end of that more? Oh. You're talking about sniffing him out, right?
Yeah, no joke. This
60
double dive comp coming out from Brian and Stratton seems to be working as they're trying to match the energy from Waldorf.
The hacks again, Slate, everything that Slater does hack-wise eventually turns into Ks. We're just on the back of Brian and Stratton now taking advantage. Waldorf University has one real team fight left in this. Dog.
Yeah, and I feel like I said earlier, it could go either way. Both of these teams becoming very confident in their play as we've seen throughout this tournament, and it's showing through as they are going through in an expert dive fashion on the backline. Space Ghost is going to find Injustice and Tone on set with the punch to seal the deal.
That's just how you dust not 1 but 2 support players. The entire support line for Brian Stratton done. Jumping on top of this, no way to avoid the 99 at this point. Waldorf should be able to take this with no support in the back lines. That's just a get-out situation because there's literally nothing further you can take advantage-wise. Your team cannot get forward to you. You can't push on with contest there. At that point, it's literally just feeding ultimate.
Yeah, Waldorf literally was able to take 2 at the start of that fight. Brighton and Stratton had no reason to stay whatsoever. Get out of dodge, get in the car, regroup, come back.
EMP
94
first. No reason to do anything different. Slater starting this one off. Injustice done. Tone done as well. Support swapping on both sides. Rose is trying to get back into this. Is being absolutely dusted and does get away from the source of danger. Now self-destruct over the top. No hack to come in with this one. As I say that, Papa Joe finding that advantage against him. Rose is falling right here as well. Everlong falling to his rival Tracer there. Contest completely on the point. Every time we switch to a tank, they're hacked. They're not able to get any movement abilities going, but this fight still going on here on point. Another hack. Slater's not done yet. Self-destruct. The pull shot lands, but it's blocked off on the bottom. Waldorf University loses 2, but that's it because Brian Stratton doesn't touch point.
Wow. This is going to be a good series.
Yes, it
Even
is.
off of the first
Yes,
map,
it is.
this is going to be a great series. We saw the dive come out and the counter dive come out from Brian and Stratton onto Waldorf. Waldorf finding a lot of value on Blob as he's able to do a lot in the hack line, hacking the back line. Slater also trying to match that same energy. Brian and Stratton looking to switch a couple of picks as we are now on Lighthouse. That is the other map. Lighthouse.
We just had to look at it. We had to actually lay our eyes upon it.
The
Yes, Lighthouse.
the visual appeal. That's what I needed. So we're going to see Everlong switch over to the Echo, set onto the Ana, and Injustice going to make his way onto the Brig. Interesting strat coming out from Brian and Strat in college.
There you go. Everlong. It's really just a matter of who you're going to copy at this point, right? There's plenty of options. Personally, I don't think I'd be going off with Sombra. The Slater literally had a hand, I think, on every single one of those kills, at least in the last half of that game. Once
As you
again,
say
the Tracer battles, right?
Yeah, as you say that, Slater and Space Ghost trading the Tracers.
Trading Tracers. A lot of T's right there, a lot of alliteration. Brian and Stratton going to be taking percentage points off the top first. They need to take this one just to tie it up. And one way or another, this is Brian Stratton's first map lost on control point.
Yeah, playing with the comp that Brian and Stratton has as well, they're going to have to play a little bit tighter, especially on their backline, which could spell a recipe for disaster with Blob and Space Ghost constantly in that backline. Papa Joe's staying underneath that 25%, really just stuck on the side of Waldorf as Brian and Stratton's going to use some ultimates to push their advantages. They now have 25% on that point.
Just one invested there, but Cyber getting it at the end. That team fight was won. Not 100% sure if that was the time for it, especially. This is no Slater Tracer Bomb, right? This is the Winston Primal Rage. Speaking of Tracer Bombs. But this is the Winston Primal Rage. This is not going to come quickly for Cyber, and he's going to have to get aggressive with it. And every time a monkey gets aggressive, they put themselves in danger, obviously.
And it's huge on this point. You have to stay inside of the lighthouse, and when you have a Winston there swinging around, there's 3 sides of that lighthouse that lead to death, with nothing on the other side but the sea.
Starting this one off, Tone with the Coalescence. That's one dusted instantly. Blob getting a hand on the support backline. Yeah, Brian Stratton has lost this one. This is going to be a solid effort from Everlong. Yeah, but that's just simply not going to happen. Hacks, no support line whatsoever. Rally is up, but you don't even want to risk that one. Brian Stratton wisely staying there as long as they can to take points, but that's it.
Yeah, staying until 72% is really good on their behalf, as well as Waldorf is going to regroup and try to take or hold this point as long as they can. 12% now on, and they did get the last map advantage. They are up 1. They just need this lighthouse to seal the deal.
There's a sound barrier that drops onto everybody on Waldorf. Fantastic job from Roses there. The mayonnaise paying off. My friend can't get out of this one. Support dropping on both sides. One actually literally after the boop. Valid dropping this one down. Slater unfortunately getting caught under the feet of this Diva Mech. Here goes the Primal Rage. Cyber finding not 1 but 2. A hack at the end and almost gets his rival monkey on the other side. Doesn't matter. He continues this one with Everlong combos there, and Waldorf University still a fighting.
I thought that was all but gone as Waldorf was able to get 3 picks, but Cyber opting to use Primal Rage, get back into the fight, and create opportunity for Brian and Stratton as they're now going to be able to cap point as they're able to take picks on Roses and Valid. Great play from Brian and Stratton.
Oh, what a stop play right there from Miro. Completely stops this. Any damage that comes in from the jump is only going to be absorbed by this tank on the other side. So not that anybody was particularly low, but that still would have allowed, what, 2 or 3 times more damage initially, and the stop where they're not going to anticipate, and they end up in the same bubble.
True.
If he's allowed to go on, bubble goes on to him, he's farther away.
True. And that they caught it on the stagger. Brian and Stratton now at 90%. This is looking really good as Blob is trying to get in position for the infamous EMP that we've seen
Nano
all
boost
set.
ended. There's a huge eat. Slater takes out the Tracer, and Space Ghost gives a little food up to the Diva right here. Valid now getting dusted out of this mech very quickly. Super low right here. Papa Joe trying to take whatever damage that they can, but Brian and Stratton coming out on top. Map 1 looking way better than the first.
Wow,
Or second.
no joke. And they had ultimates to spare. They were just throwing them out. That looked like a completely different Brian and Stratton than Map 1. And what's crazy to me is the capability at this high level of play of Overwatch, of being able to get 2 picks and still lose the fight because the remaining 4 players are able to play and synergize around whatever they need to do to get those picks. And I'm not going to be crying today as we're taking it to the 3rd point in this control map. Well.
Yeah, so both of these teams, just to continue this narrative and remind you guys, they have not dropped a control map yet. That is the situation that we are both in. There's anything to be had here, any lines to be bet on, it's that this is going to be, this is going to continue to be, excuse me, Nuclear, an incredibly close and competitive matchup. Looking at Waldorf University.
It's an all-out brawl fest from both sides. It's truly an all-out brawl fest. They are swinging, quite literally, this Papa Joe and Cyber swinging on the entire roster of Waldorf and Brian Stratton.
The Blob, Cyber, or Slater combination is what I've really been looking for so far, how these Sombras operate. Now it's going to be the Winston v. Winston as Papa Joe takes out their counterpart right there. Cyber following Space Ghost, continuing in the back, almost one clips on Moira to the back of the head. Everlong just turns the attention of these Reaper shotguns for just a couple of seconds, makes mincemeat out here of Space Ghost.
Space Ghost is going to die, but with 94% on the board, doing so much damage to the Brian and Stratton line. Mirio playing around this quite well, I would say. Rotating around, trying to help the backline, realizing that the front line is now suffering and trying to seal the deal on this first cap. It's going to be Brian and Stratton.
It's a good job for Waldorf to come through on this and really stall this out towards the end. They forced Brian Stratton College players off of the point 1 for a while. Lucio's not going to be able to get away from that one. That was the full boot with the angle on this one. Usually, obviously, Lucio's can wall run along the bottom, but this is like the perfect angle, and even with pushing forward, can't get into that one.
Yeah, Lucio is just stuck in a bad situation. Waldorf sitting on 3 ultimates to Brandon's and Stratton's 4. I feel like the next fight is going to be huge for either team. And setting it up, I would love to. I think it's going to be a matter of who gets the EMP off first and how many they catch, with Slater and Blob both having EMP online.
A lot of ultimates right here. 2 of them for Bryden and Stratton. Support-wise, both DPS as well. How this Slater EMP comes through, stops the coalescence right in its tracks. Slater back on board, headshots and more. Reaper action versus Reaper action. A little bit of assist from Roses. Ramiro taking to the top, self-destruct on board, but not utilizing quite yet. Space Ghost on the hunt right here, but Lucio gets out for right now, and Justice right there just gets absolutely tracked and hunted down right there.
I think Everlong and Space Ghost have something against each other because they keep swapping to the same character that the other person is playing. We saw that in game 1 with the Tracers, and now we're seeing that again on this third control point with the Reapers.
Everlong, Cyber, and Slater all dusted in here. Bryden and Stratton College has lost this, but gonna take it on to the end. That makes sense. Now the swap coming on in here. This is looking score-wise almost exactly like we saw earlier.
All of these swaps and all of these points have been above 70%. That means that whoever is taking point first, whoever is taking this defense, as we're learning, is able to hold and push that aggression out to make it to where the other team, whoever's trying to press in, is not able to do so.
Valid down bottom, Papa Joe in the front, Primal Rage to begin this one off with. Injustice and Tone both done support from other side. Only a soft support available for Waldorf as they come into this, trying to hold on right now though. Self-destruct comes out, the full shot does not land, does not hit pocket. Space Ghost felled by a Primal Raging Monkey. Papa Joe in his time right now, but gets focused, hacked, and just dusted out of this one. All the focus in the world damage-wise. Still a fight here on point, and this is the advantage Waldorf right now, is they're trying to get back up to that 74, at least match up with Bryden and Stratton.
Yeah, and Blob trying to get in position to get in point, so Bryden and Stratton can't push in. The Death Blossom is going to come out from Everlong, killing Tone, and that's going to put Waldorf on the back foot, as Bryden and Stratton is going to pretty easily cap this point.
One solid team fight left in a map where it basically comes all the way down to this nuclear.
True.
One last team fight. Waldorf takes it. They'll be in one more team fight after that. Waldorf loses. That'll be map numero uno. What has been incredibly close so far. Taking it to the top, classic Reaper against the Winston, and then the hack comes in. That is probably going to be enough for this right now. Coalescence in the back now, paying attention to this Everlong Reaper right now, getting into it. Roses now contributing to everything else. Sound barrier hits the corner and does get most of the players here, but not valid, and that's what is most important. One boot followed up by a headshot. More, and Brian and Stratton College coming out on top. Map number 1.
Wow, and what a crazy map. Waldorf was just unable to group up and get it back in on that third point, being well. So looking back, we went Ruins, then we went Lighthouse, then we went Well. Correct, right? So looking back at those points, both teams came out swinging, both doing well, both it came down to the DPS line, in my opinion. It came down to either who got the Sombra off ult first, and that's what we saw with Bryden and Stratton. And taking this point, they were able to get in position. Slater was getting the ult off and stopping any retaliation that would have came from Waldorf in that situation.
It was all about just stopping retaliation at this point, kind of like realizing what they want to focus the resources into, because you really, at the end of the day, you know, a chip in a chair, right? A chip in a chair. All they really have is ultimates, lives, and then when you're losing, time.
Yeah.
When you're winning, that time is literally against you.
Yep. The ultimate economy, both from both teams as well, is a tier above what we've seen today. They're using ultimates and pairing them well. They're not just going in and just dumping everything when they need it and trying to take point with everything.
We did see that yesterday.
Yeah, they're methodically coming in, using ults to stop other ults, and I think that's why they're going with the Sombra. Like we saw when they were trying to push in, they used the coalescence was popped out
down back corridor and stuff, right by big health packs and more, and that led to what, boops, because then Lucio's can't come forward, can't wall ride and more. There's a dog here. Does that have a lot? Oh, I thought they had
there's a pupper.
I thought they had a LA Gladiators. I thought I had LA Gladiators logo on the side.
It kind of does look like an LA Gladiators logo.
Right.
You're not wrong.
Anyway.
I think it is Steven Stars, the Steven Stars College coming out, having a booth here at Rhythm
That's
City.
pretty cool. We are looking at Miro out.
And
Choi?
OBL is going to come in.
Gotcha. So Miro out, OBL in. Miro, tank player there for Bryant and Stratton out. OBL going to be coming in
Which we
playing
saw
for them.
OBL on the
They're fit-
Zarya in the last set.
Yeah, exactly. So probably indicative of more double bubble trouble. Oh my
Double
God,
bubble
I had
trouble.
it and then
Yeah, 100%. No, I think that's exactly what we're going to see. We're going to see,
Zarya
instead of the
specialist.
Diva, Mirio on the Diva, we're going to see OBL on the Zarya to add more value to the Winston, because the entire set, we talked about the Sombra. Both teams are running the Winston as well, running that dive. And on Ilios specifically, massive value, because we saw a ton of environmental kills. I actually wish we were keeping track, because there was
Yeah.
quite a few.
I think I can only count to 10 because I only got the fingers. With play by play, I don't have to do math, and so I think that we would have been lost there because we would have lost track of 10. Seriously, between the 3 maps, that was almost guaranteed to be more so, especially once we got into our lighthouse situations where those boots are just a lot more capable.
Yeah, I completely agree. So now going into the second set, I'm going to be looking more at what the off DPS is playing. Space Ghost and Slater both opting to trade off of both
What?
the Tracer and
the Tracer, the Sombra, the Reaper,
Yeah, it's everywhere.
Yeah.
So now that they're running a Zarya instead of a Diva, what do you think that's going to open up the opportunity for?
Zarya instead of Diva means a lot more immobile characters, right? Like Tracers is kind of the definition of the glass cannon. Glass cannons can't operate solo. They can't operate independently, so that makes sense. If we can always see the Pharah, but that would also require obviously the change from the Mercy. So at this point, it might kind of be like theory crafting to really poke and say this, that, and the third, especially because, and this is a shout out to the balance of the game as of right now. That just because like a Zarya come in, it's not like, oh well, we're guaranteed to see a Reinhardt.
True.
We're
true.
like and it's also the other side, like the double bubble. You're also not guaranteed to see the Winston. So it really does like open up a whole lot right there. We're going to be seeing King's Row there, the crowd favorite King's Row coming on in to this one for our hybrid map. Little push-up payload, little move, or open up a point, little push-up payload. And as you guys can hear, we are getting absolutely electrifying action out there right now. I believe that's the Smash bracket going on.
That is the Smash bracket, and I believe that they're in either losers finals, winners finals, or grand finals. I walked out a minute ago, and they were saying that finals was underway, so it could be any of the 3. That is also going on the second stream. If you want to, copy paste open a second window and watch that as well, there's multiple action going on. We got Treasury and Nelhad over on the second stream casting that.
There you go. I'm with it. Yeah. Like it a lot.
Lots of hype. Lots of hype in the venue today.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Rocket League has concluded, right?
Yes,
Yeah, Rocket League's
concluded earlier.
Overwatch obviously being concluded right now. Super Smash Brothers on its way as well, and almost basically as close. We'll probably finish about the same time, given that the lesser esport takes only a little bit of time.
Whoa! We're all equal here in esports, except for Smite. Smite is kind of over us.
There you go. Except for that Smite one, right? There you go. Yeah, console arena. Or MOBAs.
Yeah, console MOBAs. Yeah.
What is that? No, shout out to Atlanta and shout out to Smite and shout out to Hyzres and everybody else. We have our maps. We have our sub in, or our OBL in, Myro out, or probably Miro, honestly, especially because they were playing the Winston from the Overwatch League player, of course. $1,000 on the line. But all of these players here today have punched their ticket to at least a little bit of cash. $300 going on into the second place. Slot right there. It's been a long day. It's the second place slot right here. Waldorf College and Bryant, though, already in the first map have dropped a map already, whereas they have not done that in this competition here for the NECC Hometown Series. So literally first and superlatives being shown off on stream already.
Yeah, and that shows the level of talent that we have coming into this game as we're now headed into King's Row, as we talked earlier, also called Scrims Row, a very, very popular map, not just in professional Overwatch, collegiate Overwatch, but in the amateur scene as well. This is a very well-desired map. We were talking about how Assault is 2CP, not as fun, nearly, for multiple reasons. But this is one that a lot of people just see the competitive integrity on and like to play. So now that we're switching styles a little bit, I'd like to see what the difference is going out with these teams. Is we're getting a little bit of a black screen on our end. We're waiting for the teams to get set up. I'm interested to see how, like I said, the comps are going to change with the different map type.
There we go. All right, and we're back. We are here. We are alive.
Oh, I've been here. I've been here.
There you go. Technical issues be damned, right?
Yeah, yeah.
There you go. There you go. There you go. Waldorf University. On the left, blue, Papa Joe, Valid, Blob, Space Ghost, Roses, and Tone. Roses with that lucky mayonnaise as well, right?
Yeah, with the lucky mayo they bought yesterday for the sandwich. Brian and Stratton on Cyber, OBL Slater, Everlong, Injustice, and Set coming into this game. Papa Joe switching over to the Reinhardt, Valid staying on the Diva, and we're going to see an entire comp swap from Waldorf.
Comp swamp.
Comp swamp.
I love
Comp
it.
swamp.
That's what we'll call it in the future when me and my teammates just can't get together on what we're going to play. Headshots on a Space Ghost right here. Unfortunately, not finding any more value on a different DPS. There's Everlong again, sending Tone back. Should invest in your immortality field. We got Cole showing up here already as well. A lot of Brian and Stratton Ks. That looks like them coming out on top. On point, numero uno.
Wow. Brian and Stratton taking that handedly. Everlong really adding a lot for the team there as they were able to get in and just tear through. 5 minutes and 30 seconds left on the board. Waldorf is going to come up to try to hold this first choke point, and that's what Roses is there for, to get them in. And Slater is going to pick Roses. Waldorf now sitting and not able to set this pace nearly as much because they don't have the Lucio to get them in and out.
Yeah, so Rose is going to be coming back on this one. The free is coming out. A Winston left by themselves, but does utilize the jump afterwards. A sneaky shatter attempted in the back. Papa Joe is going to be the one that finds a K after all of that. Now trying to get out of this nice whip around right here. Not going to matter. The dash and reset coming in from Slater. Bryant and Stratton even looking like they're going through dire straits. Coming out on top.
Yeah, Brian and Stratton. This is crazy. This is wild. Brian and Stratton, you'd think that Waldorf would be able to come in and do something against this roster. However, the Earth Shadow didn't really find anyone. Papa Joe found himself in a really comparable position in the back line, and that allowed Cyber and OBL to go through a tear, as Valid wasn't really able to hold that front line for Waldorf. Brian and Stratton continuing their push.
We are looking at a vertical look at this one. There's a hack and a slash. There's a nano boost and a slash in. That's the first actual payload strike, as a lot of attention was delved into Slater coming into this. They invest the nano boost, they invest the blaze. Self-destruct over the top is going to land on the Slater after he puts a clinic on mobility in.
Yeah,
Would've guessed it.
I feel like
Would've
there's
guessed it.
some miscommunication issues coming out from the side of Waldorf, as Space Ghost did get the switch, but not able to find footing on this Reaper and able to do much for the Waldorf team. Brian and Stratton throwing out the Dragons, and Everlong finding yet another pick on Space Ghost. Roses was able to get Cyber, but oh, they're out on point.
There you go. Blob finds not one but two. Put him between the eyes right here. On the back foot is Brian and Stratton after they find themselves in a stopped position for the first time, really, in this map.
And this is one of the stops you do not want to be at on Kings Row, because they have this corner. They're able to get a lot of pressure and push up and back as much as they want to. They can back off if they think that Brian and Stratton's going to be able to take this, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Definitely not going to happen now with purples on the both. Slater fell, the other Shibata brother done as well. No real DPS capabilities after OBL is dusted out of Brian and Stratton so far as well. A lot of picks coming in from Waldorf. Yeah, that's going to be it right here. Like you said, this is such a crappy place to get stopped at as well. The spawner is just so far away.
I mean, Waldorf is going to come up. They're going to push this a few feet, but Brian and Stratton is going to come back pretty handedly, in my opinion. I think they're going to come back. I think that they hadn't grouped up as efficiently as they should have and grouped around the right side. They kind of tried to go main, not expecting Waldorf to push up, and that's where they found them. Waldorf was immediately there and catching them on the back foot, as you said.
Basically chasing monkeys with purple grenades right there. OBL fell, Tone and the rest of Waldorf just going off right now. This is done, tank lineup's finished. Waldorf University needs to push this right now. Brian and Stratton needs to get out of dodge while to get this good.
So the crazy part about this is the disadvantage is extending from both teams. As they find an inch, they're taking a mile, quite literally. Waldorf and Brian and Stratton both, if they're able to get, I feel like it's not just one fight, but if they get the first fight, the other team who's on the back foot is initiating, trying to get back, trying to lose that, gain back that lost time, and they're catching them again. So they're winning 2 fights in a row.
This is hedging a bet right there across the top, and they're going to pay for it again. you go up and you invest your bubble, something like this, Blob is just going to have an absolute shooting range across the top.
And that you have to be careful for that on the McCree on this map. That's a really great spot. We saw, sorry, the Cole Cassidy on this map.
I don't pull that out for like it's you or Will this whole time. I actually did it to Will once and he didn't pay attention to me. He was just like into casting. Guys, I know you couldn't see, but I like ripped my whole face open, like shot my eyes open once he said the former name.
Yeah, no,
I'm sorry.
I have no idea what you're talking about. The alternate universe never happened. But Cole Cassidy, if he gets set up on that high ground, especially with Tone on this map, all it takes is the amplification matrix to come through. As we're going to find a lot of ultimates come out from Waldorf as they are double downing on this point.
Yeah, hands down the fastest team kill as well. Immortality Field, the amplification matrix, obviously, or die, the Death Blossom, and Shattered all invested there. But fortunately, Blob is really close to this high noon. Valid and Rose is already there.
Yeah, Slater traded off onto the Cole Cassidy as well, and we're seeing set now on the Ana for Brian and Stratton, and Rally's going to come in as they initiate this push, but Waldorf looking like they're just waiting it out.
Valid boots back and now slept a little bit. Gonna have to try. What a shot right there! Hits the grab on the corner, but that's gonna be out. Self barrier holding out for right now, and they don't take out the Immortality Field again. This mistake was learned in previous, and now is repeated here yet again.
I feel like that's a miscommunication issue. They know that Tone is up. They know Tone is going to drop that lamp. They have to tear it down if they're going to commit with the Dragons.
Last little bit, some cleanup action here. The hero stance having to be assumed for members of Brian and Stratton.
Oh. Seeing Space Ghost try to get in a different position here. This Cyber going down 80, 50s, 20 health and is going to fall by Papa Joe.
Yeah, this is mostly done. This is a slow burn. An eddying hemorrhage, as you could say. OBL is going to get dusted out here, and now overtime respawn rules are going to take effect. That's going to mean faster overtime. Brian and Stratton basically getting punished.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah.
They knew it. This is a hard lesson learned earlier. The only difference, really, is that earlier they learned the lesson against a team that they were simply operating at a higher level than, and that is not the same situation they find themselves in again. Waldorf University, with one click of a button, stops between two ultimates. We'll call it 3 minutes of progress, right?
Yeah.
3 minutes of ult charge.
Truly.
At least 10 seconds of shot calling coordination, and an absolute home run shot on that grab. If he doesn't hit this perfectly, it's not just on the corner, which is obviously the best position for this, but it also goes past.
Yep, and it goes way onto the other side of the wall. It whiffs everyone. We didn't see that, though. It hit everyone. They had the Dragons out. They needed that last chef's kiss to really finish the combo.
And that's one shot into an Immortality Field from a charge up Hanzo shot.
Anyone. I mean, they have so many people. They even they have so many people that are able to hit that from a distance, right? Obviously, you could have the monkey jump up there, take it out. Anyone could have done it.
And of course, Rose has also invested the sound barriers, so if they had got, sound barrier will not keep you through that entire damage, especially with the Winston. If the Winston was there, technically not 100% sure where positioning-wise where they were. I'm just saying, if you literally take that out, then that's another ultimate that Waldorf University would have invested. Nothing.
Exactly. And
literally
it
nothing.
Might be Roses on the Lucio, but you could smell the Death Blossom coming from Space Ghost at the very end, sealing the deal for Waldorf, keeping Brian and Stratton at bay.
Seriously. Micro plays again, coming down to literally difference in frames and milliseconds.
That's what you're going to see at this level.
That's Overwatch, baby.
What?
That's Overwatch.
What is happening?
Immortality Field. That's going to be Waldorf University learning that lesson early. Now a freeze, little May on May action right here. Not going to be able to keep it up against Brian and Stratton's defense on this. Waldorf University rolling on into point right now. That's a lot of time they're about to take this with.
Yeah, Waldorf is taking this with 30 seconds up. Like, they got that in, what, 30, 35 seconds easily? That was a really good play from Waldorf, and Blob and Slater on both of the Maze was so cheeky. They walled off both of the teams, and then they were all stuck in a pit. That was entertaining.
Now, taking that in the last little bit there, more entertainment to come. We can guarantee that. Tone doing a great job of sectioning off targets, but then the Reinhardt just letting it go in the front right here. Cyber nailing that one, sending in 2 runners.
Yeah, no, Brian and Stratton coming in and holding it now as Waldorf was not expecting them to come and hold this first point and push up as much as they have. But Brian and Stratton recognizing that they have the they have the pace set right now and they are able to take the ground. in
Papa
this zone.
Joe's mostly out there by himself, and then again, yeah, dude, like you can't as this Reinhardt coming through the front, you can't spend that much time up against some Cole Cassidy that you know is high noon because that's your only defense against this. Like, yes, you can eat it, but that's putting so much into that, and obviously it's it's a charge up, right?
Yeah.
Like you just literally wait out the defense matrix.
Yeah, you have to. I mean, if you
Like in that situation without shield, yeah.
Exactly. No, exactly. You have to. Otherwise, the defense matrix is going to eat everything. And that was a great play from Brian and Stratton trying to set that up. Slater putting a wall in the back line, blocking off all of Waldorf's team. But Waldorf going to take the high ground on that and push through.
Lob initial. No, it's not. Eaten and disrespected by Everlong.
Yikes.
Sent back on to respawn and think about your mistakes. That mistake in particular was trying to get anything going here when you have divas like this popping off.
You can't just yeet these blizzards when you have
can't
a
get
diva.
away with it.
You can't just eat these blizzards when you have a diva on the other team. And Brian and Stratton now
Jesus.
with 5 ultimates online, and Everlong racking up the percentages. He gets a headshot on Valid, pushing the advantage of
Okay.
Brian and Stratton.
Got to point this out as well, right? So Valid's back. They know the stagger has to happen. They cannot let Diva Mech drop. If Valid had done that, it would have been a misplay. Not saying like that.
Right.
But everybody else on Brian and Stratton has ult.
Right.
Everlong is allowed to take that by themselves, and just like that, you have an extra 10-15% up, and this could come down to a situation where a Heinen has to be pulled like that. Here comes a Heinen on the other side. Space Ghost trying to get it done, and
Oh,
gets
no.
nothing but a self-destruct to the face. That's 2 now. Another one not leading for anything after a sound barrier from Injustice keeps the team of Brian Stratton alive.
And Cyber and Papa Joe now duking it
no.
out. Papa Joe going to use Earth Shatter and losing it to Cyber, who wins the Rhine Brawl, the hammer swing.
Yeah, little Ryan on Ryan right there. Cyber hit his shatter around Papa Joe and read the dropping of a shield earlier. The same kind of thing happens there, and Papa Joe adds to the bleeding by trying to get a shatter off on stairs where it would not have mattered with a big health pack literally 2 steps away. I don't know.
I don't think
I'm
you
not
use
trying
it
to-
either way in that situation,
Yeah,
right?
like
You should-
with the health pack right there is even worse chance because you literally cannot get enough damage even with Fire Strike, even if you had it. Heinen's attempted on the other side. 12 o'clock it is not. Eat some more right there, and that's what happens when you get to both the shield. That's the shatter on the other side. Cyber is allowed to go to town right now on King's Row.
Oh my lord. Cyber with the reads hitting that massive shatter as they grouped Waldorf in the room, and that was only able to happen because Everlong popped the Deadeye around the corner, forced Waldorf into the room, and then Cyber saw the opportunity, Earth Shattered, and took out the entire Waldorf roster.
Only got about 25% up there. That's just generally going to be more when you shatter a whole room like that, and now this is nasty. Like, this is nasty, but this is also necessary, right?
Yeah.
Like this ultimate economy was so much going the way of Waldorf right now. They're using one here at the end. That again, doesn't really matter too much. Like, it's nice for Injustice to have gotten that, and that's going to be charging up here, but with Set, I mean, what are you going to do with Amplification Matrix and nothing else, right?
Yeah.
It is literally almost a good fight for Brian and Stratton again.
Yeah, Brian and Stratton, having Deadeye online as well, this might be a good defense on their side as, if the people that are ultimate calling on the side of Waldorf realize that they
Got
have
a
it,
touch.
it could spell disaster.
Got a touch. Okay, yeah, it comes down. See, OVL is going to pay with it, or with the mech for it, but doesn't matter. High Noon attempted. Everlong there, doesn't matter, uses the shatter. Cyber with the mind games again. Papa Joe gonna fall right there. Everlong finding headshots on that. Is now the weather changing a little bit, and in great ways here for Waldorf University. They just purchased themselves a lot of room right here. Only 3 members back. That's gonna be it. No space goes for you. Self-destruct finds nothing because there's no one there.
And what a beautiful self-destruct on point to seal out the map as Waldorf is going to get 1 on the board, and it is now 1-1 Waldorf against Brian and Stratton
Now
College.
both teams have not just dropped control maps, but dropped full maps as well. Not a bloodless victory either way it is going to be.
Oh, and we're going to see the play of the game go to this
Hands
massive
down.
Earth Shatter. I completely agree. Boosted in. It doesn't matter what you're doing. The Ryan's here.
Hold
He
up.
took out the amp. Oh, or took out the lamp. What? Hold up, what? What?
No, okay, so that is actually a little bit the result of luck because the amplification matrix comes up on top of bookcase, and since it's line of sight, he was able to get I mean, because he came in and like everybody's literally shattered on the ground, but then two players die, a third and fourth don't, and it was kind of like, okay, well, what's going on here? Is because amplification matrix didn't have line of sight of players laying down on the ground because it was put up like that. From where it
Wow.
was, that's that little. I mean, and we're talking about different of pixels right here.
Minute.
Like literally
Yeah.
difference of
Yeah.
pixels right here, but because like the main hitbox doesn't get line of sight with amplification matrix, or because with the immortality field, that lands right there and doesn't save multiple players. Now, would it have really mattered? Probably not, because instantly we just see Cyber whip around a swing and a half, basically with other damage in later, and the immortality field is down. But still, like the capabilities of two extra players staying up, who knows? You know, Shatter
It could
doesn't
have
last that
switched.
long.
I mean, that's what we've seen all series. It only takes 1 to 2 players if they can combo what they're using and synergize around each other really well, and they can take whole points.
Yeah,
I
and
saw that with the
only like
Sombra and the
one or
Monkey
two.
earlier. I
Yeah,
mean,
exactly. Only like
Sombra hacks everyone. Primal Rage is activated. Everyone's off of point. We've taken point, and now we've got 2 environmental kills.
Yep, that's literally that same situation is what we saw twice on
Ilios.
two different Elios maps. Yep,
Yeah.
yep. We will be going after map 2. Given that it's tied up now, teams generally obviously take short breaks here so they can talk coaches and otherwise. Right now, that's what we're seeing up there. So we're going to go to a very short break. We'll be back with you guys. These teams need to do pick bans, and they need to figure out what it is that they need to be doing. No, it's not. Excuse me. We're going to keep this a rolling. You know what? Let's go ahead and give shout outs to some of the organizations and
We should.
people that
We
do
should.
make this possible. First and foremost, Nuke here and I are just beautiful faces attached to just golden chocolate voices without our production staff. Big shout outs to everybody here, production wise, has been helping us out and getting these faces and these voices projected on out to the internet so that everybody outside of the Rhythm City Casino can enjoy this competition and, most importantly, our commentary.
Of course, yeah. Shouting out to the commentary as well. It looks like they're wrapping up on the other end. You might have been able to hear some feedback in our headsets because they were bringing the energy of the venue as well as we were. Treasure and Nell had. They were on commentary earlier. Teacup subbing out to get Nell had, and you need a little break. You know, you got to rest the
Makes
voice
sense.
a little bit sometimes. But when you got iron traps like we do here, you know, we're fine to keep going.
There you go. There you go. I have worn it ragged over my 30 years or so, and is not going anytime here today. Longest day commentary. What's your like commentating live?
Longest day commentating live for me. I ran when I was at Paradigm, the aforementioned land center that I ran before. I ran a bracket with Acer, a League of Legends bracket. The computer company. Yeah.
Okay,
I ran a bracket with Acer for League of Legends. It was a $5,000 tournament, and we casted. I guess I ran production that day. I didn't really cast. So we
Same thing.
did production for probably 9 hours. So production that end. Casting, I was able to cast Overwatch Finals last year for NECC, and it versus I'm spacing the other college off the top of my head. I know it was Becker College's last game before they shut their doors actually forever, and they took the championship. They done by Shifty. Shifty was a head coach over at Becker at the time. He was the coach of an amateur team over in Europe and the amateur scene for Overwatch contender scene. So that was my longest day of casting. I casted on that day with my co-caster for I think it was a best of 5 again, or sorry, best of 7. It was a long match of Overwatch.
That could go,
Yeah, and it was 6.5 hours.
There you go.
What was your longest day casting?
At the casting Apex Legends in Atlantic City until 5 o'clock in the morning. It was like from start time to finish time, not counting prep time, not counting the hour we had to be there beforehand, 14 and a half hours. It was honestly pretty crappy. Towards the end, I just felt like the chattering head. You know, like the tea that you wind up.
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
like the red thing. Yep, that's what I felt like there towards the end. 14 and a half hours. It was. Yep, had to get on a plane at like 8 a.m. Oh my god. It's like the allegory for life, my voice bouncing back at me, and the futility of the existence that we live in constantly.
Reality is a lie. Existence is pain.
There it is. There it is. Getting existential here. The Rhythm City Casino, a good place to be existential and to enjoy existence in general, right? I'm sure that's a long-winded. We are going to break. Okay, you did the Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Well, full circle once again. Yeah, yeah,
There you
yeah.
go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we like circles. You know, those are easy because you don't have
Circles
to
are
pick any
easy.
sides. Just like we're not picking any sides right here with Bryant and Stratton versus Waldorf. It could be anyone taking the series. But
Really could.
first,
We're tied up. It could be 10-10 right now. It could be 0-0 right now. It is 1-1. That's where we're at. I know what type of map we're looking at. It's going to be Escort next after the Bryan and Stratton College took Elios 2-1, and then followed up by Waldorf taking Kings Row 2-1. So once again, both teams dropping maps on Control for the first time in this competition, and both teams dropping a map for the first time in this competition. We are going to go to a very short break as I've been accosted by my producers again to do that. We'll be back with you guys in just a little bit. FBI Tugboat here, joined with my man Nuke. We'll have more Overwatch action coming at you in just a little bit. Hello and welcome back, Overwatch fans. The NECC Hometown Series continues now. FBI Tugboat here with my man Nuke. We got a tied up situation a series on our hands here for the grand finals, Nuke.
And I'm excited. Like I'm thrilled. It's been 2-0, 2-1 sets all weekend. Now that we're in the first to three situation, there's a lot more back and forth action going
Yes,
on,
there
especially
is.
in grand finals, which is what we were praying for most of the day.
Exactly.
Correct?
A nice and close grand finals. That was Brian and Stratton striking first. 2-1 on the Helios there, and both teams dropping their first control map of this competition. Waldorf striking back there on the King's Row, 2-1 on that. And it came down to the wire. Came down to literally minute details and strats. You know, I gotta say, Nuke, it's almost like these guys are playing for like $1,000 or something.
It's crazy. It's almost like they're playing for double or
Quadruple.
quadruple digits. Thank you, quadruple digits in money. That's not just that, but bragging rights. This
Yeah.
is the first hometown series event in the hometown series period. So
Yeah.
they're the first champions.
And shout out to the Quad Cities.
Whoever it will be.
Now, do me a favor and go over how the prize pool contributions in, because there's a certain
Yeah.
dollar amount per player that is
Yeah,
added.
so there's $10 per player that is added into the prize pool for the entire pool.
Mhm.
That is, so say if there's 6 Overwatch players and 8 teams, that would be $480
Yes.
contributed, and that is added to the $1,000, which is then now split out 70% and 30%.
Got
So
it.
no matter what, either of these teams are at least walking away with around $400 or $500.
Gotcha. So either way, and like you said, a lot of that will go back to going forth and providing these colleges more esports opportunities and the rest. A fantastic one that is unfortunately concluding in a fantastic way so far. Brian and Stratton on the attack. Here at Dorado, you have not seen one of these maps yet.
We've also not seen Papa Joe quite yet on this Hammond.
ball,
They're gonna
yeah.
pull out the ball against Ryan and Stratton, and I'm interested to see how this works for their comp, as they usually prefer running this Winston.
That's going to be a Winston dropping early.
There it is.
Brian and Stratton losing a main tank. Within about 25 seconds of the start here, they get up to first elbow. Now running through. Contest still comes through the bottom. Now that's actually going to stop. Everlong shifting attention for right now. Doing a great job is Injustice for these armor packs.
Yeah, and wow, massive purple coming out from set onto Waldorf, taking out Roses and Papa Joe. They are going to have to back up, as Brian and Stratton are now making their way underneath the push of the bridge.
Yeah, under right here, Roses, Tone, Waldorf University losing their core of support heroes, and Brian Stratton does not choose now to strike. Slater should be picking apart members of Waldorf. There we go. Now he goes off to it. I was kind of wondering about them because they have 3 on. The Tracer's pretty much the last player you ever want to have on the card.
Yeah, and Tracer's still stuck as Space Ghost has spotted them in the back line. Now trying to get a pick for Brian Stratton.
Nice. That's a start. Main tank, main support deleted. Brian and Stratton now taking out Space Ghost, so a huge source of damage on the other side. Both supports deleted. Brian and Stratton realizing that, and I think it's time. Yeah, they have realized that. They don't want to charge anything for Waldorf. Of course, everybody except Space Ghost pretty much has ultimate.
Yeah, same for Brian and Stratton, honestly, as well. This is just a brawl fest coming out from both sides. Brian and Stratton needing to set back up, and we've seen Waldorf. I would say this is Waldorf's strong suit is their defense. As we are going to see Bob come out from Blob Bob.
Rally there, Everlong choosing onto the Tracer again, so going to be 3 Tracers on the board for just a few seconds. Blob falling there at the end, the Blob Bob getting them done right here though. Space Ghost felled by a well-placed flail, now back to the middle, purple yields, and a couple different players getting that boosted healing. Self-destruct finds nothing as it unfortunately lands in a pocketed corner.
Yeah, they are stuck, big stuck, as Brian and Stratton are pushing the advantage and probably going to take this first point. No, Valid coming in with Papa Joe. They might be able to hold this off.
Nah, that's the support's done for Waldorf, and with the Anna falling first, he'll be back on a respawn with no movement abilities. You know, maybe if Roses was playing on this is a stagger situation. There should not be a contest coming in right now. Brian and Stratton allows Space Ghost to come in and get a main support, followed up with 2, and just like that, the solo hold there for Space Ghost, the DPS hero shining bright on Waldorf.
Wow, with just 3 meters left and 1 minute, you do not want to be Bryant and Stratton in this situation. That was a great hold from Waldorf. And the sleep coming out from set on Bryant and Stratton onto Blob and Waldorf was really nasty earlier.
Might want to save the sleep, right, for the Tracer.
Yeah.
It's harder to hit, but I can almost guarantee you Blob would not have had the same effect. Lob Bob out again. Cyber just trying to soak up damage in the front. Brian and Stratton throws a half-hearted offensive push into this. It almost takes, okay, Papa Joe comes rolling in the 11th hour right there. That was almost the definition of a C9.
Well, I mean, that's exactly what happened last time. Papa Joe came in at last second, and look at his health sitting at that 10% mark, finally going to fall and die. Brian and Stratton going to get the little nudge they need to get it to this final push on this first, I guess, checkpoint.
Well, I guess Papa Joe comes back, gets literally like 2 shots and an armor pack on top, and then is able to rotate back. We'd still be watching this contest come through, as members of Waldorf would have been able to get in at that point. Again, theory crafting at its worst maybe at this point, because that ain't what happened, Nuke.
Exactly, and Tugboat, they are pushing their advantage. Brian and Stratton meeting Waldorf almost at their spawn doors, and it's like I said earlier, pushing this advantage. They're not just winning one fight most of these times, they're winning 2 in a row.
That's another E there from Valid. We were keeping tracks from the Divas.
That's crazy. These Divas are viable.
Yeah, most of the E's will be, of course, the Tracer bombs. Outside of that, just ultimate-wise, we've seen them on the Soldiers and the Z there. Self-destruct, that didn't find anything, mostly used for zoning right now. Blob sending out the Bob here again. Gotta say, Blob has been getting this one very, very quickly. I feel like every time this character is mentioned, every time Blob is mentioned, he is gonna have that Bob out, that 1000 statue just sitting up, just firing away. He doesn't miss.
And Bob
don't miss. Bob don't miss.
Bob is huge on payload maps too, because Bob can push the payload across the map or stop the payload depending on what side you're on.
Yep. Stick comes in and Cyber goes out. Valid barely catching that on the end. Now the drop in, I think Everlong did. Yes, Everlong did find that on the bottom. So Tanae held right there. And Brian strutting along.
Yeah, they are pushing through with 1 minute left. It looks like they are going to hit this second checkpoint. Waldorf, of course, is going to have time to regroup. Ooh, the boot comes out onto Valid. Valid out here by himself.
Oh, man. Yeah, Valid out there. That's just what happens. Solo Diva, purpled, and everything else. Self-destruct comes over the top, but that's just going to be for a remix situation for the side of Valid. Meanwhile, Waldorf University members falling left, right, and center. Slater, the only one down for Brian and Stratton. This is just a slow burn and a tick of time right now. Hacks, or excuse me, not Hacks. The Shield Bash coming in for the stun. CC. Tracer forced off, Space Ghost sent back to team. 2 minutes will be the total reward for Brian and Stratton after taking point number 2.
Yeah, Space Ghost, just like first point, trying to put on the parking brake for Brian and Stratton, but they found out it was broken. You know, they can't do that actually.
So they cut the brake lines on this one. About 110 seconds left. Papa Joe playing the corner right now. Again, for information, and because Dive isn't really capable there right now, but coming from the top, we'll have a better look at it once this payload takes his next little bit, and there's no disadvantage from losing it. So good positioning on that one. Rally across the top. Injustice here. Going to be connecting with multiple members. Papa Joe actually coming out and getting to this small health pack. That means a lot more for a ball than it does for half the health back on a Tracer. Self-destruct there on the bottom. Barely edged out. So Valid lands this over on the left side. He kind of shoots it up and then back down and hits on this platform to be a different situation.
Yeah, Papa Joe, like you said, these health packs are adding a lot more value onto that ball than most of the other team as they're able to get in. Papa Joe getting shredded with the anti.
The denial is way more important. Sorry, that's really what I meant. Like Tracer looking at a small health pack at 75 health at 150 total, and relying on it, having to go back to it. Whereas Papa Joe can just have the unlimited movement abilities, and denying that away from the Tracer is far more important.
You're right.
I realized what I said may have been like logistically backwards or whatever.
Gotcha. No, and Papa Joe, I mean, Ball has that capability of throwing armor on themselves, right? Yeah. So it's, I guess, not as the
temporary shields. Yes.
Right.
Yes. We're not going to get in the differences between armor and shields right now. Waldorf University wiping out. Again, so for the first time in 2 minutes, 3 minutes, this is the first time that Brian and Stratton has actually been wiped off a point. Yes, it was.
Brian and Stratton looking to regroup and take this once more.
Touch first is necessary. Now the players down bottom, that'll be utilized. It's just the monkey there after the jump was used, just waiting on cooldown. Shots from the top. Everlong's copy is not going to last very long on that one. Rally now coming out for Injustice as well as Space Ghost finds their counterpart down bottom. Nothing doing on the copy there. The Echo, Everlong does get a self-destruct, but that's not going to connect on bottom. Valid now with that on board. A remake or a self-destruct coming in here in just a little bit. Now super low, tosses it in on the top as well. That's decent positioning, but no value outside of a little bit of zoning action on that. Tone finding Baby Diva down bottom. Waldorf University coming back out onto the defense, and nobody from Brian Stratton touches. A very, very close hold indeed. Brian Stratton gets 2, but not 3.
And that's a hard point to take, that very last point, because the spawn doors are literal inches away from where the payload will be.
I think actually on payload maps, that is the closest that spawn doors get to the end point of the payload.
I
like
completely would believe that.
Yes.
That is so close. I mean, you have the spawn doors, you have a pillar, and then there's payload immediately.
Yep.
And Waldorf, a team that is able to regroup fast and able to attack quickly with the team that they have, whatever comp that they have, whether it be 3 or 4, they were able to get back on point quickly. Bryant and Stratton, if they lose someone, they're out for a solid minute. They got to take a hike and a half to get there.
And especially given that we didn't really see the Lucio's invested here on Dorado. Again, with payload providing that little bit of area of effect healing, and really just substituting a Brig in there, especially because Brig can get places quickly. Not that it's even really that necessary. That's usually going to be enough, and the investment into one main tank and one main support. Excuse me. So far, Waldorf's actually looking at the AOE, between healing for the. Okay, never mind. Just like that. Even though as linguistic as it was, Tone denying that situation.
The caster curse, right?
Indeed.
You say one thing, and the next thing just happens immediately after.
Exactly. What do you do? 5
Brian,
seconds to go. I like this hold from up top right here, though. From
I
OBO
do
and
too,
Cyber.
especially with dive. You can get down, you can do damage, and then you can come back around. It's a very safe and good hold to have, because sometimes they're not catching it off guard, or you can catch them off guard as well.
Obviously, our X-ray can't tell like distance that well, and I thought that Tone just jumped off on accident, jumping down from this. But nope, there's a ledge there. Blob over on the side, trying to land shots in edgewise. As Space Ghost takes it from the top. This is okay, so I actually like this hold. Brian and Stratton isn't going to give up anything on this corner even. They're going to utilize their tanks right now to kind of go back down bottom and contest out where they can and allow them time to get out. And just like that, Papa Joe and Valid actually go give chase to this and get taken down by a purple, and this is purchasing time for the defense down bottom.
Oh yeah, and that was a great strategy from Roses and Blob to come around the side of Waldorf and meet Valid up top, as Valid went in on the counter engage with Brian and Stratton engaging on their own, trying to hold the payload on the corner.
Ooh, so close for Valid right there, but he's going to get away from Cyber, who has just been burning themselves so far. Still progress on a point for Waldorf. It's super crucial for them to get through this last and then under bridge. Everlong winning that Tracer on Tracer, but Blob winning the Ash versus Ash. 5v5er right now. Jumps from the top from Cyber. Very, very close to this primal rage, and a purple. He kind of panic pulls that one at the end. Roses, Injustice both done. Now Waldorf fighting without a support as well. A lot of ultimates on board for Brian and Stratton. That is the biggest yeet I've seen onto an Ash from that position, possibly ever.
You took the same linguistics I was about to use. He literally yeeted him off the edge, followed him all the way to the edge, not even taking it into chance, just following him all the way to the end.
Perfect positioning here from Slater as well, utilizing this last little little bottleneck right here to actually get the Bob situation to stop right there and now contest out. Now it's gone. Now Brian and Stratton are back and ready to hold this more defensively, and now there's a nano as well. Self-destruct coming over the top. Nothing gonna land right there. Meanwhile, Brian and Stratton finding not one but two. One from a Brig, one from a Ash, and just like that, offensive opportunity is not done for because Tone just dishes out the nano. Perhaps that was a situation of Blob calling for it and just really, really wanting it. Regardless, that was just wasted.
Yeah, I don't know. And OBL had a great strat of throwing the self-destruct in the backline, and Brian and Stratton was able to capitalize this. Everyone was so focused on getting away from the self-destruct, they lost 2 in the process. Waldorf falling in that manner, and Brian and Stratton holding the defense.
I mean, Blob given like a pop-off opportunity there, and there's not a whole lot to be done. Oh man, the sleep coming in, but Set pays for it on this one after getting a nasty sticky and focusing attention up top. While Blob is dead, his Bob is getting stuff done on point. OBL finding Tone, so again, Waldorf fighting this with no supports, but until Cyber is done with this, that's not going to be necessary. Cyber finding their counter pick right here. Blob still getting attention again. Cyber will go back down soon.
No.
and that's actually going to be them getting on out. Big health pack and more. Brian and Stratton trying to focus back on the defense.
I thought Cyber was going for yet again another yeet, but fell short. As that monkey or that primal rage is now wasted, but Slater, sorry, has Bob now, and it is going to get used immediately on the side of Brian and Stratton.
Nice shots. Dividing attention there from Set is always a huge role for the Ana. Like a single shot onto just like the small health packs,
True.
A single shot onto a Tracer when they're low like that just means everything.
Yeah, I mean, Tracer, like you said earlier, has 150 health. If you get one shot on her, that's like half of her health.
It is 75 healing per Ana shot. It just doesn't come instantly like the small health pack.
True.
This is looking at a Waldorf University squad that might have a jump. That will have a jump right here. If they have a flail, I was gonna say, if they have a well-placed Injustice flail, then that's it. Like you just push them away, and nobody would actually be able to touch that. But this is overtime right now. They're fighting at it. Space Ghost fighting one to start this one off. Ryan and Stratton defense fighting it down. Now they lose their Roses, Waldorf fighting and losing their own brig. Big stuff in the back. Self-destruct from both sides, finding sticky players. Waldorf fighting at this one. Slater the last alive, and Waldorf University purchases a new lease on life with a little bit of time and more on first point.
That was a great play from Space Ghost, identifying that the Diva Bomb had come out, the self-destruct was coming out from Valid, chasing down the backline as she knew they were indoors, and taking those picks away from Brian and Stratton, allowing them to get the payload on point, which is, I mean, that was a do-or-die situation.
Yes.
If they didn't push that, that would have been map.
The OT in every single way. Slater finding a nice nice and nasty.
Nice.
Headshot against Ghost. Space Ghost right there. Blob following suit. Waldorf University might have just pulled off the Hail Mary. Prayer answered. It's anything but what's happening right now.
Yeah,
that was a wasted ultimate again from Baba Joe.
This is quite a bit of a push as well, and hard to take, especially with both teams running this dive on the second push, going into the industries themselves. I don't know if this is going to be an easy hold for Brian and Stratton as Waldorf is continuing
Nice
their
coach gun
onslaught.
usage. Nice coach gun usage from Slater, forcing the monkey back down on and onto point. Nice stick, and that's going to be a nasty one against the brig of the other side. Ryan Stratton losing the healer, losing a main tank, still fighting. OPL from the top, getting damage and attention onto this Tracer and forcing them to go forth and use recall as well. Waldorf fighting this one 6-4 right now or so. Now the set Ana forced all the way back. Roses finds some more picks back bottom. There's going to be contests, but that's it. Waldorf now rolling on.
Man, oh man, and I don't know. I think that was a good play from Brian and Stratton to try to hold the defense for the sake of they have 56 seconds, right? If Brian and Stratton is able to get their ultimates online and stop Waldorf, that's going to be a huge reset for them. They may not be able to make it back in time as we have 45 seconds left.
Coach Gun, perfect utilization again. Blob finding a little bit more damage this time because the Nano Boost did come in. Nasty purple, and there's the sleep. There's your Primal Rage. There's your Nano Boost wasted. Actually, no, not Primal Rage. Excuse me. Papa Joe Purple doesn't quite get to 100 on this one. Back to the middle as members of Waldorf fighting and falling left, right, and center. Everlong, huge source of damage. The only one deleted off from Brian and Stratton, and now the offense is forced back yet again in 20 seconds.
That was a 15-second fight, and like I said, Waldorf now caught on the back foot. They need to come in the next 10 seconds. They're going to be able to do it, obviously, because they have the dive comp, but is it going to be enough? Brian and Stratton have 3 ultimates coming online. Waldorf, 4 coming online.
Waldorf's got a lot coming up. Tone is really the only one without it there. Bob and more, Purple's landing. Eat there for Valid, yum, yum, and another meal comes in for this Diva, following it up, LBL over the top, nothing. Neither self-destruct finds anything effect-wise here, just a little bit of zoning yet again. Bob fighting Space Ghost as Everlong also drops. Now back to it, this is just a tank brawl down bottom in the middle. Roses decides to get involved, and that's what happens when you get in the middle of a tank brawl.
Oh, and they almost got, that was almost gone. That was almost done. Everyone was off of the payload. It was a split-second decision to get back from Cyber to be able to stop this push from Waldorf. And Bryant and Stratton is going to take this, stopping Waldorf literal meters away from the second point.
That's going to be Brian and Stratton taking map number 3 in a 2-1 scoreline because they did not push it all the way in to the end. Every one of these, that means, of course, has been decided by a score difference of 1. It has been 1-2 every single game so far, and they have traded, right? Yeah, Brian and Stratton struck first in the Helios. That map went down 2-1. Both teams taking an individual map on the control map of Elios. Map number 2 here, that was our King's
That was our King's Row.
Yeah, King's Row. There you go. Little brain fart up top for a second. Little King's Row action. Didn't quite get all the way to the end by either team. That was, of course, Waldorf striking there 2-1, coming all the way back.
Oh
Not
man.
not knowing the definition of the word momentum is Brian and Stratton coming off of an L in map number 2, coming into map number 3 and striking hard and striking fast. And with that nuke, we have gotten ourselves onto match point.
Match point indeed, and that also means talking about momentum, we're going into Assault, and that could spell an entirely different composition from these teams.
Yes.
They could go with a hard camp. You know, they could go with the Bastion strats, especially depending on which Assault map they choose. I believe it is Temple of Anubis, Volskaya Industries, and what's the third one I'm missing off the top of my head?
Actually,
We got it here somewhere.
Oh, nope, the top sheet.
It is definitely those two. I see them going to either, well, probably
Yep,
Temple
Hanamura,
over
Anubis, and
Volskaya.
Volskaya. There's only 3.
What was the other one?
Volskaya Industries.
Temple of Anubis and
Did I say it twice? Hanamura.
Hanamura,
Yep.
of course.
I
Hanamura.
thought I said Volskaya twice there for a second.
No. I thought that I caught the same thing twice as well. So, yeah, it's interesting that we're going to Assault. We have been kind of avoiding it all weekend. I'm not going to lie. When we were choosing the format for this competition, we kind of wanted to keep it out. You know, it's something that is
Just
not
keep it for the
very
grand
well
finals,
loved.
right?
Yeah. Fair.
So any 2CP fans can actually have it here in the grand finals, but we have fortunately not had it all the way through. And in case you're not super familiar with it, I think the wide opinion is that it's not particularly fun. It's kind of slower at times, and then snowballs are very possible moving in from offensive taking point 1 quickly into point 2. But at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter what we think, because the fact of the matter is that Blizzard is taking out for Overwatch 2.
Exactly, 100%. And until they take it out for Overwatch 2, we're gonna be playing it here and now. So, out of these 3 maps, which one do you want to see? Just opinion.
Anubis.
Anubis?
I really don't like. I mean, all memes aside, personal opinion, I really don't like 2CP that much. And Hanamura, especially given Hanamura's problem is that first chokehold, there's literally only one other way to come through with this, like the little window up top. And the only players that can do that, obviously, are heroes that have movement abilities. And even then, some of them can't even get that done. What's a good example? Tracer. It has to use everything to come around from this really wonky edge and then jump, dash in, everything else like this. So, regardless, what map we're going to see, these teams are going to figure it out. We are going to go to a 5-minute break, and we'll be back with you here for the NEC Hometown Series in just a little bit. And we are back, we are here, and we are live for what is possibly the last map here of the grand finals of the NECC Hometown Series. I'm FBI Tub, but I'm joined with my man Nuke, and we got Brian and Stratton up 2-1 on the scoreline against Waldorf, coming into a map that is, of course, match point.
Yeah, we are going to head into Volskaya Industries next. Of the three assault maps, this is the less of the three evils, I guess, that the teams chose.
Fair
Um,
enough, fair enough.
Interesting, looking at it, because Waldorf has come out swinging this series. Although it's 2-1, at times it's been so back and forth between these teams. You know, either team could realistically take this championship, which is why you said it could be match point, correct? Because Waldorf realistically could take two from here. Two more games. That is.
Oh,
Two more games. Yeah, take two. Because 1 + 2 is 3.
It's like
3 to
Nukem,
2 is.
how,
Yeah.
how is Waldorf University going to take 2 points on Volskaya? that is where my mind melted right here. But no, yes, this is match point. If Brian and Stratton takes this map, then they will have won the grand finals 3-1 on the scoreline because it is first 2-3, not best of 5.
Correct.
That is the situation that Waldorf is looking at as of right now. Brian and Stratton, speaking of the squad, OBL back out. Miro, likely, given the homage to the Overwatch League player, is back on in. Now, Miro was here when they won on map number 1. OBL came off, not sure if it was maybe a not hot start, not sure, but they did lose map 2, then came back in map 3. All of these are decided by a 2-1 scoreline.
Yeah, and Miro, hearing an "oh yeah" from the stage, it looks like they
Oh,
are
yeah.
getting ready,
Yeah, there you go.
geared to go. OBL was by the end of the set was playing a lot of Diva, so maybe they wanted to swap Miro back in to focus on that Diva play that we saw in the first map.
It would make sense. Ever popular tank on here. Miro taking this one to the top right now. Bobcat's looking to swipe on into this one. Little tracer on tracer action. If Space Ghost loses it, we'll have to take note of it all the way down here. Space Ghost still mildly ahead of the ultimate charge, but now the dastardly blob Ash player gets involved in the manly, honorific tracer on tracer 1v1 down bottom, so the stats are thrown off.
Yeah, Blob
That's going to be...
Go ahead.
Oh, it's going to be both supports dropped from Brian and Stratton. That's what I was trying to mention there. Little Diva mech action taken out from Miro, and Waldorf University should be coming on top of this one.
Yeah, Waldorf University on the defense this time, as Brian and Stratton is on the offense, and they're putting them back in their cage, making them go back where they came from. Blob starting out the series on the Sombra, slowly transitioning into more of this Ash gameplay, I think is adding a lot of value for Waldorf, as we are going to see a pause come out on stage. Maybe technical or tactical, we are not sure quite yet.
Not 100% sure. That is going to be at least a first fight kind of rebuffed for right now from this defense for Waldorf on defense here on Volskaya Industries, and looking decent so far for their defense. No points, not even progress really attained right there. And after the first like full kind of team fight and little tracer on tracer action back down bottom, not one but both supports deleted. These are the kind of plays that Waldorf is going to have to continue and just replicate throughout here, because if there's any two first picks, it'd have to be your 2 supports, right? Like 2 tanks would be nice, but
Yeah,
DPS
yeah.
and supports can simply get away at that point. If I'm gonna pick my first 2 picks, I'm gonna pick my first 2 kills, I guess I should say, to avoid trying to overuse the word or whatever else like that. It's gonna be the 2 supports every single time.
Yeah, I mean, then they have no sustain. Then you're taking out the rest of the team. They're just easy pickings.
Yep.
I guess that you could make the case if you have a soldier, you could group around the soldier for some healing. If you're winning the fight, or if you have like a Rhine to throw up a shield, or another character as such with a shield.
Yeah. If there's Sombras, you get your small health packs every 1.5 seconds or something like that. But these are obviously situations you never want to rely on. Like really some big group healing, even just one healer staying alive right there should usually do the trick. And really, outside of like a tank being low and Lucio not having speed or not having the amplify that pump it up, or a Brig that's out of shield packs, there's really not many situations that one of the soft supports is just going to like not be able to heal somebody all the way up. Even 30 a second from the Zenyatta onto one of the tanks, again, unless it's like 400 down, 500 down, then it's going to be enough to get any squishy back to normal in just a few seconds. So
yeah, and it looks like we are going to get back into game. Everything's staying the same. Ultimate charge looking good, and Valid already with self-destruct.
that's going to be the Winston after Blob right now. Blob dropping down bottom. Courageous stuff. That was an opening for a boop situation just like that. Ryan and Stratton doing the exact same thing to Waldorf University. which is taking out not one, but both of their supports.
Yep, and now Waldorf caught on the back foot. Gonna have to regroup, and for an Ana and a Brig, this is gonna be a trek to make it back to point.
Wow.
Opting to go back in, try to stall out some time, as Blob is gonna find Slater, and Muriel
Wow,
is going to find Blob.
Justice popping the rally. I'm not against this, but Waldorf will have their supports back here soon. Just the edge little side right here takes out Space Ghost, and again, Seth dusted. The only support left on here is Injustice. Now here comes the rally as Roses wins that one handedly. Huge hack, but that's gonna do nothing now that the rally is already out. Roses just going to town right here and trampling through.
And they're once again doing exactly what is done to them, taking out the supports first. I feel like in this CP style map, that's what we're gonna see going throughout, is taking out these supports very early so that they're able to just get on payload immediately.
Minute 20, like this could be an incredibly short match, right? Because Brian Stratton now has taken first. If they go for it the full hold, this will be hands down the fastest map here. Because again, this is match point for Waldorf. Like if they lose this, they are out there, done there, dusted. There comes the nano boost, trying to get something going with it. Papa Joe being the first felled right here. This team fight has gone on for what, 65 seconds or so. Space Ghost showing his opinion of a hacked health pack. Now back to it. Tone falling. Cyber getting that one up close and personal. Roses as well. Waldorf University losing the support line yet again. Everlong trying to come up and give their opinion there. Set on top. Ryan and Stratton has taken first point.
Yep, Brian and Stratton taking it pretty candidly. I saw it coming out earlier whenever they were able to pick the support line.
How does Injustice not get away from this, but also not have shield up to block that one away, at least for themselves? A stick from Space Ghost on a Cyber. Space Ghost follows shortly thereafter, but still gets the pick initially. Waldorf University now utilizing Bob, and that is not on point. You can see his knees, where his knees are on. That's not actually on point. Had to stop that on another piece of cover.
And I mean, I think Blob was a distance away, throwing the Bob out because Bob can run to the location, right? Wasn't able to get on point because it was just slightly offset.
Oh my
God. That is crazy.
What a nasty stagger. Now these respawns will be back because of the rules on first point. On TCP, Cyber juggling right now. Good, takes it to the outside, almost gets a Brig off as well. Does get Papa Joe. A huge kill to the form of the Wrecking Ball early. Roses forced to come out here, and again the rally is out, so they'll provide healing for themselves, but nothing really outside of that. Tone falling as well. One support down, now Blob taken out early. Valid takes to the skies to try and get a better look at this one. Space Ghost over on the side, dumping in damage left, right, and center all over on point, and Diaz caught the ire of Everlong. Now looking towards the middle, a nasty purple in the back. Tracer gets back to stagger this one out. Valid done, dusted, taken out of the mech, and back to spawn. Now Blob here, Blob trying to keep this alive. Blob fails, but still we have Space Ghost still alive. Purple and one, a chip and a chair and a prayer, but that's not gonna last. It's Papa Joe the last alive here, hack to stop, and Brian and Stratton will take this with 2 minutes to go.
Wow, Brighton and Stratton rolling through this Volskaya map. I don't know if it's just the comfortability of it, but they looked very strong, especially Slater switching back to the Sombra.
Yes.
I love to see it. It was sneaky.
Yes.
It was really sneaky, but it worked. That giant EMP hit all of Waldorf on point. I mean, if you're looking at that point right now, there's almost nowhere to hide if you're in the middle of point trying to contest away from that Sombra. That EMP hits, you're sitting ducks.
Yeah. And eventually you know that's going to be coming as well, right?
Yeah,
you know that's going to come up. You know they're going to take advantage of it. And we've already seen what Slater can do from Brian and Stratton on the Sombra.
Yeah.
I would be amazed if we don't see a Sombra pick right here. There has to be a whole centralized theme for Brian and Stratton to not justify the Slater Sombra pick at this point.
Yeah, on payload, you were able to work around 2 or 3 characters a lot more working on that payload rather than these all-out brawl fights that you're going to find on Control or 2CP. And that's where we've seen the Sombra come out more, right? Is these all-out brawls where you're just dumping ultimates, everyone's throwing it down. Even when we've seen bombs come out, when we've seen self-destructs come out from Valid and Miro, they're at the same time. Even when OBL was playing, they're generally around the same time to clear the area. Now, if you have a Sombra there to just stop it and halt it, we're going to see what Brian and Stratton was doing earlier in the bracket, which is, hey, cool, you have your ults. We don't care. We have a Sombra ult. We have EMP. Doesn't matter.
Exactly. And also utilize just at crucial points right here. You know, we saw Roses try to come back in, but when the EMP lands, the speed boost from rally is negated. So as they come in, gonna be different looks. Not seeing Slater on the Sombra, or at least not initially.
Ooh,
I'm not against the Ashe, but but really, no. Actually, I'm gonna stick with what I said, man. You have to rationalize this,
Mhm.
especially with so many different points that coming here. Slater's gonna have to spend half their time on going up to flanks or trying to find high ground just to get value on an Ashe.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know how good of a look it is on defense. I'd have to agree with you. I mean, if they have something to more pocket the Ashe, then it would make sense. But
They don't.
They don't exactly.
Simple facts, simple logic and reason. Ryan and Stratton, tanks trying to edge off on the side right here. Papa Joe coming on over, picking up big health back early. Space goes done though. That's early. Brian and Stratton getting so much closer. There's a time wipe situation.
And
Tone.
kind of hanging out in the side room, Tone is actually going to be on the Zenyatta on this, weird enough, on this offense.
Almost another heady right there. Blob felled in the back, so Everlong continuing to find value on this one. Not just Space Ghost running amok in the back right now. Slater comes up, tries to find a little interest. Mostly denied for right now. Everlong chasing. Little tracer on tracer. Now the callback utilized. Tone Roses both done. Waldorf University's offensive push is over. Their supports are no longer alive.
Wow. And I mean, they really don't have that much to work with already with a Zenyatta and a Brig, right? I mean, that's very slow healing. You have the health packs and rally when you need it. But Blob on the soldiers, where they really need to play around. It's interesting they're deciding to do this with a dive comp that is very hard to get in with.
2 minutes, 17 seconds. Slater coming in from the side. The Nano Boost coming in, and they're just giving space right now. Then Papa Joe takes out the hit scan in the back. Cyber there, no more Nano Boost advantage for Brian and Stratton. The minefield taken in, and Papa Joe forced to pay for his actions on this one. But that just took a lot of attention and time. Now Waldorf University, here comes the aimbot. They're going to be using this one to at least get first tick of progress on this. I think that Brian and Stratton are probably looking for a way out at this point.
100%, they have to. I mean, Blob was able to get in a really good position on this point and halt anyone on the point because he had full 360 view with that tactical visor.
Is that the stop for Bob? Shot over the top, little skeet shooting, and Slater can't land it. Bob finding some right there. That's mostly just contest action. The attempted callback down. I'm actually not against that because this is super far away from ultimates, and that's all about time at this point. 4 minutes left on last point is
and I mean,
flight
even,
time.
Yeah, and even if they go over, right, they're just gonna start right back where they started. Push back through. 4 minutes and 12 seconds on the clock. Waldorf has a comfortable time to push this. I think they sit back, they build up alt charge here as much as they can, realizing they have the economy advantage, and then pushing with those
That's
ultimates.
a huge pick right there, though. No Mercy on board means no rally, or means no
Facts.
res, excuse me. Rally is what Roses is pulling on right now. A lot of R's right there, my man. Space Ghost coming into the left side, now rotating around, got a little bit of armor on the back as well, and a Tracer Bomb to boot for Space Ghost. Blob falling, one of the DPS dusted for Waldorf University. Tracer on Tracer, Space Ghost trying to win that one as Papa Joe gets a minefield over in the back. That set able to get away from the danger of these minefields because it was taken from over the top, and as I say that, walks back into it. You hate to see it. Everlong held by their counterpart in this one. A Bob coming out and then slept out on the ground as Bobs meet each other. Is that what just happened? Boots onto points,
yeah.
self-destruct over to the side. Cleared for right now. Waldorf University pushing 50% right now, looking at the second tick. Slayer felled by a well-placed headshot. Brian Stratton playing off the back foot in every way, shape, and form right here. Waldorf University is very close to having more time in this one.
Yeah, but Mario is going to get DMAC'd in. Once again, follow up the soldier combo from Blob. I don't think they're going to be able to get back. Oh, no, they are. Cyber's going to be able to get back. Is it going to be enough for the rest of Brian and Stratton to touch?
Nope.
It's not.
But Slater got close there. Tone kind of putting a cap on top of this one with the Transcendence at the absolute end. But this is good looks for Waldorf. I mean, they finished first attack with 4 minutes and 32 seconds, I think.
Yeah.
Something
they
like
did.
this.
They got an extra 2 minutes, and they were, or 3 minutes, sorry, and they were down to 1:30 left.
Yeah.
So, I mean, had Brian and Stratton been able to hold on that first point, might have spelled a different entire push. However, Waldorf was able to take it, and it's like we've been talking about this whole series with these GM players and these high level Overwatch. They're not just winning. I've been saying it. They don't just win one fight at a time. They win 2 fights at a time because they catch the staggers, and then people come in to try to help their staggers out, and they ultimately lose that. When you combine that with 2 CP, they're just going to take the second point easily. And that's what we saw with Tone still having the Transcendence online for Waldorf. Even if Brian and Stratton came back to use ults, it wouldn't have mattered. They had the Trans to defend it.
Yeah, the Transit back it up there at the very end just to keep everybody alive. Tone literally can't be felt at that point unless, and again, they use the environmental kills on their side, and any Zenyatta worth their weight is going to come forth and just simply avoid that. Like, even if you come close, the area of effect healing on Transcendence is just so wide. There's really not much of a reason to justify even coming close to an environmental kill potential over by coming close to that edge over there.
True,
So,
yeah.
as it is, Waldorf University fighting for their lives, yes. Ryan and Stratton on the attack. They only got 2 minutes with which to do it. Almost a full minute extra for Waldorf on their offensive push, which will come next.
And we're going to see Slater return to the Sombra, and I love to see it. I think that could spell a really good combination of attacks for Bryant and Stratton pushing in. And Justice also swapping over to Lucio to get the team in with this more dive comp. 2 very different dive comps coming out from both of these teams. Interested to see who's coming out on top.
Yeah, hack out. That's going to land on the Valid. That's actually not a bad look. Supports Valid on both sides, but that's going to go against Waldorf because they only have a soft support otherwise. Ryan and Stratton just need to get a little bit more damage in, and after that, they have purchased themselves first point.
Yeah. they're coming back, but Rose is getting picked early.
Never
is
mind.
not good. Oh,
Lob over on the side is going to be covering this, and there's no point presence yet. Just like that, Space Ghost is allowed to come back. They'll have the Tracer Bomb on board, and now a hack down to the bottom. Boops it more, and Justice felt in the thick of things as Valid combos with Tone on that one. Papa Joe falling here. Cyber, the main tank down. Sticky out. Sticky does not land. Just a hair's breadth away from at least a single tick. And that would at least be a situation where they're able to come forth, and that's what it's going to be right now. 50% will be closed. That's nasty on the side. The aimbot coming out, and can't keep it up. Balls himself to a tri-rocket to the cabeza of Slater, and that's continued to be the Sombra fighting value in just a little bit of a different way.
that is so crazy.
Oh my
I was about
God.
to say the same thing. Slater adding so much value and coming back with EMP was able to separate Bob out from the rest of the team, recognizing the tac visor was come out.
Oh,
It was just a
no.
beautiful play all around.
Tone
from Slater.
dusted. They're about to take this, and now we're looking at another stagger situation. Brian and Strat is going to finish this with 10 seconds, and now the additional 30. This is plenty of time. Now these respawns are going to come back in the next 2 seconds.
Yep,
The
there it
respawns
is.
come back because of that. But that's still not. This is a long time to go from a respawn out from Broskaya for TCP.
Not to mention, they have EMP on top of self-destruct online.
Yeah.
This could take point for Bryant and Stratton.
If this team fight goes on for about 5 seconds and Injustice lands a couple shots, that'll be enough in there. There's the initial hack. Slater paying with it for his life, though. Everlong felt as well. After they come in, Waldorf University was very ready for that one. Tone, Blah, both dusted right here. Roses forced to pull out the rally. There's Valid as well. Only one tank left alive for Waldorf University. Roses back to the middle. Not going to be able to fell a brig with his rallying just like that. Stick comes in. Almost lands over closer towards the brig. Not going to happen. Lucio Salvera dropping out for Brian and Strat. The offense has purchased themselves a little bit of breathing room on this one. Is set. Comes back in, getting the healing going. Self-destruct over the top. Going to land about half down. And now that's it. Brian and Stratton's been stopped right here. Slater again cannot get anything in the form of Roses. Not in his house and not today.
And they just got a little bit of point on that one. Bryant and Stratton using both support ults at the same time. They dropped the beat and they used Coalescence from Injustice and Set. I feel like that was a little bit of miscommunication from the two of them. They didn't need to use both of those at exactly the same time. That's what spelled the recipe for disaster when Mirio threw the Diva self-destruct over the top.
I mean, part of what you purchase by dropping a beat, it only lasts for 5 seconds, but it obviously drops down very frequently. But after about 2 seconds, I mean, you're going to be just susceptible to a lot more, especially if the player's health is particularly low. So, one side, yes, these need to be segmented out just a little bit more. Even if you're going to go with the sound barrier first, which I feel, because at that point you can get the Moira to come through and get the chain healing or get the area of effect healing on everybody. So at least that starts for their health, so they come out of sound barrier with health. And then if you absolutely need to, pull the Coalescence, and players at that point know to at least line, if not get close to each other, at least line up horizontally or whatever else like that, so the Coalescence can go through them and then be on the other side with damage.
And if you give
that's
time,
really the point. That's the perfect thing, but again, hard to coordinate that.
Yeah, no, 100%. But if you give time for the healing to come through, you're now able to regroup as a Bryant and Stratton that's looking to take this point with only 20 seconds to left on the clock. They weren't able to quite do it because I really feel like it was because of those offset ultimates. And Coalescence could have added a lot of damage value as well, as it hits through everyone.
And they also just want that to happen at the end, of course, because it's just unlikely for that Coalescence to come through and get enough damage. But Ryan and Stratton, they're screaming out loud. This is still match point, possibly. Waldorf University needs to take all of point 1 and then some on point 2. Otherwise, we're looking at a tie.
Yeah. A little bit of that is a little bit that I did get on point 2. Not very much, but enough to make it count.
That's the first little bit. 2.5 minutes. Miro taken out of Mech 4 right now. Ryan and Stratton taking out a huge source of damage in the form of Space Ghost. Everlong continuing to kind of have that responsibility. That was almost bad right there. Slater utilizing the coach gun just in the last second before they fell down. Now up to it, shots and more. Almost a nasty boop against the ball player. That's Papa Joe. Blob coming out to it. Area of effect healing coming out from them. Valid's going to be very happy with it. Slater's going to be the one felled after Space Ghost and Papa Joe coordinate on this one. Another tank felled. That's going to be Anna in the back getting super aggressive. Did get the nano out though, so that's going to be huge. Set has got this out. Blob trying to keep this one alive. Not going to happen. Set taken out by the aimbot, but that Cyber on the other side going to town. A pause called for in the 100 seconds left right here. Blob does not get out. Cyber there. And that's going to be Space Ghost. Finding that one the very end. We do get a pause.
Wow,
We're
pause.
getting that's got to be a technical issue because they can't do that mid-fight.
Yeah,
Right?
they
It can't be a
cannot
tactical
do
pause. It
tactical
has to be
pause
a technical.
mid-fight. Yeah, they're able to do a technical technical pause if there is something going on,
Yep.
and it seems as though that is what has happened. Wild plays coming out from both sides as they dumped everything into that fight, and we saw a lot of value on that Winston coming through with the primal range. I thought it was all but not when we saw the tactical visor come out, but they had a chance and a hope with that primal range.
Yeah, I mean, what, you get the bubble down before primal or something like that. Even then, Soldier just got to run on the inside or something like that with that aimbot.
And
The
when he's
legs are
stuck
still
inside, you're just
Yeah, exactly, exactly. And then looking at Primal Rage, Cyber is coming out of that one right now. The Sticky just killed somebody, or Sticky just killed Cyber actually. So I'm not sure if Cyber's going to be visible in this. The Winston, sorry, I'm not on camera. The Winston on this may not be in with the rest. We haven't seen any mercies, so no res capabilities. There's really only so much to break down as of right now. We're just kind of trying to figure out what is going on up on the top. Taking it back, yeah, we'll go ahead and shout out HyperX. For 16 years, the HyperX mission has been to develop gaming products for all kinds of gamers. You got that high-speed memory, solid-state drives, headsets, keyboards, mice, charging equipment, accessories for console players, USB flash drives, mouse pads, to the gaming community and be.
I'm just counting.
No,
There's so
I
much
get it.
that they're offering.
They said to the gaming community and beyond. I get it. I get it. The Buzz Lightyear reference coming on in here. I'll be hammy for you. I'll be hammy for you.
Yeah, yeah.
The award-winning HyperX brand is known for consistently delivering products to deliver superior. Okay, HyperX is awesome. This read is written in a way that is not entirely capable for me as an English speaker to get it all the way out. There's some words that aren't supposed to be where they're supposed to be. HyperX does a lot. HyperX does everything esports hardware-wise. They have peripherals. They have more. Like I was telling Duke here, they have the HyperX esports truck. They have a LAN center inside of a casino in Las Vegas.
Yeah.
HyperX is doing everything. If you're not purchasing their headsets, you're not using their peripherals and whatnot, you're simply doing wrong.
Yeah,
That is
and
vamping and reading a.
we're spreading
an
the
audio.
HyperX message here at NECC by giving
That's
away
why
headsets.
the pause. That's why the pause.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
Tone that's calling for the pause. Is like, we need to shout out HyperX right now because of how awesome this equipment is. I'm calling for the technical pause because we cannot progress while HyperX stands unappreciated on the broadcast desk.
I don't care if it's close. I don't care if we're going
I don't
into
care
the
if it's
fourth
literally
cap.
match point.
Yeah, I
like,
don't care if it's match point. We need to stop, pause, and shout out HyperX.
Exactly. There you go.
Silly.
Well, gotta say, looking at the best parts of this map, I find myself kind of pulling like a little bit for Brian Stratton. Like I really want to see Waldorf tied up here because I just, as a caster, obviously want as much Overwatch as possible. I want Waldorf to win this fight and win out like eventually on Volskaya, and then just whoever wins map 5. But like I find myself kind of pulling for Brian Stratton. But really, that second game on the Kings Row being hands down my favorite of these because there's just so many times we like literally see just the 3D chess moves across. My mind goes back to the Blob Grav. That came through here. Blob obviously playing on the DPS role now. And where the Reinhardt on the other side, that would have been, I guess, Cyber or OBL coming in at this. I guess we're jumping right back into this one. Minute and 20 seconds left. Self-destruct to the top. Baited. Oh, there we go. 100 seconds left. And that's going to be a triple kill there for the side of Waldorf on the left, even though names are gone.
All right, yeah, names are gone. Perfectly okay as they're moving back. Waldorf 1 on the clock, as it says 1 on the board. Brighton Stratton 2. This is match point for Brighton Stratton, as Waldorf is now pushing in to try to even this up.
Waldorf University, worse than looking at it as a tie situation right now. That's about as good as it gets as Space Ghost somehow gets a boop with Tracer onto their opposing Tracer. Rally down bottom, Blob getting purpled out on this, still getting the armor capabilities, but set, done. Brighton Stratton's huge source of healing is gone. Blob dusted as well, taken to the bottom. Tone utilizing Transcendence for now and keeping this team fight alive. Valid was not able to get the healing onto this one, as that's Injustice was able to cover them up and get the damage in necessary. Rose is falling in the back as well. Waldorf University forced off right now.
But they only have 40 seconds to come back and take it, right? And otherwise, this is series.
This is a tie situation if they don't take point here.
And it could come down to an Everlong Tracer bomb in order to take it. Looks like they're trying to say something is going on with the power on the stage.
We're just waiting for a confirm here. We don't want to give any we don't want to go back into this one if it's not actually ready to go back into. So I want to just kind of bated breath right now for everybody involved. Grand finals on the line right now.
I don't know. I need a breather for a second. There's so much going on,
Yeah,
and
fair enough. Fair enough.
That's a lot. Apparently, they're saying that there's some power issues,
Never fun. Never fun.
which is
We're gonna go
surprising.
we're gonna go to a very short break. Actually, now being called from producers, we'll try and get a kind of a solution and deliver that to you just as soon as we can. Stay tuned. Apologize. No such thing as a perfect esports event. And we are back. We believe that the suspect display port cord that has been replaced will no longer give us any troubles. Yes, exactly. Get it on out of here. We're getting this one back on in just a second. The situation that we're looking at, just in case you just joined us, is Waldorf is down 1-2 in the series. This is technically match point, and if Waldorf doesn't take this, this will be a tie here in Volskaya.
Yeah, here with 30 seconds left, this was a nail biter beforehand, before we even started, and we are coming out with yet another pause.
Just giving us a second, guys. Don't. Okay. Beautiful caster is back on stream. That's okay. That's okay. So I just need to change that right quick. Right, yeah, okay, gotcha. So it's just a minor change because the DisplayPort change goes back to a default of 60 frames per second, which is not the optimal amount that these PCs can do because you do have 2080s in there, right?
Yeah.
Or
Oh,
something
yeah.
like that?
Yeah,
So
the minimum
some
requirement, this was a
workhorses.
BYOC event, the minimum requirement was at least 1080s.
Yep, okay, gotcha. Yep, that makes perfect sense. They're going to be getting that set up. You guys get to enjoy our beautiful faces and golden voices here for just another few seconds. Maybe our producer will bring us back in and alleviate us from this temporary, what's the word?
Pain.
Purgatory that we have found ourselves.
Purgatory, yeah, that's
There
what
we
I was
go.
going to say.
There you go. Another different P word. Our producer Patrick wants
Producer
to take us on
Patrick.
into game view, then I wouldn't be against it by any means. That might be what we're seeing. There we go. What a
Hey.
what a beautiful guy. Shout out to our production once again. Without them, we're just voices screaming in a room. Right?
True. We are just voices screaming in a room. As my heartbeat is pounding. 20 seconds left.
Roses, I love it. Love it. And referring, of course, to AKM, the star DPS who was on the Dallas Fuel, right? Yeah, Dallas
Yes.
Fuel was able to get a ridiculous amount of blades here on Volskaya, actually. He also had a big Soldier 76 performance there, if I remember right, with it resulted in, I mean, it's basically what we saw earlier, kind of like a
Yeah, 100% with Whip Blob.
1v3 and them winning. That was Space Ghost earlier that
Oh, Space Ghost, correct.
had the clutch. But I mean, AKM also had something like that in the actual Overwatch League. But bringing it to this match, like I said, yeah, Space Ghost was the one taking out not one, not two, but three. And I think that the Sticky Bomb wasn't even like utilized on in there, and that was earlier on their map win. Without that, of course, we would be looking at a 0-3. We wouldn't be like seeing Volskaya. So that was Space Ghost saving it for the squad earlier.
And a smart pause, honestly. I mean, if you're playing at 60 hertz, everyone else is playing at 120. You want to play at 120.
Gotcha.
And they are getting it completely ready to go as we want to finish out this map ideally with no more pauses. I mean, we could go 5 seconds and pause. We could keep doing that. We could do that
It'd be
about
a very,
4 more
very long
times.
game. Yeah, exactly right. Very, very long game. Just kind of take it like frame by frame at that point.
Yeah, we've already been out here on this set for 2 hours now, starting at 5:30. It is now 7:30. We're on map 4, and, you know, we could see Bryant and Stratton take it. However, Waldorf really want to stay in it, and they're showing that. We're actually paused right now as well on the ultimate meters. Bryant and Stratton do have Sticky Bomb out from Tracer, and they do have Nano Boost from Set, which could be enough for this defense.
Yeah, Cybra is about to have that Primal Rage. Blob the only one, but Namebot by themselves will just get eaten by Miro, or just everybody else will just play the disappearing game. And Justice will put that Rig Shield up. On paper, right now, we have Brian and Stratton the advantage just simply because of the advantages. Cyber can start off with Nano and then get Primal like a few seconds later once he actually kind of gets kind of low, even after the reduced Nano damage that comes in. So we'll see how this goes. Not a whole lot of support healing wise on the side of Waldorf coming into this one, but yet again. Because Brian Stratton did not take a single tick of progress, if Waldorf also does not do that on the second point, now that we're in overtime, this would be a tie situation. Neither team getting a point from Volskaya.
And Tone coming out with the R, so is Slater. And I think both teams are ready to jump back into the action for the last 20 seconds. I would have to agree with you. I think it's going to depend on who is able to get what picks between Everlong and Blob.
Brian Stratton, side 2, match point technically. But no win capabilities for them at this point after Waldorf University has gotten first point all the way through. Miro, getting just absolutely dusted down even with or without that Discord orb even before. Tone falling, Cyber utilizing that one early. Blob as well, done. Big, half the healing, half the damage from Waldorf dusted. Ballad getting super low. Rose is getting chased down on this one. Nice stick there from the Space Ghost player, but I'm not sure if that one is going to be enough.
Yeah, Space Ghost just sitting here on point, trying to get enough. Tone coming in with the assistance from Papa Joe.
Yeah, this isn't going to be enough. Even with set there on Lucio, speeded all the way out. Baby Diva down bottom.
Yeah,
Brian
Block
and
coming in
Stratton
now. Oh no.
are actually able to get back to this one
Oh,
after
no.
they spend forever taking out set. Brian and Stratton just purchased themselves a new lease on life. Self-destruct down in the bottom. Now the punch out from Everlong, changing on over to that Doomfist. Spin to win, engage from Papa Joe. Stopped right dead in that ball's tracks. Now back onto it, Slater finding some. Brian and Stratton taking the advantage. Defense coming out, and that is it. Team kill going in. Brian and Stratton have held on, and the draw situation has been attained.
Wow. That was wild. That was a wild ride. They held it over into overtime on that point, and I was honestly not sure it could go either way. Both teams pushing in, giving it everything that they had, but the draw situation has been initiated.
Yes, it has. We'll be seeing a map number 5. No 4th point awarded. Still match point. Still for the side of Brian and Stratton. Waldorf does not tie it up, but does not tie a point themselves, and we have to play this one out until one team has 3 points, of course.
Yeah.
We'll be getting map picks and more coming on in. Of course, this is a control coming in here,
Yes.
so there's no capability of a tie on this next map.
If we would have known, I wish we could have known what the bands were, because then we would know what the control point is for sure.
That is
Because
entirely fair.
the way that it works is
It's
you
not
ban
Ilios, we
one,
know that
ban
much.
two, ban one. It's not Ilios, right? We
Yeah,
know that. But whatever they did not pick, which was left up with Ilios, will be what they're playing on in this next map.
Now, there's not a tie capability within the map of controls. There's no capability of tying there, like on your 2 CPs, but if Waldorf takes that, then we'll be playing another control map after that, because Waldorf will be at 2, whereas Brandon Stratton will be at 3. I can't bend my neck anymore farther than that.
It's
Trying to
almost
make, like,
funny
a
that we played
percentage
Assault
points.
anyway, because it was all for naught. Like, it came out to a draw, right? In the end, which is not what we were hoping for, but it could have gone either way. Pauses came through. There was stuff to be examined. But you're right. The draw is going to come out, and now it kind of leaves the series in a loo.
It does, because again, if Waldorf takes this, we'll be tied up all the way through. If Brian and Stratton takes this, then they'll be winning this one 3-1, which is what we were looking at before a litany of pauses.
Yeah.
But that's not the situation that we're in right now. We can't have said that they were going to win by any means, because not what happened by any way, shape, or form, any measure of that statement. We're going to go to a very short break while we make for map picks, unless you got something else for the good people before we go.
I am only happy that you all are here and watching our beautiful faces on this wonderful Sunday evening. Out here in Davenport, Iowa, it's been raining all day, but here in the casino, it's been nothing but bright and sunny.
Never mind. We are going on into this one. I do believe we do have picks. I'm getting the thumbs up from the producer, and that's usually a good sign.
Yeah. I like this a lot more than this.
Yep,
You know?
there you go.
Yeah,
There
give
you
him
go.
one of these.
Give him one of these.
One of these.
There you go. No, like Julius Caesar thumbs down. You know, no off
Exactly.
with their head. Busan.
Busan.
So that was the map that was not picked. There
The
was
beginning.
it was between Busan and Ilios in the last. They picked Ilios, and now Busan is coming in.
Yeah, Busan is
Interesting.
coming in. And
Interesting.
wonderful map. Honestly, one of the better maps I have loved to watch Activision Blizzard add to Overwatch since its fruition. What, 2 years ago now?
It definitely feels like it. I guess I
It was
think
right before
Rialto
COVID.
is technically the most recent. I think the most recent
think
map
so.
that's actually played within the great game of Overwatch, not a
Yeah.
deathmatch map. It was before COVID. I know that much.
Yeah.
Which basically means it was a lifetime ago. Like,
Honestly,
I
truthfully.
mean, like seriously.
But I do like Busan, because it has to me, Busan is more of that old school arena shooter like
Yeah,
Halo,
I can
right?
get
Because
it,
you have
yeah.
the different levels on almost all of the maps of Busan, and it has more vertical than horizontal sort of map capabilities and how you approach
Kind of
supports.
centered around that. And then, I mean, obviously, there's a difference in the 3 different maps between downtown, Mecha Base, and forgetting the third map name again here on a control maps, dude. Mecha Base, downtown.
Is it Bell? There's the statue in the middle, the bell.
I don't think so. It doesn't matter. There's 3 different maps on Busan. We'll be playing at least 2 of them. How about that? How's that for guarantees?
Hey.
How's that for guarantees?
Well, as soon as we see it, we're going to recognize it. It's
I
the
got a thumbs
Ilios
up from the
situation.
old producer. here earlier. Not the middle finger, not a thumbs down, not nothing like that. A thumbs up, which means good, Tugboat. We're going to be going in here soon. Now I'll just be screaming Patrick's name over the intercom in about 3 minutes from right now in this point.
Yes,
time.
yes. He'll hear it. He'll hear it. Look around.
Minute and
Who's
a half.
around me?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Hearing voices out here. Been a fantastic time here in the Midbest. And I heard that one.
Hashtag mid-best, yeah.
Hashtag Midbest. My personal second time in the Midwest after heading off to Lincoln, Nebraska about a month and a half ago. That was cool.
Yeah.
For the Cornhuskers state games and whatnot. That was fun.
Big fan of Nebraska. And you know what else I'm a big fan of? I'm a big fan of what's going on right over here. The at FBI Tugboat. You should follow Tugboat on Twitter at FBI Tugboat. That's
There
where
you
you
go.
can find him. You can also find me on Twitter at Chase Newcomb.
Absolutely. We're going to go to a very, very short break. We'll be back with you guys for the possible last map of the NECC Home Series. And we are back. We are here. We are live, and we are ready to go for possibly the last map for the NECC Hometown Series. FBI Tugboat, my man Nuke. We got Brian Stratton up 2-1 in the series against Waldorf after the tying action on Volsky. If there's ever a reason to get this out of Overwatch,
This is the reason. Because we wasted, I don't know, like 15, 20 minutes on it. But
and 5 pauses.
it's a classic case of it be like that sometimes. They say it
Indeed.
don't, but it really do.
It really do.
It really do.
Miro saying in, no OBL in this one. Waldorf University not looking at any subs for themselves as well. 5 seconds into this one, we'll look at team comps in just a second.
Well, assemble your heroes. 1 second left, and they are coming through. We're going to see Slater again on the Sombra, and I'm elated to see that, especially on control. I could have predicted it. Blob staying on the safe pick a soldier, and I think that works, and showed it worked really well last map with Roses on the Brig and Tone staying on the Zenyatta.
That is what came off the back of the tying action earlier. Slater on the Sombra, I think that's where we're going to be focusing attention. Space Ghost's been popping off on the Tracer so far. I don't think there's much of a reason to change that one. I really don't think I could say that Space Ghost is doing better than Everlong on the Tracer, or that Everlong's doing better than Space Ghost on the Tracer.
They're both adding so much value.
Yeah.
This bit of miscommunication coming out from Waldorf as Blob switches over to Symmetra, then back to Soldier. Maybe I didn't see it on our screen, but they could have went for the teleport strat. Yeah, but I don't see that.
I'm not 100% sure. I've never really been a huge lover myself. Outside of the Soldier 76, it's not going to matter. Papa Joe barely not getting out, excuse me. Up and over that ridge might have been a different story. A headshot coming from midfield over here from Slater. Absolutely popping off so far. Looking for a little stun action. Not going to find it through this shield. That's a break getting super low right there. Rose is the only one left. Healing wise for the side of Waldorf, and Brian and Stratton are going to start taking percentage points.
Yep, Waldorf falling when they had 2 then 3 picks staggered up on their side. Brian and Stratton coming through. Slater on the Sombra with Everlong on the Tracer, as well as just does just a dozen amount of value through the Waldorf backline.
Yeah, so just as a recap, guys, this first map, the first Helios control map, did go down 2-1 on the map series. Waldorf took map 1, 199. Ryan took map 2, 100 to 56. Wait, I had this backwards. Brian took map 1, 99 to 100. Waldorf took it 56 to 100, map 2, and 100 to 74 was for Brian the last. Getting back to it, 35% now. That's a Coalescence finding everything that they needed. Blob trying to find a way in edgewise, and that is a wasted tack visor so far, my friend.
That is so unfortunate for Waldorf and not what you want to see when Brighton and Stratton's DPS are coming out swinging. The EMP coming through as well.
Landing on half the members of Waldorf. Roses can maintain through the onslaught of damage and attention coming their way. Little boop action coming to finish off Space Ghost as well. Ryan and Stratton still holding on to this one and getting so much closer with every impending second nuke towards the sweet, sweet taste of victory and about $1,000.
I can't tell which is sweeter, right? $1,000 or victory. Both tasting pretty sweet, especially if you've been in a series like this. Waldorf definitely wanting to fight as much as they can. With 5 ults coming online, they could come in.
Tone deleted. There's only 1 fight territory left. Waldorf has to take all of this with only a Rose's rally and more. 83%, 84%. Gravitic Flux is out. Valid investing this one very early. I'm not against this one at all. Bubble invested early on the other side from Cyber, and it can't get out. That's Miro's mech. That's Cyber done. No main tank here, and just playing with the food of this baby diva right now. Moving on in here and stopped in its tracks, and Justice hitting not one but several headshots in the row of the 4 burst on that one. Moses coming all the way into that, almost taken out by Tone again, and does the damage or from this Moira off the left flank set. Paying attention to his DPSs right here. Space Ghost not willing to give the stream up quite yet, finding a way on point 99 to 0 as of right now. Ryan Stratton clears this. That's going to be it. That's the Cyber deleted. Rose is gone. Now only Tone left. Here's another aimbot. It's not getting anything outside of this Diva mech so far. Last little bit of that. Waldorf University coming out on top. Looking reinforcements for Ryan and Stratton getting all the way back into this. While Papa Joe, the rest of Waldorf might have been celebrating right there. Getting in and getting damage. Tone coming in. Punches and more on a DPS. Everlong does not pay attention to the top. Now Waldorf going to be taking this.
Yeah, Waldorf 100% has to take this here. And now starting at 1%, Blob with the tack visor came in clutch for Waldorf. As Brian and Stratton were on point and worried about all the other things happening on point, as they did have and were fighting against Tone and Roses sitting on point. Roses swapping over to the from the Brig now to the Moira on the side of Waldorf.
Yeah, and Blob getting up to about 56, 57% ultimate as well, all throughout the thick of things in there towards the end to start this next team fight. Now 23%, that's the nasty hack. Slater actually finding 2 tanks on that one, and they just simply back up. Assisted with the rest of the members here, Cyber getting super low and then taken out. Valid, excuse me, and the rest of Waldorf really focusing that one down. Valid, trying to dedicate the rest, getting super low, now getting out and away from the source of damage after Rose is now changing a bit, an actual main support on this one. Coming all the way down as Brian and Stratton has taken it there at the end. Waldorf University not only needs to take this, but they need to take another 50% or so, but here comes Big Bad Blob on the hunt right now, looking back from the middle. No eat there, sets the first to die, no Coalescence left on this side, and just like that, just off the back of a single ultimate, Waldorf University holding on strong right here. As I say that, Miro, Everlong both finding the support light up, and just like that, another switch and momentum. Cyber's done. Will switch onto the wrecking ball to get back into this one. There's no supports alive for Waldorf, and they still take it.
How did we switch feet so fast? What is this dance coming out from Waldorf and Brighton and Stratton? Waldorf allowing Brighton and Stratton to come in, take point briefly, and then turning the switch entirely on them, able to take point back without it capping to end the first control map.
And like just about 3 ultimates available for Waldorf right now. The Coalescence really being the biggest of these. They have the sticky Slater trying to get onto this one and trying for something. Has EMP on board, not quite close to it yet. Wants to get the hack, and that's it. Getting almost everybody from the side of Waldorf. Still, the healing normally is capable. Space Goes the first victim of this one, and Justice pooping out, and here comes Blob again. They're gonna let him reign supreme over the side. No, everybody has learned their lesson on this one and gets away from the source of danger again. That is just a perfect utilization of these pillars and just simply getting away from oh, there you go. Valid almost got this, but no touchdown for that, and Justice getting in just the last second at 99%. 99 to 88 will be your score on the first map.
Oh my gosh, Brighton Stratton almost had us set there. We were, I was sitting over here clinching because I really thought Waldorf was going to take that one all the way up to 88% as Brighton Stratton was able to hold all the way up to 99. Waldorf had a steep hill to climb it and got right to the summit, slipped, tripped.
Yep, I hear, and how interesting, right? Brian and Stratton take this up 99 to 0. Waldorf University comes in, goes up to about 50. Brian takes it, but they have no more percentage points to take. They lose the team fight. Waldorf goes up to 88, pushes this pretty much all the way. Yes, it could have gone 108, 199. 88 is just as fast. They win a team fight, 12 percentage points. There's no way a team's getting back to that.
They can't. I mean, if they switch to ball, quickly get there, maybe.
And that's one character
made.
well, I mean, 12 percentage points goes in what, 10 seconds?
Yes.
I can't exactly
pretty
remember.
fast.
Yeah.
Okay, but we're now transitioning into the next control point, and pretty much same picks all around except for Space Ghost and Everlong both switching to Reaper for this one.
Wow, yeah, early takes right here. Waldorf University coming out swinging.
We're seeing
on
a
the
mirrored comp,
downtown
actually.
area.
Now that I notice it, this is an entirely mirrored comp from both Waldorf and
And
Brighton
positioning as well. What a bunch of nice guys do this for the casters, right? Look at this.
Yeah.
Main tank in the first position, you know, like the Reaper in the second between Everlong and Space Ghost. Love to see it. Space Ghost winning this one out again. That's not one, but two Reaper fights won. At what point do you give this up if you're Everlong?
I think you take it maybe one more time and then switch back to the Tracer and try to find the back line. But it's a lot harder now that Roses is on Lucy and Tone is on the Moira. Much more elusive to get away from that Tracer.
Well, the nice thing about this is Sombra really messes up both of these ultimates, right? The Sound Barrier and the Coalescence. Speaking of Coalescence, Tone kind of interrupted there. Justice and Set both dusted. This Coalescence providing all the value that Waldorf University needed. Ryan and Stratton did invest their own Coalescence right there. And Waldorf's coming out on top of this one with only one ultimate invested. Okay, excuse me, they have two. They have the Blob, the EMP, and they have the Coalescence from Tone.
Yeah. As soon as Blob got the that EMP as well, recognized, needed to use it in that alleyway, caught it, and caught Brian Stratton really with their pants down at that point.
I hear you. And caught unawares. Definitely not suspecting that one. 54% for the side of Waldorf. Well, I will say Brighton Stratton has only lost control maps to this team. They have not lost a map by a goose egg yet. Die towards the middle. No value gain from that one. As Space Ghost kind of eats their words there towards the middle. Tone done. That's a huge source of healing away from the side of Waldorf. Sound Barrier dropping. And because the Rose's Sound Barrier drops, Space Ghost is allowed to reign supreme. Waldorf University coming out on top of this one again. One more team fight left in this.
I don't know. I think Space Ghost is having so much value on this Reaper. More so than Everlong. Everlong is just not able to get anything off of these Death Blossoms. Space Ghost is finding those picks for Waldorf. Looking at Slater though on Brighton and Stratton, has EMP, ready to use it.
Where do you
Could
move?
go. There it is, hopping out,
That's
catching
huge.
all of them.
Slater going to be looking for themselves after the get out situation. They lost Set, they lost Cyber, and Justice dedicating this last fight opportunity here. Papa Joe done. Valid taken out of Mech. This might be the reverse situation. Point right now, and Justice back to it. Losing a little Mech action. Nice punch and more against Space Ghost. Keeping the dream alive is Brian and Stratton.
Wow, Brian Stratton needing this map in order to win this series. I mean, Waldorf could take it and they could go to the third point of control. But Brian Stratton takes this, and that's the bag.
That's it. That's match point. That's map point. That's everything that Brian and Stratton needs to go into the 3 points that they need first to that. If Waldorf wins this, we'll see another control point, and only one map on that, I believe, as the tiebreaker rules say. We'll get confirmed on that later. Brian and Stratton getting back into it. Mirror getting super, super low. Papa Joe up in the front right here now has this primal, and we'll see that when this gets a little bit lower. Miro felled by a well-placed Coalescence and more. Space Ghost losing the Reaper to Reaper battle right now. 33%. Waldorf University has to get back onto this order contest. That's an overtime situation. Papa Joe trying to get back into this one against Set. That might be in for Waldorf. There's a huge EMP. It's going to require Herculean efforts just to come back at this one. That's a boop. That's necessary. That's looking a little bit Herculean to me. Cyber back to it, and not close enough for the Death Blossom. Now still contesting there. Slater and Cyber both dealt though. Everlong has that Death Blossom. If they can get in this, they have a chance. They have a shot, a window of opportunity. Set there, Set focus, Set killed. No Reaper action for it. No Reaper action for it at the very, very end.
Everlong coming in, and probably would have gotten a couple of picks, as they were not able to get their diva back in time that would have been able to eat that with
Yeah,
the
the
matrix,
defense
right?
matrix and
Defense
whatnot,
matrix
yeah.
wouldn't have been able to eat that in time.
That's a really good point, actually. Miro comes back on this, even
Yeah.
with like half health. If Set is alive and is able to get spread healing on both of them, and they can just eat this defense matrix over the Everlong Death Blossom right there. Given that the only opportunity on the other side is Dome, that might have been it. That is
That
another
could have
like
been
a
it.
tipping point situation, guys.
Yeah.
That this could have gone the other way, and that would have ended everything. As it
That's
is, we're
crazy.
still pushing on. At
That's
number 3.
That's crazy. And Waldorf looking like they're not sure where they want Blob to go. Blob sticking on the Mei for now. This Mei Reaper combo is really, really oppressive, especially with the Reinhardt to lead the charge. You can have so much damage come out from behind the Reinhardt, especially if they throw up that wall. Cyber also choosing to pick the
Whoa.
Reinhardt on this mecha base.
Doomfist going off already. Cyber gets super low. Now the Immortality Field invested. Slater already at about 60% ultimate. What is going on? We're looking at 10 seconds of fighting right now. Repositioning coming in from Space Ghost. Mira realizes that. Now fighting on the back lines right now, trying to get something going. Nasty Maywall in the middle forces out Slaters, and that's already a shatter from Papa Joe. All shall fall before this Reinhardt.
Wow, Tone also getting picks. 3 picks now for Tone on the side of Waldorf. Tone said, okay guys, I got the picks. Don't worry about it. I'm here to do the do.
Showing up.
3% now for Waldorf. They're setting up beautifully to take this point and put us into what would be a game 6, I guess.
Yeah, that would be. Yeah, Waldorf takes this right now. There's a counter chatter for the ages. And that's going to be set just like Tone on the other side, dumbing out. Space Ghost finding one throughout the thick of things right now, though. Main support down for Waldorf University. Set still keeping the dream alive. This should be a change and a swap of positioning coming through here. Did Valor just try and drop that?
I think he did.
That's a mistake all day long.
Yeah, 100%. I think you just wait.
Wait, where's this contest coming in? Papa Joe also falls there.
Okay, 38% for Waldorf. You know, looking strong so far, but Brian and Stratton able to take it back. Still having 3 ultimates on their side. It's 3-3 in terms of the economy on both sides of ultimates for both teams.
Economy. Brian and Stratton. Brian and Stratton, yeah. So right now, paired up, but Space Ghost gonna have that one soon. Here's the high noon. Cassidy trying to find some heads, not gonna happen, wasted out. Sound Barrier drop now from Injustice. Blob trying to get aggressive and force back. There's a self-destruct over the back. Takes out 3! Brian and Stratton purchased themselves a new lease on life.
And Papa Joe said, I'm not having it. And
Oh,
Miro comes back! What? Able to make it back in time as Miro and Brighton and Stratton are holding their defense.
Madman. Absolute madman. Papa Joe takes a long walk off a short pier with a diva to boot, and we still have the fly on the end. Mira comes back with the squad. You don't even get ultimate charge of your Papa Joe, and that's actually going to be huge coming into this. They're 90%. Yes, they just took out Everlong. Okay, so now it's not going to matter, and that shatter was not necessary.
It definitely wasn't, but Papa Joe coming in swinging, him and Valid taking out all of the Brighton and Stratton line. It looks like Tone also popped
Yeah,
fuel
neither
at
of
some
those
point.
were necessary. Neither of those were necessary. Waldorf University is on match point, and in that situation, they're not playing like it.
Yeah, they can't. I mean, they have to hold here.
Papa Joe super low. Everybody swarms onto that one. Main tank down. Waldorf University fighting this one 5-6 for right now. Mortality Field invested in the back from Set. Now all the way on the back foot. Blob can't even get to the ground. Space Ghost does it as well. And now it's a get out situation for Waldorf University.
Blob choosing the smarter method though, waiting to throw down Blizzard, not just blanket throwing down, because Blob could have thrown down Blizzard there and waited for Brighton Stratton to push in, tried to get some value, but I think it was a better decision to hold it, especially considering Papa Joe and Tone just used both of their ultimates.
Stagger now forcing Valid to not have been spawned in yet, and now we're on 80%. If this was 10% ago, we might not have been in this situation. Everlong now with the high noon forcing May down. Mostly used for zoning, almost takes a nasty fire strike and more amplification matrix attack from Set. That's your last ultimate right now for Brian and Stratton. Freeze in the back, everybody getting away from that one. Immortality Field invested there from Set as well. Tone gets his out and deleted. Self-destruct. Neither one gonna land on this. Progress on 2 point for Waldorf University. That's 2 members back. Almost switching onto it as while Brian and Stratton take 99. Set. Trades coming in through the back. The shatter lands after the self-destruct. This finds nothing in the back. Waldorf University holding on tooth and nail. It's a brawl on the point. Baby Diva the last alive. Waldorf University finds himself some more.
And that's exactly what they
No,
needed.
Everlong! Wasted. Absolute waste.
Oh,
Absolute
wow.
waste. They could have used this with you send Everlong around the side, you high noon him, Cyber Shatters in the back, this game's done.
Exactly. Brighton Stratton at 99% now, and only an Earth Shatter to pray for. Waldorf, if they're able to hold this, this could be the game for them with only roughly 15% left on the board. It's coming down tooth and nail on this third control point of Busan.
Cyber putting the shield out, even though behind cover right now. Shattered down, lands on 3, swipes the back. Rose is done, a charge in there. And Cyber does get back with the rest. Later, if they'll draw the thick of things, Cyber also has a lot of attention onto him. Support's taken out from Waldorf University as well. The switch coming in, Papa Joe allowed to go off right now. Blob is back to it in his old ways, looking across the top of Melee away. Tone dusted, Roses down bottom. That's going to be Waldorf University taking this one right now. Headshots and more. Cyber's back! Cyber's swinging away! A fourth! Brian Stratton is taking this one in. There's nobody to touch. Cyber putting everybody on the back. Overtime. That's it. Brian and Stratton are your NECC Hometown Series champions.
You take a break for a second, get a big old breather, Tugboat, because you need it. Chug it along. Brighton Stratton on the back of Cyber, like you said, finishing out the series strong. That Earth Shatter was absolutely huge and quintessential. That's what you call a $1,000 Earth Shatter.
That's a $1,000 Earth Shatter, and you can taste every penny right there.
Wow.
Man, oh
Brian
man.
and Stratton just coming out swinging, and Blob with 18,000 damage, trying to hold on for Waldorf. Waldorf, I thought we're going to take that until the lone Cyber came in with an Earth
The lone
Shatter and a
Cyber.
prayer.
Yeah, Earth Shatter, a prayer, a little bit of health, that's it. And just literally just held down that main attack, man. Swing away, swung for the fences, hit it, home run, whatever you want to call it, all 4 up. The Cyber literally just put everything on the back. And just got it done. That was amazing. That was absolutely amazing.
Putting in that work. That's what that hammer's for. Nailing success down.
Absolutely, absolutely. A fantastic end right there from your Brian and Stratton College. The only team they drop a map from is this Waldorf squad. The only time they lose any like real progress even on the control maps is this squad. I don't think we could have asked for a better grand finals, Nuke.
Truly, as well.
I
You know,
really
I
don't
had
think
some
so.
teams that I wanted to see in grand finals, but truly, I think this was the best timeline, the best situation. Prime Overwatch.
Prime Overwatch, it was indeed. I think that's
Well,
gonna be yeah.
I think that's I think it's time. I think that's it. I think it's time to award our trophies off stage. We will have the pictures on Twitter
Yep.
at NECC_esports. So check it out there. You'll see the pictures of them on stage holding the trophy up. I just want to say real quick though, what a great retaliation from Waldorf. They very much could have easily taken that map, taken it into a 6th map overall. And I think these teams, if they've not yet found their scrim partners for the year.
Yeah, there's definitely a little rivalry narrative coming in through
Yeah.
here. What the pauses on Volskaya, and then a true draw all the way through. Some
Yeah.
fantastic stuff. Like all good things, though, Nuke.
Must come
This
to an
broadcast
end.
must come to an end. My least favorite part of any broadcast. That is going to be the end. FBI Tugboat here for the NEC Hometown Series. I got my man Nuke with me. We really appreciate the opportunity to brought this, and again, a grand finals that could not have come in a better way.
Absolutely beautiful, and I'm happy to be here. I'm happy to have casted with you. It was a great time. The
Absolutely.
past, I don't know, 5 hours, 5.5 hours. It was great.
Yep, really was. Appreciate you guys watching. Catch us next time. And what NEC is post on Twitter, you said trophies, rewards, everything else like that coming on in. We appreciate you guys watching. Tune in next time.